Alrighty, we are live. Hello and welcome to what is the craziest stream I've done yet. Just sending the link. To folk. Going to be good to go. So we've got a long one today. Got a few people joining me throughout the day for co-coms, and of course many of you will be aware of the NXTGEN boys. And today we are racing for Macmillan. I will need to update the description in the link. But let's have a little look who we've got currently in the grid. We've got Kazumitsu. He's come to say hello. He's in the 666, Austin Martin, and of course the legendary Elliot Hankin, who I believe won all 4 out of 4 races for the race of winners, which was the last stream that we did for these guys. And Leafy currently ahead of Lucan in the infamous chrome green Audi GT3, being chased down by Lucan in his Lexus. Good morning, Ian. Good morning, Craig. It's a very strange time to be online and streaming, but here we are. And of course Hempy in the 99 Lexus. Interesting to see car choice today, especially at Bathurst. 12 hours of Bathurst as well. You're going to want that to be somewhat stable. And Kobe in the number 7 McLaren making his way out of the pits. Kazumitsu, what is up, brother? I hope you are well. Alrighty. There we go. So, we're not far away from the qualifying session. There's most certainly a few others to join. Let's see how that gets on, as we are now on board. With Kobe in the number 7 McLaren as he makes his way. Get my bearings straight on the, there we go. Up to the mountain straight into the first right-hander of the course into Quarry Bend. And then when we traverse these left-hand sections of the cutting. Into Griffin's Mount, which may claim victim to many today, especially over a 12-hour period, but we will see. And of course, Nicolo, making his way out the pits, warming his Bentley. He's chosen the Bentley today for the 12 hours here at Bathurst. NXTGEN's charity race for Macmillan. And we'll be updating the description as time goes on. So if anyone does want to donate to such a great cause, you can do, but of course, you know, that's not obligatory. That works. Okay. So who else have we got to join us today? Just over 9 minutes left to go. Richie, how are you, fella? How was work? Nice to see you. Have you even been to sleep yet? This is the 12 hours of Bathurst Mount Panorama with NXTGEN, and we find ourselves here for 12 hours. It's going to be a good one. I'm most certainly looking forward to this one. I'll be ordering my food in today. Having a 3-course meal. I've been out. I got my coffee. I'm set. I'm ready to go. Ready to experience all the action that's inevitably going to unfold. Hey, just getting to bed. Yeah, I thought you would be, mate. I thought you would be. Well, thanks for popping in. Lovely to see you as always, and have a lovely sleep. I'm sure you deserve it, mate. You do deserve it. Listening to some Eric Prydz. That's not a bad idea, mate. I need some royalty-free music to play while we're watching and listening to the racing. But we are just over 6 minutes left to go before the qualifying session starts. And I will just be conserving my energy as much as I can, because it is going to be a long haul today. Christmas is a crazy time. It is indeed, mate. Milo here, haven't we? Here comes to keep me company, haven't you, mate? Right, I'll be back in a moment. Well, looks like we've had a couple of others join. Who've we got? We've got Gnarly there in the number 60 McLaren. And no one saw that. JPH in the green. What does that green triangle mean? Is that the cup car or something? Silver. Well, he's in the 991 Porsche. Yeah, it's PlayStation. It's a PS4 Pro that you're watching on. The glasses. Yeah, I think they're redoing one, aren't they, as well, for PS5. Bigger grids and whatnot. Let's jump on board with the devil. We've got all camera sets working. Camera set 1, camera set 2. We're getting the white flag waved from the marshal. And the start finish straight as it comes up to turn 1 here at Mount Panorama. Hell corner. Into Hell's Corner. And we jump on board with the one and only, the legendary Paul the Helicam Man. We had John the Helicam Man last season for NXTGEN, season 3 of their GT3 World Tour, We now have John the Helicam man, drafted in from the plains of South Africa. And the cameraman there not doing his job. Well, he comes through the final corner, Murray's corner, and down to that start finish straight, the pit straight, and up to T1 Hell's corner, onto the infamous mountain straight. And it looks as though qualifying is about to start, ladies and gentlemen. So we are very close to kicking off the 12-hour here at Bathurst for NXTGEN's charity race for Macmillan. Thank you, my digger. You two have a lovely sleep. You certainly deserve it. Today at Bathurst. And here we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the qualifying session for the 12 hours here at Bathurst for NXTGEN is now underway. And Lucan first out on pits. You can see him warming his tyres up. We've got Kobe in the number 7 McLaren making his way into the Audi Sports side, down the mountain straight and up to the first right hand corner here at Mount Panorama. Quarry Bend up to the left hand corner of the cutting. Griffin's Mount. Very, very big section. Park coming into the left of Sulman Park. Just sort of get an idea of the size. So you've got the peak to your left. You've got all the people to our right. As we make our way through Reed Park and Sulman Park. Pelosa making his way out of the pits. We've got Hempy making his way out of Quarry Bending up to the cutting. And next out of the pits is Kazimitsu. Let's just jump on board with Lucan, who's about to complete his first lap. Outlap here at Mount Panorama. Enjoy your breakfast, Craig. Thank you very much for popping in. We'll see you soon. Glasses. Crossing that start-finish straight. And I think what we'll do for now, let's make a little bit of room. And we can jump on board. We've got the GT3. We're not doing mixed class today, are we? So, we've got just over 17 minutes of qualifying left to go. Number 28, Bentley Nicolo making his way up to Hell Corner and onto that very long start. Straight of Mountain Straight, and you're going to want to get turn 1 right, because this is well, obviously the second longest straight of the track, so you want to get best exit as most possibly can out of turn 1. Okay, 316 and number 7, Lucan and Kobe making their way out of the chase and up to the final Murray's Corner. 316 first put a time down of 2:03.942. What can Kobe put down on the board? A 1.272 second deficit as of yet, but with a 12-hour race to go. I don't think there's too much to worry about with your current starting position, shall we say. I'm just going to sort out the social media side of things, and then we'll be back with you ready to kick off the green here for the 12 hours at Bathurst. Kobe in the 7 McLaren in P1 with a 2:03. Very close to the 2:02 there. Will we see them jump in? Alrighty. Well, it looks like we're caught up with where we need to be. So, I'm going to get comfy. We've got just under 10 minutes left to go. Kobe in P1, followed by Hempy in the number 99 Lexus. 0.2 of a second off Kobe's time. With a 3.057, very nearly. In the 2-minute twos. Lucan currently in the pits. 0.4 of a second. We've got Nally, 4:20 off P1. So then, we've now got, I think, Kobe just ahead of the 28 Bentley here. Nicolo. Just under half a second separating P1 to P5. And NXTGEN's hanking in the number 4 Lamborghini today. Opting for the Lamborghini for this 12-hour stint. Bit of action there. Oh, I see. So we've got the number 28 Bentley now in a McLaren sandwich, led by Kobe and being chased by Nali. himself comfortable for the long haul. Hempy taking P1 away from Kobe, nearly 0.2 of a second, separating P1 to P2 now. But we have the number 28 Bentley. Oh no, he's off in the pits. So Kobe's making his way around. Can he improve on the 192? Not this time round. We've got just over 5 minutes left to go. So let's do it. Very windy day here as well. It's in England. Windows are making some interesting sounds. You're coming in the next hour, Mr. Gibb. Morning, cheers for the stream, bud. See you on chat within the next hour. So we do have more joining, and just not making qualifying. I see. Alrighty, let's jump on board with the legendary Elliot Hankin, who has spent an incredible amount of time setting all this up. There's the man himself, making his little micro adjustments. He's on the Fanatec CSL Elite rig. Hard on the brakes. Very nice and smooth and under the liquid moly sign. Here we go, through the final corner. And into the pits. Kazumitsu making his way through the final corner and crossing that line. A 1.6 second deficit for this dude. But with 12 hours of racing to go, consistency is most certainly going to be key. Everyone's pushing for a fast time right now, but consistency will most certainly come into place. It's going to be interesting to see the separation between the men from the boys, as they say, as we come to the closing 90 seconds of qualifying left to go. number 28 Bentley crossing that start finish straight, putting himself back up into second position, a 171 away from the very quick 2-minute 2.865 set by Hempy and the number 99 Lexus. Professor joining us. Okie dokie. So, qualifying session is over. We have 4 cars left out on track with enough time to complete their remaining lap. So, they could most certainly pip a position or two. Kazi knocking a full second off his previous lap time. And up there with Hukan, Lukan and Nali. Number 28 putting himself in P1, and Hempy now 261 away from Nicolo in the number 28 Bentley. Number 60 in P5 Nali, and Kazumitsu finishing his run, which means that we are set. The pit connoisseur doing what he does best, making the most of his Pirelli softs before the 12-hour stint that is about to hit and run. But look at the supreme precision and control there from Hukan Lukan. What a legend. Alrighty. Cameras are set, ready for the opening round and action. All drivers making their final adjustments. And let's jump on board with P4, Elliot Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini. And it's not going to be long until we get the green for the formation lap. Before we kick off the 12 hours, yes, you heard that right, 12 hours of carnage at Mount Panorama. Who's going to be the first one to bin it today? Or will every driver manage to keep it on track? My eyes are already loving this. Beautiful time. So this is going to be a good one. I'm assuming it's going to light up a touch. Maybe not. No. Okay. Drivers perhaps need to put their lights on. Maybe, I'm not sure. Makes for a more interesting race. So, we're on board with Elliot Hankin, who has been very busy making sure that this event has been possible. We are obviously raising awareness for the charity Macmillan. Which I'm sure you are all aware of their works and endeavours. It looks like that sun is just beginning to make itself known past the horizon of Earth, just at the back there, just over the Liquid Molly sign. You can just see it beginning to lighten up now. So they're starting at a very early time, which is lovely. And jumping inside the beautiful Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Okie doke. Let's get my laptop ready to rock and roll, and we've got the 20-second warning now, so we are moments away.
10 seconds.
From the green here for the 12-hour next gen. Race here at Mount Panorama, and we've got the green for the formation lap before we kick off the 12 hours of Bathurst, and we are going to be tread to some incredible racing today. We've got some very familiar faces, we've got some new faces joining us yet again as all drivers begin to warm up their Pirelli softs. What a beautiful time this is, getting to see the lights around Mount Panorama. And Nicolo in the 28 Bentley leading, taking pole position here today for the 12-hour at Bathurst, and Hempy in the 99 Lexus on grid 1 side by side with Nicolo as we see the Mount Panorama of Bathurst etched into the hill here, and we'll be running through some track facts today alongside other information. And then we've got Kobe at the front of the grid number 2, side by side with Elliot Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini, in which we are on board with. Nally in the number 60 McLaren taking P5 side by side with the pit connoisseur Lucan in the 316 Lexus. And of course, joining us for the first time today, the absolute GOAT, Kazimitsu, representing the beast today in the Aston Martin. And Lithium P8 in the number 18 Audi. And it's on track as well. We've got the UV lights on inside for an early start here. As they making their way up the Conrod Straight, very fast section. Through the chase, and exiting the chase, and the Liquid Molly sign lit up as they make their way up to the final Murray's Corner. And we are seconds away from the 12-hour here at Bathurst for the Next Generation charity race for Macmillan, as all drivers now make their way up to the final corner. And on to that start finish straight. We're waiting for that infamous moment where we get the green. We're going to jump on camera set too, so we can get a better view of all the cars. We've got the Lamborghini in P4, he's going side by side with Gnarly in the McLaren. We've got Nicolo still in P1 in the number 28 Bentley, hurtling his way down the mountain straight and over to Quarry's Bend. Hempy in a P2, Kobe in P3 in his McLaren, being hunted by Elliot Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini as they make their way through the right hand of Quarry Bend. Will we getting some side-by-side action? Not yet. Contact there early on. There's going to be plenty of that and plenty of pit windows being optimized. It's going to be an interesting one today, seeing exactly what tactics these drivers have. And up and through the S's, down through the Dipper. And through the left of Forest's Elbow. We've got P1, 2, 3 and 4 just within slipstream range of each other. Although Nicola in the number 28 Bentley looks as though he's having an incredible start. 420 away from Hempy in the number 99 Lexus, but that's now been increased to a 1.216. So P1 to P2 already well and truly out of slipstream range. Let's have a little look at the rest of the crew. We've got Hukan Lucan in P5 just... Oh, I think that was gnarly, just going off. Kazimitsu goes side by side with Hukan Lucan, pushing Hukan Lucan to the inside. Kazi later on the brakes. Hukan Lucan deciding to just give that to Kazimitsu as they go through the final corner here at Bathurst and crossing that start finish. And we now enter lap number 2 of the Macmillan Bathurst 12-hour event for Next Gen. And of course, you are all being treated to the legendary commentator from TMK Racing 444, who will keep you entertained for the entirety of 12 hours. We're going to be talking some good stuff. We've got some side-by-side action as well. He's taken that position away from Kazimitsu. We've got a fight on our hands already with just over 2 minutes of racing in, and we've had overtake for Kazimitsu and Lukan and Kazimitsu taking it back again. We've got Leafy in the number 18 Audi in the hunt of Kazimitsu in the number 666 Austin Martin. The gaps are looking already as though they're beginning to find their strides. And Lely has joined the party, the absolute legend. I'm sure we'll be seeing some side-by-side action with him as time goes on, but we will jump back on with Kazimitsu, the number 666 Austin Martin, who is in hunt of P4 in the 316 Lexus, currently 3.2 seconds away from P3 podium position of the number 4 Lamborghini Elliot Hankin, who are making their way through Comrade Straight and up towards the chase. An extremely fast section here. And up through that chase, clipping that apex, making sure we're going to be maximising all of those track widths. With the 12 hours that these drivers have today, I'm most certainly going to be expecting them to be improving their skills, and as time goes on, I'm most certainly sure that the flow state will take over, and it all becomes one smooth motion. The smoother you are, the faster you are, of course. And we're getting a good look from Viv Hankin. Hello, Viv. Are you Miss Hankin, I assume? Micro. Hope you are well. My friend. Alright, Leafy, you're 0.7 away from Kazimitsu, but Gnarly in the number 60 McLaren. Doing an awesome job. We're going to jump back on board with those boys real quick, but let's just jump on board with Nicolo in the number 28 Bentley as he makes his way through the S's and the Dipper. Elliot's mum. Well, hello, Elliot's mum. Lovely to see you here. Let's jump on board with your son, the legendary Elliot Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini. And there he is, doing God's work here at Mount Panorama in the Lamborghini. There is your son, going through the chase. And through the final Murray's corner, crossing that start-finish straight, and we can just see ahead is Hempy chasing Nicolo in the 28 Bentley. Three and a half seconds separating P2 to P3 podium position, and another 3.5 seconds separate P4 to the number 4 Lamborghini. Lucan, but let's just jump on board with Gnarly now, chasing down Leafy in the unforgettably chrome green Audi GT3 as they now make their way exiting Sulman Park. And down through Skyline, through the very demanding S's, and up to the dipper, and the final left-hand corner of Forest's elbow, where we are onto the Conrad straight, and Leafy looks like he's had an incredible run there. Only just fell out of bed. Okay. Absolutely, Professor. Well, we do have the legendary Professor Bean joining us today. Wouldn't be the same without you. In the 69 Porsche, Leafy just able to hold on to his Audi GT3 there, very nearly sending that into the pit wall there. That would have been a very early finish and start for him. But there we are, the legendary Professor Bean, drinking his coffee, being an absolute legend, waiting to give him hell out on track here today for the 12 hours at Mount Panorama. JPH running a little bit wide. I'm assuming that the green tick still has the same power as the normal Porsche. The number 16 Porsche is the same power as the number 69 Porsche, Professor, I'm assuming. And jumping on board with the number 7 McLaren as he makes his way under the Liqui Moly sign. Now this is where you're going to see Kobe come into his own. We've seen it done before in the final of NXTGEN Season 3 races. He was pulling away from a lot of folks. We've got 12 hours worth of racing here, so keep an eye out on the number 7 McLaren as he makes his way through Hell's Corner and up to the mountain straight. Absolutely cracking speed there, and the number 28 Bentley leading this race, just making a small overcorrection in the front-engined Bentley, and now losing first position to P1's 99 Lexus Daniel Hempy, who now makes his way through Skyline and up through the S's. So we've got a change in position and a deficit of a 0.666 separating P1 to P2 now. But we are just still within slipstream range, perhaps, unless the Delta is a little bit behind. But this means now a deficit of a 2.8 separate P1 to P2. And obviously that's given Elliot Hankin in P3 podium position a little bit of a run now. A very even gap between P1, 2, 3 and 4. Alright, let's jump on board with the number 60 McLaren, who is in the hunt of the 666 Aston Martin as they make their way up to Skyline and through the S's and down the Dipper up towards the left-hand corner of Forest Elbow, where you see the drivers try and take the tightest line that they most possibly can, hurtling as much of that speed as they can down the Conrod Straight up to the infamous Chase, the penultimate left-hand corner. Well, you can see from the onboard shot that the sun is beginning to rise, beginning to peek its way over the crest of Earth, and that means two things. That means the track is going to light up, but it also means that things are going to get warmer. The optimum temperatures are going to increase, the track temperatures are going to increase, which means Kazumitsu making a mistake. We've had an incident between the McLaren and Aston Martin. Such a horrible corner there. And John Wells, long race, I may still win. I think that is a very valid comment. Look at the speed though of these things. It's so easy for a mistake to happen. So the question is now, as I jump on board with the number 666 Aston Martin, what are his plans? Is he going to go in the pit now? I mean, I'm going to or is he going to wait until he's used a little bit more of his softs, or is his car absolutely wrecked? Let's have a little look on board, and that's an absolute yes. So we're probably going to see the number 666. Oh no. Take a pit. I don't really think there's much you can do. He's having to turn it right to keep the car straight there. So will we see the number 666 go in the pits? As we see the number 16 Porsche. And there we go. So nothing really too much to worry about. I mean, can we get new tyres on as well? Make the most of new tyres as they repair the damage. But let's jump on board with 316 Lexus in P4. Lucan, the pit connoisseur in the hunt of the number 4 Lamborghini. 1.8 seconds separating the two legends as they make their way through Skyline and through the S's. Like I say, I'm going to be giving you a fair bit of information today as time goes on. A lot more information to pass on to you, but we do have 12 hours worth of me being here, entertaining you as best as I can. And if anyone in chat does know any incredible jokes, please say Kazimitsu with a with a hands over eye emoji. It only means one thing, Kazi. It means you're pushing, and it means you're a racer. If you don't crash, if you don't spin, you don't know where the limits are. You ain't pushing. That's what we used to say as I used to learn skiing with all the kids. If you're not falling off and you're not crashing, you're not trying. You're never going to be the best. But with 12 hours of racing left to go, I would most certainly imagine that you are going to get within the flow. We've got a 1.4 second deficit now. 0.4 of a second have been drawn in. Lucan is going fishing for a Lamborghini in podium P3 position. And Nicolo, the legendary 28 Bentley, with an unlucky loose rear end, shall we say, which has put him from P1 to P2. But again, it's the long race here. It's going to be very interesting to see exactly how all of these drivers can cope. We've had a few accidents already. That's always going to be the case. We're in the dark. We've got colder temperatures, and like I mentioned at the beginning, strategy is most certainly going to be coming into play here, because as the time goes on, whether we get some rain as well, I don't know, but setting tyre temperatures is a massive thing when you have a 24-hour time clock. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly when these guys pit, how they pit, what kind of stints they're doing, what tyre pressures that they're going for, which we can actually check by looking on board. But let's jump on board with a legendary pit connoisseur and let's see if we can get a better idea for his tyre temps. We cannot change his dash. If you're listening, change your dash so I can see your tyre temps. Making his way up to the left-hander of the cutting, recently claimed victim to the beast in the Aston Martin. You do barely have to turn in these cars. It's most certainly all about the throttle and maybe a touch of brake to keep that line. And under the 7 News sign, through the infamous Skyline, making his way through the right and the left of the S's and down through the Dipper up to Forest's Elbow, and still in pursuit of Elliot Hankin, who we can just see in shot under the Amrock V6 Volkswagen sign, down the Conrad straight. Alrighty, well I think it's time to jump on board. With the legendary Lely in the number 9 Bentley. And let's jump on board with Paul, the Helicam man, who has made his way all the way from South Africa today to be here at Mount Panorama. And let's check in with Paul, the Helicam man. How are you, Paul? Hello TMK, yes, very, very well. We've had some very exciting racing today. We've had Kazimitsu in the number 666, Austin Martin, have a very unlucky incident through the cutting, claiming victim there. He's already in and out of the pitch, though. I have seen him make all upgrades and a new window screen for his Austin Martin GT3, but we're now following Lely in the beautiful helicopter that we are in today, and we are now in pursuit of Lely, chasing down Kazimitsu in the 666 Austin Martin as they make their way through Griffin's Mount, through Reed Park, and through the left of Solomon Park into another Macmillan Park. So many parks here at Mount Panorama TMK, but back to you down on the ground. Indeed. Well, thanks for joining us today, Paul, the Helicam man, as we continue to follow Lely in the number 9 Bentley, chase down the beast in the number 666 Austin Martin Kazimitsu. Under the Pirelli sign, in to the right of the Conrad, straight up to the chase. Where is he on the brakes? 120, 130. Does he clip that apex? Just clips it. Probably a little bit more exit speed available there and track width to be able to capitalise as he's out on the brakes, coming up to the final corner here and crossing that start finish as he crosses the pit straight and heads towards Hell's Corner as we see the number 666 enter and exit Hell's Corner as Lely is in pursuit. A little bit of an overcorrection there as he exits Hell's Corner and on to the mountain straight. Kazimitsu just in shot there. But let's jump on board with the leader of this race, Hempy, who's now gone from P2 to P1 from a mistake made by Nicolo in the number 28 Bentley. 6.6 seconds separating these two now, and that's going to be an interesting one to see whether Hempy is. We're certainly within a flow as he makes his way under the Pirelli sign here at Mount Panorama. We're closing up towards the first half an hour of racing. All drivers must certainly look as though they are beginning to get within that flow state, which is where you see the best driving. So let's hope that we see some more side-by-side action. If I was involved in this, maybe I'll speak to Elliot and I'll say, let me get a safety car on track and bunch you all back up. 12 hours worth of racing, let me bunch you all back up. Call a safety car. We've had 3 crashes, we've had a near-death experience, and but yeah, we're going to jump on board with Hempy, able to gap Nicolo in the number 28 Bentley by 6.833 seconds. And I just want to see exactly what it takes from a bird's eye view, not a bird's eye view, sorry. Shall we say an eagle's eye view, or the eagle eye view from Hempy himself inside the GT3 Lexus. I'm going to leave you with the sights and sounds of this just for one lap, and we'll be back in a few seconds. There you go. An onboard lap. We're getting a yellow flag waved. Still 6.8 seconds separating P1 to P2. Now the marshals waving their white flag. Now, Mount Panorama is a motor racing track located in Bathurst, New South Wales, Australia. Situated on Mount Panorama, Walu, and is best known as the home of the Bathurst 1000 motor race held each October, and the Bathurst 12-hour event held each February. The track is 6.213 kilometers, 3.861 miles. It's a long street circuit which is used as a public road when no racing events are being run. I did not know that. I did not know part of this track was a public road. That's incredible. Many residences which can only be accessed through the circuit. Amazing. This track first opened on the 17th of March 1938 with an FIA grade of 3. And the current race lap record was done by Shane van Gisbergen in a McLaren 650S GT3 2016 GT3. Very interesting indeed. So that's 2 minutes, 1 second, .567. Forest's Elbow, down at the Conrad Straight in pursuit of the number 4 Lamborghini of Elliot Hankin. And the track has an unusual design by modern standards, with a 174 meter vertical difference between its highest and lowest points. As we're going downhill, exiting the penultimate corner through the final corner into Murray's onto the pit straight. And now the incline begins. From the start-finish line, the track can be viewed in 3 sections. The short pit straight, then a tight left turn into the long, steep mountain straight, the tight, narrow section across the top of the mountain itself, and then the long, downhill section of Conrad Straight with a very fast chase. and turn back onto the pit straight to complete the lap. And historically, the racetrack has been used for a wide variety of racing categories, including everything from open wheel races to motorbikes. However, factors that make the track so unusual, the tighter modern safety standards, make it unlikely that major race meetings for vehicles other than closed body cars will be held there again. There's not exactly much runoff here, is there? And obviously, of course, with it being a public road, on non-race days and when it's not closed off during the day as part of a racing event, Mount Panorama is open to the public. Cars can drive in both directions around the circuit for no charge. A strict speed limit of 37 miles an hour is enforced, and police regularly patrol the circuit. Huh. Well, it looks as though we've got some action here between Lucan and Elliot Hankin. So we've got a fight between the Lexus and the Lamborghini as they now make their way through the cutting and up towards Griffin's Mount. Elliot Hankin in the Lamborghini, the four-wheel drive mid-engined car. You would have thought it was probably the best for handling around here, but the Lexus, with it being front-engined and stable, it's going to be an interesting one. Both cars are going to differ better and worse depending on what section they are going through, but we now make our way through the Dipper and through the S's, hurtling our way down to Forest's Elbow, and it looks as though Elliot Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini is making his way from the Lexus, who just had to make a little bit of a correction there, and that's all it takes in motorsport. So we're getting a yellow flag wave there as well. We've still got the lights on these cars as we continue to make our way through the 12 hours here at Bathurst. Got Lely in the pits. Hey, Dio. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, you have a wonderful day yourself, buddy. Thanks for popping in, mate. I do appreciate it. Just clipping the wall there as well, trying desperately to take that podium position away from Elliot Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini as they make their way through the S's. We're having a blue flag wave now. And jumping on board with Kobe, who put an incredible fight on Season 3, very, very nearly within realms of winning, but had an unfortunate start for the final of NXTGEN Season 3 GT3 World Tour. Alrighty, well, the Bentley GT3 beautiful exit there from Elliot Hankin in the Lamborghini. Really starting to get to grips of utilising the Lamborghini's four-wheel drive system. And if you're not pushing the Lamborghini as you're going through the corners, I've noticed that the level of grip most certainly does increase. You just gotta make sure that you've got enough momentum, but you're not pushing. And the four-wheel drive, it does an incredible job with its maximum traction. But in fourth position, the Lexus is doing an incredible job of continuing to just stay within slipstream range of Elliot Hankin's Lamborghini as they make their way through Hell's Corner and down the mountain straight yet again as we closing in for the first hour of completion here at Mount Panorama for the 12-hour event. Alrighty, so we've got the number 16 Porsche now coming up to a back marker of Elliot Hankin. And the pit connoisseur, Elliot Hankin on the inside line through the forest, elbow. And Daniel looks like he had an incredible, Lucan had an incredible run there on the inside line of the number 16 Porsche. That was an incredible driving between Hankin and Lucan. Not even an hour in, we've got over 11 hours worth of racing left to go, but both drivers decided to go side by side. And Lucan saying, no, I most certainly am going to keep up with you in the Lamborghini. You are not pulling away from me, sir. Just within slipstream range. still hot on the heels. Maximizing track widths in the Lexus. Beautiful line. That's going to close the gap up. Certainly if he can continue to pull those lines off, especially with being in slipstream range, he's going to have to make sure that those extra miles an hour on the clock within slipstream range is not going to catch him out though, as he comes up some of the corners, taking a little bit extra speed. Coming through some of them corners, we make our way under the 7 news sign and making our way through the S's yet again up to Forest's elbow. Still got the ultraviolet lights on inside, still dark. Drivers still with the lights on. You can just see the liquid moly sign in the background there from the inside camera shot of Hukan Lukan's Lexus as he makes his way under the liquid moly sign, exiting the penultimate corner and making his way up to Murray's down the pit straight. Hankin doing an incredible job of just keeping Hukan Lukan on the outskirts of slipstream. Now I was going to mention the Bentley. Now we've got Nicolo 8 seconds behind Hempy now. Now 7.6. As he chases Kobe down in the number 7 McLaren. We'll be going into details with each of these cars, and this is what's so beautiful about all of these array of cars with the different setups, mid-engine, front-engined, different suspension setups, and Elliot Hankin into the pits. Gonna go for new rubber. Don't think there's been any damage. So the Bentley GT3 at Bathurst, racing at Mount Panorama. Now, there is but one great race in Australia, but there are two great races. The glorious Mount Panorama Street Circuit in Bathurst plays host every year to baying crowds of die-hard touring car fans with generation-old allegiances to Holden and Ford, and of course the infamous GT World and GT Series. But the crowd do gather like packs on the infamous mountain section. So we now make our way through the mountain straight. See all of the cars packed up to the left and tents and crowds to the right. Such a big track with crowds all over. It's a twisting, thin strip, concrete wall-lined asphalt that threads its way along a ridge of glorious views of the New South Wales countryside. Bathurst 12 Hour is gaining strong reputation as one of the great sports car endurance races of the season, helped no doubt by regulations that have nurtured strong private development of a host of desirable cars. And Bentley's Bathurst effort went into a final two-lap showdown at the end of the field after almost 12 hours. Bell desperately hoping to cling on against the lap record setting Audi R8. Lurking in third was the Nissan GTR. And the GTR did pass the R8 before the first corner, but the Bentley seeming to be a favourable car here at Bathurst, able to put down fast and consistent lap times. Alrighty, so the number 28 Bentley in the pits. And we jump on board with the beast, the number 666. Aston Martin. Drivers still have their lights on. But it will be too much longer until that sun is in its full glory, as the sun and the sky beginning to give us that pink hue as morning is very close to us. And I think it's probably time we said hello to the Professor, and we could just see Elliot Hankin and Kazimitsu make their way through Hell's Corner. I've got to be honest, I'm a big fan of the Porsche 991. There is Mr. John Wells himself. And Nicolo joining the party in the hunt of Kazumitsu and Elliot Hankin in the Aston Martin and Lamborghini. Now I've seen the GT3 and GT4 class race for the British GT last year at Silverstone, and the roar of the Aston Martin was making the floor rumble. It was the only car that was doing it, but every time it went past, the actual ground would shake from the grumble of the Aston Martin. So let's have a little bit of a listen. The Vantage GT3 has been designed from the ground up to offer customers the latest in race car technology and embraces all experience Aston Martin Racing has learned from the years of engineering and competing in international sports car racing. The DBR9 and the DBR-S9, the latest Vantage GTE. And the Vantage GT3 engine is based on the critically acclaimed Aston Martin Vantage road car, powered by the same 4-litre turbocharged V8 engine optimised by Aston Martin Racing and engineered to win. The Aston Martin Vantage GT3 replaces Aston Martin's most successful customer car, the V12 Vantage GT3, obviously a lot heavier V12 as opposed to the V8 turbo, which is still winning races 7 years after it's first introduced to the market. Most recently in the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup and a British GT Series, which I mentioned earlier. The sound and roar and thunder of this car is beautiful. One of the key reasons for popularity of the Vantage GT3's predecessor was the ease at which it allowed inexperienced drivers to drive quickly while maintaining an optimum performance window for professional drivers to be competitive in. So it's an interesting one, somewhat of a more stable car. And Kazumitsu seems to most certainly be in the flow now, but also under pressure from Nicolo making his way into the party. And we've got action, we've got side-by-side action between 666 and the number 4 Lamborghini. The number 66 on the inside line. He's taken that away from Elliot Hankin, and Nicolo is also on the inside line of Elliot Hankin. He's had 2 positions taken away from Elliot Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini as they make their way up to Murray's corner, and Elliot Hankin pipped 2 cars in 1 as they made their way through the chase, side-by-side through the chase. Elliot Hankin saying, no, I want that position back. He's looking for the inside line against Nicolo as they make their way up through Hell's Corner and exiting Hell's Corner. Look at this train. Kazimitsu taking those positions and putting him in 6th position, but nevertheless has taken that position away from those 2, and with such a long period of time left to go, it's going to be an interesting one to see exactly where these drivers do end up. The Aston Martin with a 4-litre V8 twin-turbo, bespoke Borg Warner turbos with integrated elastic wastegates, a dry sump lubricated system, engine repositioned to optimise mass distribution, power over 400 kilowatts, torque over 700 newton meters of torque, variable by boost, suspension rear wheel drive with traction control. Oh, Nicolo. Like I said, we've got a long race left to go, and you're still in the fight even if you make a mistake, but that mistake has been made, and that now means that Elliot Hankin is now back in the hunt of Kazimitsu. In P6 is the number 666 Aston Martin, and my good God, was we treat to some action there as we now come up to the same place again, making their way down the common straight and up to the chase. I wish I could rewind time here. I'm not exactly sure what's happened to Kazimitsu. But whatever's happened, it's worthy of the pits. And John Well exiting Hell's Corner and being hunted by Elliot Hankin. And Kobe in the number 7 McLaren is being chased by Leafy, only a second separating the number 7 McLaren and the number 18 Audi of Leafy in the chrome green Audi as they make their way under the liquid molly sign and up to the left hand corner of Murray's. Just finishing off with the Bentley semi-automatic paddle shift gear change, mechanical limited slip diff with external adjustable preload, carbon fibre prop shaft, direct acting electric gear shift actuator. We have some side-by-side action between Kobe and Leafy. Kobe on the inside line making their way under the Audi Sport sign as they hurtle their way down the mountain straight up to the right-hander of Corrie. We've got Kobe on the inside line, Leafy on the outside line. Is Leafy going to get a better run here? He's conceded to Kobe. Kobe just ahead of Leafy. 0.560 separating these 2 drivers. What happened, Kazi? I didn't see what happened. It's the second. So I wonder how many times you're going to put that. But we've also had a mistake made from Nicolo as well, now putting him in PTMK P4, and that is for you newcomers. And Elliot Hankin in the number 4 is in P3 podium position, Hempy in P2, and Nali in P1 in the number 60 McLaren. That's a very interesting turn of events there. And we've got Lely in the pits. Mr. P Gear, Briggs setup time to join the party. We've got more people joining us. It's only going to get more intense as we continue the 12 hours of Macmillan Bathurst. We are an hour of driving underway. That's usually the race completed for most people, but we are only just getting started. We've got a battle between the McLaren of Kobe and the number 7 McLaren, and being hunted by the number 18 Audi of Leafy as they make their way through Murray's Corner, crossing that pit straight up to Hell's Corner. And Leafy looks like he's having an incredible race here as we jump on board with Leafy. Hunting down Kobe. Just quickly sorting out some social medias. Kobe looks like he's having a pretty solid few laps here. and Mr. Gibb joining the party in the number 92 Bentley. And I do think we have some more drivers joining us today. Just spending a few quid on boosting this post as we are on for 12 hours, so we'll see how many viewers we can get today. We'll spend a little bit of money and we'll see how we get on. Happy days. We're all good to go. And John Wells in the 991 Porsche chasing down the Porsche Cup, I believe. Side by side coming up to Hell's Corner. John on the outside line, taking the inside line. Will he get the switch back? No, he's going for the... He's got a better run out. 16 Porsche GT3 Cup. Looks like he's got a pretty good run out of Hell's Corner down to the mountains straight and up towards Quarry Bend. Outside of Sulman Park, not many drivers seeming to clip the left-hand corner of Sulman Park as they come up to Skyline through the S's yet again for the 24th time this morning, making their way through the S's and up to the Dipper through the left-hand corner of Forest Elbow. Can John Wells get a better run out here? It looks as though the Porsche of JPH number 99 and the number 16 991 as it makes its way into the Amarok V6 sign is actually getting to grips with his Porsche GT3 Cup car. I think John giving him a little bit of a flash there. Well, the flash worked. That's unfortunate off for Mr. JPH, but that's given Professor Bean in the 69.991 the position. And now Nicola in P5, who was currently leading the race when we started after his first incident. Now with the second small incident, losing a fair bit of time, putting him in 5th position now and chasing P4 Hukan Lukan. Well, that sun's very nearly coming up. It's getting lighter. See the sun just to our right. I like how we see exactly where the sun's coming up from. Look, just to the right of the camera. There we are. Just over that horizon. Beautiful. Love how realistic this is as well. Easy, Nicolo. Clipping that apex, beautiful. In the Bentley, you can just see the right and left foot go to work there as well at the bottom right of your screen. You can see exactly the inputs he's doing. Let's have a little look on board with the race leader, Daniel Hempy in the number 99 Lexus. 36 laps down, 10 hours, 42 minutes and 52 seconds of racing left to go here at Mount Panorama for the 12-hour Bathurst Macmillan charity event as they make their way through the Volkswagen Amarok V6 sign and under the Pirelli Bridge. And Nicola in P5 in the 28 Bentley with a 127-second deficit, which can very quickly be turned around. That's one pit stop and repairs, that is. And he'll very quickly be back in P1. With such a long time left to go, there is so much that could happen. And now we jump on board with Kobe, who is in pursuit of Kazimitsu in the number 666 Austin Martin. As they make their way up to the chase. Macmillan tyres. Power assisted steering, quick release carbon fibre steering wheel, optimised geometry, double wishbone suspension, front and rear, Öhlins 4-way adjustable dampers, and adjustable anti-roll bars, 120 litre fuel cell for FIA safety standards, and a single point Crontec fuel coupling. does it give us the tyre temps even on his dash? Spectator mode, that's a shame. So the McLaren GT3 728S. McLaren 720S GT3. Makes its competitive debut with customer teams during the 2019 season, following an intensive test program which covered thousands of kilometers across the globe. The latest model pushes the boundaries of what's possible and begins a new chapter in the legendary sports car racing. More than 90% of components which form the latest GT3 model have been changed or optimized in some way from the groundbreaking 720S. Combination of changes to bodywork, aerodynamics and suspension will differ a significantly enhanced car, designed to excel on the most demanding circuits under the extreme pressures of endurance racing. And Mr. Gibb in the 92 Bentley making his way on track. And that sun is most certainly beginning to shine now. Lights still on for the drivers as they make their way through Sulman Park and through McPhillamy Park and up towards Skyline and through the Dippers. We've got Mr. P. Gibb chasing P1 Hempy, the number 99 Lexus. But I want to see what these drivers are capable of. I'm not too worried about position today. Let's see exactly what these drivers can do, what they can do in their comebacks. Alrighty, well, we'll jump back on to Paul, the Helicam man, who's been watching it all from above, and we'll see how he is getting on. How are you doing, Paul? Oh, hello TMK, yes, very, very good. We're just on board with Elliot Hankin now in pursuit of John Wells in the Porsche. It looks as though Elliot Hankin has got a cracking run out of there, goes side by side and taking that position away from John Wells in the Porsche. Under the Pirelli sign they go. We have the white flag being waved by the stewards here as the drivers now make their way up towards the chase. Very heavy braking section into the right hand corner, penultimate corner up towards Murray's, and we complete another lap yet again. We've been seeing incredible racing from the skies here, Mr. TMK, and we are most certainly going to be tread to some action for the remainder of the 10 plus hours. We will need to refuel at some point. Helicopter does drink a lot of fuel, but the action from the sky is beautiful. Back to you on the ground. Thanks, John, the Helicam man. And Elliot Hankin has disappeared from John Wells in the Porsche, though he has been on track for longer. In a very capable Lamborghini 4-wheel drive mid-ranged purpose-built GT3 car. Look at the feeling through his hands. You can just tell with the real-time inputs. Rocking his Nissan Nismo gloves in the Lamborghini. And that sun's very nearly just popping past that horizon. John Wells into the pits. Nally back into third position. Nicolo back into PTMK. Back up into fourth. And Lucan, the pit connoisseur in the 316 Lexus. In P5, Kazimitsu, the Devil 666 in P6. P Steve making their way down the Conrad Straight and up to the chase for the 41st time. Closing in on an hour and a half's worth of racing here. And it won't be long until I go get my, or rather receive my dinner. But the McLaren at the heart of the 720S GT3 is the light but immensely stiff carbon fibre monocage 2 chassis structure. A race prepared version of the M840T 4-litre twin-turbo V8 provides power through the rear wheels. And the final stage of development program saw the 720S GT3 impress during a real-world race environment at the Gulf 12-hour event at Yas Marina Circuit in Abu Dhabi. We've got a three-way fight here as we see drivers make their way through the right-hand corner of Reed Park and the left of Sulman. Now that's what you call a beautiful overtake by John Wells there. Why people aren't taking that line is beyond me. Incredible exit there though. And jumping on board with Kobe in the McLaren, which we were just talking about with regards to his specs. The 720 SGT3 took to the track with a customer team for the first time at the famous Albert Park in Melbourne, Australia in the early 2019, after successfully completing an intensive development program. On its competitive debut outing, the new model claimed pole position and a race victory. Just see at the bottom left of the screen Kobe's inputs with his right and left foot with the accelerator and brake. Hard on the brakes, you'll see his left foot slam down. There it is. A little bit of feeling there. P. Gibb just taking position on JPH, exiting Hell's Corner there. Dougie, you absolute legend. How are you, my friend? Are you popping in at all today? You're welcome to if you would like. No pressure at all, though. All for good fun. And we jump on board with the 666 Kazimitsu. Look at the dirt on that car from the time spent out on track. Kazimitsu repairing his front window screen. Short shifting as soon as he gets into that blue light screen, making sure he's maximizing all of those torques and horsepowers that the Aston Martin produces. Well, yeah, he's gone for the V8 version. I was reading up about the Aston Martin V8 earlier, and it's a very good, a very stable car, very good for newcomers to the GT3 Sport. But still competitive for the aliens of the world. Just see John Wells there as they're exiting Forest, elbow onto the Conrad, straight. We'll keep an eye on the number 7 McLaren hunting down Professor in the number 69991 Porsche. But for now, we will just jump on board with Kazumitsu as he now hunts down JPH in the Porsche Cup 991. You liked it in Season 1, Dougie. I'll be honest with you, the Aston Martin is the car I haven't actually really given much of a go of at all. I do want to give it a go. I have actually decided on Porsche now, though. Porsche is now my car. That's the one I'm sticking with. Kazumitsu making most of those track widths there. Driving from the UK in his Thrustmaster. Just see that little bump go there. The suspension settling its way in. Kazumitsu now in the Aston Martin looks like he's well and truly within the flow. It's one of the things when you first get into races, it's all about pushing and being fast, but slower and smoother you are, as long as you're pushing them track limits. Beautiful sound of the V8 Aston Martin Vantage against the pit walls, concrete walls. This Porsche Super Cup is great fun to drive, and bonuses, I am guaranteed a class win. Legend, mate. I was wondering what it was like. I'm glad you're enjoying the Porsche. I'm gonna going to go in the AMG, but Lexus is probably my favourite. Interesting. Well, the AMG is an incredible car. Like it seems to be sort of has the stability of the Aston Martin, but perhaps a little bit quicker, maybe through the corners. I don't know. AMG is a very serious weapon. Won a lot of series in the GT tours across the world. Very, very popular and powerful car in the British GT Championship. I used to drive in the NXTGEN GT3 series, started in the Bentley, then used the AMG, says JPH. Currently in the pits. And now we've got a three-way fight between Leafy in the chrome green Audi number 18 GT3 against the GT3 911 with John Wells behind the wheel. What I believe is a CSL Elite in the number 69 Porsche 991, and a Kobe in the number 7 McLaren GT3 720S. Making their way down to Conrad straight. It's difficult, but I like the challenge of the Porsche. Got a 20 to 25 minute pit stop now as I have to run a quick errand. Well, it's got to make the most of it, mate. Use your pit stops for what you got to. Make the most of your time. That's what the pit stops are there for. It's good seeing you on track. I'm glad you're enjoying the Porsche. We'll have to get out on track together and give each other some tips and tricks, because I'm also trying to get used to the Porsche as well. also running a little bit of a championship series on the TMK Racing server. Fastest driver will win £10, and we can see John Wells there in the number 69 Porsche, flashing Leafy in the number 18 Audi, wanting to get past as quick as he can, and Leafy abiding to that, meaning Kobe and John Wells giving him another flash, giving us a flash. Saying hello to everyone at home, watching from around the world. And keep that chat on fire, keep them questions coming in, keep them predictions coming in chat. We're going to be reading them all, we're going to be interacting with you all. Down the Comrade straight and up to the chase, very late on the brakes, but he is in a Porsche. That's what I love about GT driving and ACC, and the realism and the laser scanned tracks, giving you lifelike realism and precision. Jumping on board with the pit connoisseur as he comes up towards Forrest's elbow, exiting all that power around the Lexus onto the Conrad straight, hurling his way under the Volkswagen Ambrock V6 sign and up towards the chase. Stripped down and tuned up, the race ready RCF GT3 is a wolf in Lexus clothing. Now, an interesting fact about this Lexus, they couldn't apply as much downforce from the external of the car, so they had to rework the underworkings of the car to increase the downforce there so it can match the others. So this is a little bit differently designed. Obviously, you know, these are all road cars, but the Lamborghini, the Audi, they're road cars that are sort of bred for racing. This is not really bred for racing, but was a road car first, and now they've turned this into the weapon that is the Lexus GT3. And obviously GT3 Aero is incredible. And the hills are most certainly alive with the sound of speed. It's with the V8 Lexus GT3. Side by side with Hempy, letting him pass, giving him a flash as they make their way up to the chase. Yeah, stock RCF body shell. Rear wheel drive, although the standard version is four-wheel drive. And Kobe and John Wells not really pulling away or pulling closer to each other, though it does look as though Kobe has found a few tenths on the Professor in the Porsche. And the Lexus with front independent double wishbone and forged aluminium components, coil springs, monotube, gas-filled shock absorbers with hollow stabilizer bar, and the rear with an independent multi-link with forged aluminium components, coil springs, monotube, gas-filled shock absorbers, and stabilizing bar. And the Austin uses the old AMG V8. The AMG Evo uses the bi-turbo V8. I found Austin a touch slow out the corner. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Like, you've really got to sort of know it to get the most out of the Austin. The AMG is probably going to be a little bit quicker. And we've got the legendary Hansa in chat. Hello indeed, good sir. Hope you are doing well. And welcome to the 12 hours of Bathurst. We are 1 hour and 50 minutes in racing here, and we're currently on board with the number 7 McLaren, hunting down the number 69 Porsche 991 of the Professor as they make their way up to the left-hand corner of Murray and down the pit straight up to Hell's Corner for the 52nd time. Hola Hansa. Well, hope you're doing well, Hansa. Doing very well over here. Got some incredible racing. We've had a few incidents here and there, but it looks as though drivers are beginning to settle within their flow. But it looks as though we have plenty of action and fights throughout the course of the track. Wondering where the coffee is. Yeah, I am actually. I'm waiting for my coffee. I'm gonna have a large extra shot with extra hot. Oh, can I not? I'm looking forward to that as I sit here watching the boys battle it out for the 12 hours here at Mount Panorama as they make their way up to the right-hand corner of Quarry Bend. Glad you're doing all right, Hansa. And the V8 twin turbo of the Bentley doing its thing. Front engine repositioned to distribute weight. That exhaust pipe glowing hotter and hotter. So gnarly in the pits. Meaning Hempy still in P1, 53 laps down. Elliot Hankin in P3. Ahead of John Wells. Although a lap behind, Lucan is pulling away from Hempy now. Oh, number 4, Elliot Hankin. Oh no. What an awkward spot. And number 69 of John Wells. Yeah, it's definitely a very challenging track, but once you start to sort of get the feel for it, which these sort of drivers are, I know we've sort of seen a couple of offs, but what can you expect towards the end of tyre wear maybe, but nevertheless it's a very demanding track. But once you sort of get in the flow, it does become a lot of fun, especially when you make your way through the S's and the dipper up towards Skyline. Okie doke doggy. see if we could get you to join in with this one, Hansa. See if I can get you in. Still in pursuit of John Wells is the number 7 McLaren. Both of these two consistently consistent with each other. Bit like Nürburgring on race C this week. It's very challenging. A lot of people don't like it, but once you actually get down with it and you start becoming familiar with it, like, it becomes a lot of fun. The more challenging the track is, it becomes more fun. It won't be long until we have the next gen Next Gen's Season 4, in which yours truly will be commentating for the entirety of Season 4, over 15 weeks, hour race-long events, with two-hour events. Which will be starting in December. And they will be on Wednesdays. Depends on the drivers around you, says Hansa. Well, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. A lot more respectful though in ACC, because it's so much more demanding, isn't it? It's so easy to ruin your own race, ruin someone else's race. Tiniest touch, you really sort of notice it, feel it. Big old bang with the bodywork. And Kobe is getting in to slipstream range now. Danger zone of the number 69 Porsche of John Wells, who has been keeping Kobe off the entirety of this race. John Wells doing an incredible job. We've also got NXTGEN Tankin making his way up to Leafy. The number 18 Audi making their way through the chase and up to the final corner here at Mount Panorama into Murray's and hurtling up to Hell's Corner. We need 40 cars on track really. And who can? Lucan exiting the pits with brand new rubber on. As he's now chasing the fight between Leafy and Hankin. Hankin able to just take that inside line though. Leafy giving him that position. Hempy's still in P1. Not sure the distance between them both. Righty, so we're 2 hours in. We've got 9 hours 55 minutes left to go. Feel a coffee coming very soon indeed for myself. I won't be going anywhere though. I'll be staying here watching all this action unfold here at Mount Panorama for the 12 hours, and we will be having some special guests join us today for some co-commentary. We've got Hugh Hattrick joining us at 8 PM for the final hour of the 12-hour races, and we should have Mr. GLR racer Dougie in the house joining us for some co-coms very shortly. Friday. Ciao, ciao, Hansa. Take care, matey. Just updated the description for the driver links for Macmillan Cancer Support. There is a link in the description if you would like to support. Such a great cause. We've got Hukan Lukan side by side with Elliot Hankin as they come in to the right hand corner of Bathurst. Quarry Bender now up to the cutting. Hukan Lukan ahead of the Lamborghini of Elliot Hankin. Kazumitsu number 666 being chased by Nali in P3 in the number 60 McLaren. Still in the hunt. The Professor ahead of Kobe, ahead of Hukan Lukan, ahead of Hankin. We'll jump on board with a lap of Kazumitsu in the number 666, Austin Martin. Advantage. Driving. Alrighty, grab myself a quick drink and I shall be back. Alrighty. So we've still got that same gap between Kobe and John. We'll jump on board with the number 92 Bentley, Mr. Gibb. To Bentley giving us a bit of a flash. He's giving us another flash. To everyone watching around the world, just for you there.
obviously, like previously mentioned, Bentley Continental GT3 rear-wheel drive X-Track, 6-speed sequential transaxle gearbox racing clutch. Twin turbo V8 repositioned to the rear of the engine bay. With its double wishbone suspension front and rear, four-way adjustable racing dampers. To the pits. Time for a refuel, time for some tyres. Kobe still just behind the Professor. You've got the Porsche down, it's probably going to be a wise choice to use the Porsche on such a demanding track like this, especially with its capability. Obviously the Porsche 911 GT3 RS is a very different car. In comparison to the other GT3s that exist. 4-litre flat six. 520 horsepower, 346 foot-pounds of torque, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds flat, with a top speed of 193 miles an hour, 7-speed dual clutch. So keeping it with that in that rev range is crucial. You see the suspension working there as he was entering Murray's. Let's watch the suspension come to work here as he enters Hell's. Front and rear of the car all working together. Look at that. Some beautiful driving there from the number 69 Porsche. Oh, Leafy just going off the chase there. Mr. J, PH back in the house and back out on track. We've got another one joining us. Nakazimitsu coming under enemy fire from the number 69 Porsche, driven by John Wells from the UK, coming up to Hell's Corner. Both cars clipping those apexes. Such differently built cars here, completely different ways to maximise the most out of these cars. graphics as well. Continue the Bathurst 12-hour stream for Macmillan Cancer Support. Link is in the description if you feel like you would like to donate to either cause. As we see the number 666 Aston Martin and the number 69 Porsche battle it out through the dipper. Kazi with a little bit of a better run out of Forest Elbow there than John. But John with a different car. The Aston Martin, look at the speed of the Aston Martin. And then the handling coming into play as we go through the chase. Milo, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come get some cuddle, you. You're loving life, aren't you? Can't beat being a dog. And let's jump on board with John the Helicam man as the fight between the Aston Martin and Porsche continues. Beautiful lines here from the Aston Martin, able to straighten that car up as quick as he possibly can to unleash all 600 horsepower, and now pulling away from John in the Porsche as they hurtle their way down the Conrad straight up towards the chase, and Kazumitsu with a few incredible corners there, putting distance between himself and the Porsche and putting himself out of the danger zone well and truly without of slipstream range. We're going to jump on board with John the Helicam man for a few moments and see how he's getting on. Yes, hello TMK. We're currently watching Kazumitsu and the Aston Martin lead the battle between the Porsche and Aston Martin as they make their way through the left-hand corner of turn 1 here at Bathurst and hurtling their way down to Quarry Bend. Kazumitsu taking a defensive line. We will get John in shot in a moment's time as they make their way to the right-hand corner. The Aston Martin making sure that he can make most of all of the track widths and limits here at Mount Panorama. And John Wells in the Porsche coming through a section more favourable to a handling car, but we do know that the Aston Martin is a very planted car and is doing very well here for the 12 hours at Bathurst. Aston Martin Racing with the V8 turbo. Out of the brakes coming into Murray's, clipping that apex, maximising track width, straightening that car up and planting all 600 horsepower down, with the Pirelli softs working at their optimum conditions. My good God, the sun is only just coming up, so now the track is beginning to heat up. Look at the beautiful sight that is here in the Australian Mount Panorama as we make our way from Forest to Elbow and giving that curb, concrete wall, a little bit of a love tap. The sun's now coming up. Which means one thing: track temperatures are going to increase, tyre temperatures are going to change, and optimum conditions are coming. I do hope for a little bit of rain, but we'll have to see. Let's jump on board with the race leader, Daniel Hempy, in the number 99 Lexus. Very capable car is the Lexus, and a very capable driver behind the wheel as he traverses his way through Hell's Corner for the 75th time, and 20 minutes away from closing in to that quarter of the way mark. And it's going to be an interesting one to see exactly who ends up on the podium today. That's what it's all about. It's about the long game today. We've got so much to consider. The sun's now coming out. The track's going to warm up. The drivers are well and truly within their flow state. And the track conditions are going to get better, which means the racing is going to get better. So hopefully we should get some of the cars bunched up. I might get in there myself as a safety car and bunch them all up. That sun is well and truly about 95% just over the horizon now of the hills of Australia, as we see Daniel Hempy go under the Assetto Corsa Competizione sign, hard on the brakes into the left hand corner of Forest Elbow, and hurtling all of his horsepowers down the Conrod straight under the Volkswagen V6 sign. Well, it appears as though we've got it the other way around now. We've got Professor in the number 69 Porsche 991 making his way through the park section. The amount of fans here are unbelievable today here to see the Next Gen boys fight it out. Just see Kobe there, just at the top of that crest on the Conrad Straight. Into the pits for the number 69 Porsche of John Wells. And we've got Kazimitsu now in PTMK, chasing down the number 18 Audi GT3 of Leafy, who we are currently on board with, and he is chasing down Mr. P. Gibb in the 92 Bentley. And of course we have the number 16 Kazimitsu just exiting Hell's Corner. All three drivers onto the mountain straight up towards Quarry Bend. Fast right-hander where you can take quite a fair bit of momentum through there. There's a touch of runoff just over the curb if you need it. Not much else after that. But the sun is well and truly coming out now as we're closing in to the final, the first quarter, not the final, first quarter of the 12-hour endurance race, and it's a very exciting one, this indeed. Very excited to see exactly how the drivers are going to be able to cope and who is going to be on the podium after all is said and done, even the ones that are a few laps down. With everyone that's stopping and starting, it's going to be interesting to see who comes on top with the tactics and time out on track. And now all four cars are beginning to bunch their way together. Kobe on the outside giving his way to Leafy. Absolutely beautiful sound from the Aston Martin there. Oh, Leafy and the Bentley colliding somehow, giving Kazi a free run. Kazi's just like, thank you very much boys, I'll take that. Kobe in the pits, as well as Leafy. So Hempy in P1 in the number 99 Lexus. Elliot Hankin has worked his way up from P4 to P2. And we are 8 minutes away from finishing the first quarter of this 12-hour endurance here at Mount Panorama. The sun is just beginning to come up, not quite reaching the track, but temperatures have gone up to 15 degrees, both equally temperature and track, so that is going to increase up to a probably very lovely warm 18-19 degrees soon. So I'm going to assume that most drivers are going to want to be pitting towards the end of their tyre life, staying out a little bit longer till it gets a little bit warmer, sticking some Pirelli softs on, decreasing those tyre temperatures and getting back out there in hot optimum temperatures, and see exactly what we've got with regards to the timetables. Elliot Hankin moving from P4 to P2 in the number 4 Lamborghini as he crosses that start-finish straight. Hempy 81 laps down. So we're looking at 84 laps per quarter, 160. 340 laps we should have done completed today by the time we're finished. 340 laps, 81 down. And Nicolo in P3 podium position, currently in bronze on the 28 Bentley. And Kazimitsu with a couple of small incidents, but hunkering down, has worked his way up to P4 in the 666 Aston Martin as he works his way up towards Forest Elbow. Bless you, Gib. That's racing, mate. It's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. It's difficult. It's difficult. Definitely try and keep in the flow. Plenty of time left. Plenty of opportunities left to go. We've got Kobe back out on track. And Elliot Hankin in the pits. And Lucan passing that pit straight, as well as Nali, both heading towards Hell's Corner. Got Kobe just in shot, working his way up Mountain Bridge for the 77th time. And we've got Whiskey in the house. Go Kazi! TLR team in force today, showing the support for Kazimitsu, currently in P4, running a very solid race indeed. How are you, Whiskey? Hope you are doing well, my friend. How are your streams going? GLR, indeed, indeed, indeed. Welcome to do co-coms if you'd like. I don't think you've actually got ACC, or do you have ACC? Yeah, you do have ACC. Do you have ACC? Do you have ACC? Lucan running a solid race, and he is in pursuit of hours. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Make sure you send that link to the Discord. Nicolo in P3, but just for whiskey. Yeah, it's no GT Sport, is it? So you're welcome to do some co-coms if you fancy it for half an hour, but absolutely no pressure. We've got a few others joining. I think Dougie is joining us later for co-coms. Could do triple coms. And got Hugh Hattrick joining us 8 PM for the finale of this 12-hour endurance for Next Gen. Just for you, Whiskey, is a helmet cam view of the beast himself making his way through Hell's Corner, aptly named 666. And that sun's most certainly coming out now. The track not quite being drenched in sunlight yet, but we are moments away, minutes away from the track temperatures warming up, which means the racing is going to get faster. Sun's definitely in the sky now, but still early morning. Somewhat twilight look. Lovely stuff indeed. Get to see live real world footage from the English Thrustmaster driver Kazimitsu in the Aston Martin GT3 V8 turboed AMR. Very smooth out of Hell's Corner there. And Kazi on lap 83. Very interesting. Try and get the other point of views onto the description. You can all have a look at the driver point of views. Currently looking at Elliot Hankins on board view as he makes his way up towards the chase. Must have heard me. We've had a little bit of action and drama unfold. Through the very awkward section of Griffin's Mount. And now drivers working their way up to Sulman Park, making sure they're maximising all of the track widths here. And Kobe looks like he is well and truly under pressure. He is indeed. The race between Kobe and the Professor is underway. We've most certainly got action here. We've got the Professor chasing down the McLaren of Kobe. It looks like he's going side by side with Kobe and he's taking that position already. Don't know whether he's just giving that position, but nevertheless we'll move on to Nicolo, who has just taken position over Hempy, I believe, who's also leading the race by 2 laps from P2. But depending on how the day goes and what people are doing and their tactics, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nicolo back up on P1. But we have plenty of time left to go, with most certainly cars are beginning to bunch up. Number 316, Hukan Lukan, into the pits. He's deciding to get new tyres on as that sun is getting higher and higher. You can see the road is now beginning to become drenched in that sunlight, so those tyre temperatures are going to need to be lower to be in an optimum position. After you land in Chicago. Sounds good, Whiskey. Well, make sure you send the link when you land in Chicago. Well, before you land in Chicago. Lines here. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what all these drivers have to say when all this is said and done, as to whether they have benefited from such an intensive race. But this is where it's at, and this is where TMK is heading with regards to TMK's future as a commentator, doing the endurance races. It's certainly where it's at. Crossing that start finish line and pit wall, and I think everyone should be out of track now. We've got Hukan, Lucan in between, Mr. P, Gibb and Leafy. Brand new tyres on there, not quite up to temperature. Leafy's going to get that inside line. He's taken that away from Hukan and Lucan with the brand new tyres on. And we've got some more side-by-side action with the Porsche and McLaren. They hit their way up the mountain, straight and up towards the right-hand hill. Quarry. Looks as though the McLaren is able to pip the Porsche into Quarry. And Mr. P. Gibb in the Bentley just at the front of the camera shot there, making his way into the Amarok V6 sign. And Leafy now under attack again from Hukan and Lucan in the 316 Lexus, making their way under the Pirelli sign, down the Conrad, straight and up to the chase. We've passed the quarter of the way mark, and we are now closing towards the halfway mark. The sun is well and truly coming out now. We've still got probably another 20-30 minutes until that sun is really drenching the roads. You can still see some shadows covering the roads there and keeping some parts of the track cold. Leafy going side by side, or giving the position to Lucan, who is now in pursuit of P11, Mr. P. Gibb in the 92 Bentley. And Claymate's in the house. How are you, fella? And Enrevale and Simon. Hope you're all doing very well. Just a quick hello during your break. Well, very well, thank you for tuning in. We've gone past the quarter of the way mark. We've got Hempy in P1, Nicolo in P2, Elliot in P3, Kazimitsu in P4, Hukan Lucan in P5, Kobe in P6, followed by Gnarly, Leafy, Professor, JHP and Gibb, but with over 8 hours, 48 minutes left to go. I would most certainly expect these times to change. We're coming up to the hot point, and we're doing real time, real Australian times. This is exactly what it is like there in Australia right now, in real time, weather and all. And so we are seeing how the rest of this will play out. I hope you're doing well, Clay. Jumping on board with Gnarly in the McLaren, chasing down the Porsche 991 Cup.
You play ACC, Enro.
And side by side with the Porsche. Porsche looking to maybe take that back against the McLaren. Not quite able to make that happen, but looks like he's doing pretty well in that Porsche. One of the most more difficult cars to learn, but definitely the most rewarding. Once you get better and better, and it looks like he is getting better and smoother as time goes on with the 12-hour NXTGEN Macmillan cancer support. And of course, links are in the description. Hanging off over the chase. And overtaken by Gibb, and now Leafy come to join the party. Let's have a little onboard look at. He's giving that position back, is he? Look on board. Fuel per lap, 3.78 litres of fuel per lap does the Hurricane take, but it's got 94.3 litres of fuel, 24 laps of fuel left to go. Rear brake ducts need warming up, there we go. Running 26.6 on the left and 26.9s on the right. So he's a little bit under pressure. However, like I mentioned earlier, the track is now beginning to warm up. You can see the sun is well and truly out, which means his tyre temperatures will go up accordingly. That's fair enough, Enra. It's actually quite good on pad. There's steering sensitivity setting, which completely changes. It's like a buffer. It's a bit like, it kind of works like Gran Turismo's. You should get it right. 26.6, 26.9. Temperature's not necessarily increasing yet. We're going to go for tyre set 3. Look as though the tyres just a tad, a very light blue, and so the grip levels aren't going to be optimised. I'm going to keep an eye on that. That's going to be an interesting one to see whether the temperatures will increase as he makes his way down the mountain straight again. Getting out of slipstream range from Leafy. Jumping on board with JPH in the number 16 Porsche, who's doing an absolutely awesome job. You can see the difference between the Porsche Cup car and the Porsche GT3. The aerodynamics do look a little bit more serious on the GT3 car. Side by side into Hell's Corner. Can John get the better run here as he just goes on the grass? It's probably going to worn off though by the time he gets down to the corner. They're going side by side down the mountain straight and up to Quarry Bend. Not quite able to stick it on the inside there in the Cup Porsche 991. You can see how different that is as well. And John giving us a flash. Porsche. Bentley Power not quite able to pip the Porsche Cup there as they exit the chase and enter Murray's Porsche, taking that defensive line. The Bentley late on the brakes, side by side through Murray's. Beautiful driving there between Nicolo and the Porsche. Side by side yet again as they come up to Hell's Corner. We've got the Porsche on the inside line, Nicolo on the outside line. Who's got the better run? It looks as though the Bentley, with those extra track widths, was able to pip it. However, the Porsche is back in slipstream range. Is it going to be able to get side by side in time? Doesn't look that way. And Nicolo with a big drift. Does that mean the Porsche is able to get side by side with the Bentley as they make their way through the cutting and up towards the right-hander of Griffins? And Kazimitsu now chasing Mr. P. Gibb in the 92 Bentley, just one corner behind, and Hankin losing position to Leafy, who looks to well and truly be in his zone now in the Audi GT3. Well, the sun's in the sky now here at Australia at Mount Panorama. This means that the track will be warming up a treat. Big shout out to JBH for being fastest in his class. 98 laps completed from Hempy, closing into a third of the way there. Under the V6 Amrock sign, we've got an incredible battle here. between the co-owned Audi and Lamborghini manufacturers. So you would expect that they're somewhat similar. Lamborghini looks to have a bit of a bigger and wider wheelbase. Stable through the longer corners perhaps. Audi a little bit quicker through the shorter corners. Come on. Come on. Come on. Leafy on the grass there. Is that given the run to the Lamborghini? Looks like they're going side by side down the mountain straight. The Lamborghini is able to pip Leafy in the Audi GT3 as they come up towards the right-hander of Quarry and head towards the cutting. Lamborghini just ahead of the Audi. Hello. Right, I shall be back on mic in a moment. I have just had my dinner arrive, so I will be back on mic shortly. In the meantime, I'll leave you with the sights and sounds of the beautiful GT3 class at Bathurst. Alrighty, well, we are back at it. Just over 8 hours left to go. Hello, Mr. Botto, if you're still there, that is. Side by side through Hell's Corner, Kobe in the slipstream of the race leader Hempy in the Lexus. We've got the Lexus against the Porsche, against the McLaren, all battling it out down the mountain, straight hard on the brakes into the right-hander of Quarry Bend, hurling their way up to the left-hander of Cutting, maximising track widths. And Kirby side by side with the Porsche. Making their way through Sulman Park and entering McPhillamy Park. To the right, you see the crowds of people. The sun is shining, the track temperatures are warming up. It's a racer's paradise roundabout now. Got Professor coming back up with the Porsche 991 against the Porsche Cup. We've got Turbo Hulk in the house. What is good, my bro? Hope you are doing well, my friend. found us at a time where we've got just over 8 hours of racing left to go. Yes, indeed, good sir. 12 hours worth of commentating. And we've got some co-commentary guests on their way later on today. Yeah, sounds good, bro. Sounds good. I'll catch you later on then, Turbo. Take care. Enjoy your walk. Have a good one. Well, we have officially just passed the 3rd way mark. We are 4 hours down, 8 hours to go. And, oh, into the wall goes the number 16 Porsche Cup. Such a shorter wheelbase as well. It must be a little bit more difficult to get the most out of that car, especially compared to the GT3 version. I'll tell you what, the weather in Grimsby, just getting up then, it's atrocious round here. It's blowing a gale, as they say. Now I might join chat with Kobe and Dan, the race leader and current P6 of this race. But of course we are only a 1/3 of the way in. There's a long time left to go, so we might get a little bit of a chat with them guys and find out what's going on in the cockpit from their point of view. But in the meantime, there's no major rush. We've got just under 8 hours left to go. Leafy in the pits. And Kobe now on the heels of P. Gibb in the Bentley, the number 92 Bentley V8 Turbo. Hey, Leafy is in the chat. Hope you are well, Leafy. You're doing very well indeed, mate. You've been putting up some cracking fights. You've been putting on some entertainment for us all. Don't let people go this time, though. It's all about the race, bro. You give him hell. You give him hell. Yeah, no, that's fair enough, mate. A 4-hour stint's a pretty good stint. Alrighty, so Kobe made his way past the Bentley. I think the McLaren is probably a very well balanced car for here. It's somewhat poised like a Ferrari, but just not as edgy in my opinion. Not quite. straightforward as the Aston Martin. But then you've got to get the most out of these slight variants between each vehicle.
I think this should totally be a safety car though, especially for 12 hours worth of racing. So who can Lucan under pressure from Kazimitsu now? Kazimitsu taking a clean pass and seems to be running away a little bit. Maybe better tyres, lower fuel perhaps. Seems to have a distinct advantage over the Lexus at this current point in time. Of course, that's what's so exciting about all of this, the different tactics, the different way it plays out. So I'm hoping for rain, probably won't get it, but it would make it a little bit different. Happy to chat with you from the Porsche Super Cup. Or maybe if you could, I don't know, can you all set up party chats and we can do like pit comms and we can have engineer to driver chats. Number 16 stung with the stop and go penalty. Kazimitsu in third position and directly in fourth position. So not only have we been racing for 4 hours, we have a fight for a podium position between the Aston Martin driver Kazimitsu and the Lexus driver, the pit connoisseur Lucan. Number 16. Mr. JPH, who's in chat just above you. "30-second stop and go for being a naughty boy here at Bathurst." The sun is out. The sun is shining. The crowd are still here. Still stood in the exact same positions because they just cannot move. They are so excited with what is occurring. And Mr. JPH serving his 30-second stop and go, getting his slap on the wrist. So Hankin 2 laps behind Hempy now.
The question is, how long is Hempy going to pit for? His strategies are going to work out. We've got just under 8 hours of racing left to go. We've had the first third disappear now. So we're now closing in to that halfway mark. 1 hour, 51 minutes left to go until we get there. And absolutely anything can happen. And with such a long window, and with people needing to take breaks, with people needing to do whatever they need to do, and 12 hours of wrong tyre pressures is a lot of lost time. 12 hours of correct tyre pressures is a lot of save time. So there's a lot to consider here. Number 16 clearing that stop and go. You can just see him coming out of the pits there in the back as Kazumitsu goes under the Audi Sport sign still. Being chased by Hukan Lukan in the 316 Lexus. I forgot when I go into second, yeah. I learnt that as well the hard way. Well, Kazumitsu is now currently chasing down. There's been a big accident there for Hukan Lukan. That is big damage for the 316 Lexus as he makes his way up to the dipper and through the S's. A vision of future past as Kazumitsu doing this earlier. And straight to the pits. No. Good man. Doing it like a king. This is motorsport, this is racing, but at the end of the day, this is what separates the men from the boys in respect to how do we handle this situation. We've still got under 8 hours of racing left to go. He was just behind Kazumitsu in podium position there. So I'm assuming he's going to go straight into the pits. That is a solid 10-4. Definitely taking the opportunity to go into the pits. And the invisible pit crew get to work. And I'm going to assume he's going to take this time and opportunity for a well-deserved break. Like I say, it can appear bad, but at the end of the day, we've got an endurance race to consider here. There's no such thing, you know, everyone's had mistakes. Kazumitsu's had 2. He's already been in the pits twice. So, you know, it just goes to show what is possible. Still in 4th position, about to be lapped by Gnarly in the number 60. We need to give a little bit of love to Gnarly. We haven't really been on board with the number 60 McLaren, but we are going to give everyone their dues worth, although we have got a little bit of action here. In P8. Absolutely awesome dude as well is Nicolo, aka Nicola.
little view of the inside of Mount Panorama here. I feel like you could start a civilization inside of this ring, it's that big. Micro. Kubaduko comms for 10 minutes, it'll be funny. Come on. Come on. Well, we're joining Paul in the Helicam Man, and I've got some news for you. We're in the eyes in the sky, and Hempy into the pits now, only doing a mere 120 laps round Mount Panorama. And it looks as though Gnarly chasing John, making their way. He said get in a Chattanooga comms, Micro. We could do triple comms. We could go TMK, John the Helicam Man, and Micro Medic. Currently watching Gnarly in the number 60 McLaren GT3, a purpose-built machine. That looked like a really good line there from Elliot Hankin in the Lamborghini GT3. And taking a position away from number 92 Bentley, Mr. Gibb, and we will give that guy a little bit of love. But in the meantime, we've got a little bit of action here between Kazumitsu leading the three-way pack and now taking a podium position. Very close. I'm not sure how many laps behind we are with Hankin, but again, with the amount of time that's gone on, this dude could very well be in with a P2 chance or a P1 even, depending on how Hempy plays his game. Now also out of the pits. We've got Kazumitsu leading with John in the Porsche. Gnarly at the back of this three-way. Oh dear me. Oh,
Oh, that front wheel just locked there, I think, for John. Unless that was a glitch. Just looked like the front wheel was just locking there. Coming into the left-hand corner of Murray's there. Gnarly now well and truly within slipstream range. Be interesting to know exactly the differences between tyre wear. But look at this, we've got an Aston Martin GT3, a Porsche 991 GT3 weapon, and the purpose-built McLaren GT3, all now in a slipstream train, and we're coming up to a handling section. And of course the Aston Martin is a very good handling car. You can get more out of the Porsche, but oh, Kazimitsu goes for the spin. Come on. Now, what is he thinking inside of his noggin? Like I said, there is a long time to go. We've had mistakes made from Hempy as well. Interesting to know. I don't know if Kaz is streaming, but it would be interesting to know exactly his point of view. I'm looking forward to the 3 emojis that are about to appear in chat. But it doesn't look as though there is major damage to the car. Handling looks okay. Window screen is still okay. So we'll see whether the number 666 Aston Martin will stay out on track here at Bathurst. And I think we'll give Mr. P. Gibb a little bit of love as we wait to see what the number 666 does. And no real damage. Doesn't really seem to be much visual performance damage, so he's staying out. That's what he's deciding to do, and maybe get the car repaired when tyres need to be changed. Very interesting. It'd be lovely to know what everyone's thinking with regards to their tactics and how they're going to play it out. But we jump on board with the number 92 Bentley. Here to support Macmillan Cancer Awareness, Cancer Support. And for anyone that would like to donate, there is a link in the description to Macmillan. And side by side with who was leading the race 4 hours ago, Nicola in the Bentley, taking a beautiful line there, and now Hankin leading this pack, and we can just see John Wells in the background there. We've got a white flag being waved. These marshals just enjoy I think they're playing games with the flags. And John Wells going under the Pirelli sign and up to the chase. We do seem to have a little bit of a fight ahead of us though in number 28, yes. So now we've got Elliot Hankin in a drag race. Look at this! What's going on? Side by side through this second corner here at Mount Panorama into Quarry, now traversing through the cutting into the right-hander of Griffins, with the Lamborghini leading ahead of the Bentley, who was leading the entire race at the beginning. A small accident, but Daniel Hempy is having an incredible race. The Bentley having a little look there, maybe applying a little bit more pressure. Got a bit of rubber banding going on here. It's like they've both got momentary boosts. Maximising track widths. Elliot Hankin a little bit wide there. Maybe giving the run. Most certainly has given the run. Side by side, Bentley Lamborghini into the right-hander of Quarry. Lamborghini on the inside, the Bentley on the outside, not quite able to make them Pirelli Softs do what he wanted them to do into the Quarry, but nevertheless they come into the left-hander of the cutting. Up towards Griffins. Putting an immense amount of pressure on top of the Lamborghini as they come through the S's, down into the dipper and up towards Forest's elbow. Will the Bentley get a good run out here on to the Conrod straight, or is Elliot Hankin also gonna have a pretty decent run? But it looks as if the Bentley is one truly within slipstream range in the longest straight here at Bathurst. What an absolute legend, Micro. What an absolute legend. Taking that position away from the Hurricane, but Elliot, as we have seen many times before, manages to take that back. John not quite able to hang on with these two. But again, there's so much to consider, is in neither of the slipstream range, but these are fighting now. Elliot Hankin going on the inside line for turn one, side by side into Hell's Corner. The Bentley on the outside line, the Porsche also just exiting Hell's Corner, as well as the Bentley also joining the party just in the back of the camera shot there. But the Bentley is just leading as we go under the Audi sign there, down the mountain straight into the Quarry bend yet again. and up to the cutting. Can Elliot Hankin get a good run out here? Not really a place for an overtake, but if he can get close enough and get a good run, we can get side by side as we make our way to the Conrad Straight yet again. It's all about keeping in close enough distance, utilising as much of the slipstream as you can. John seeming to pull back into the party, seeming to close that distance by maybe a tenth or two, and the number 28 Bentley making his way under the number 7 news sign into the S's, down through the Dipper, and the Hurricane with his 4-wheel drive mid-engined layout. Let's have a look at the Hurricane's setup. Alrighty, so Hankin in P2 in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Absolutely beautiful machine. A 5.2 litre 40 valve V10 DOHC, of course. The Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo and GT3 are the only race cars in the world built on exactly the same production line as their coupe Spider road car sisters. Both are based on Lamborghini's entry-level road car and rear-wheel drive Huracan. It's 5.2 litre, 90 degrees V10, produces 580 horsepower at 8,000 revs per minute, 398 foot-pounds of torque at 6,500 RPM. So you can see why people short shift, especially coming out of corners. You get more torque, and a little bit lower down. Brake horsepower as you reach higher RPMs. 48 to 52% front to rear weight distribution out the box. Smaller air restrictor on the engine being applied should we fall outside the FIA's balance performance index. This gives us the possibility to increase engine output as the season progresses if the opposition proves faster. Thus, at this point, the Huracan GT3 motor produces around 530 horsepower with 38mm diameter air restrictor in place, 10% down on the road car's output to improve durability. The engine has been strengthened, crankshaft bearings mounted to the chassis with solid mounts, secondary fuel injectors that reduce low speed emissions of the road car. Carbon fibre firewall, absolutely beautiful inside cockpit. Hybrid construction with aluminium reinforced with carbon fibre. The greatest torsional stress, which I'm sure has been taken into consideration when they were creating all of these cars and how all of these cars were made. And I do know for PC it's not coming for console, but for PC there is an update coming which is completely reworking the coding, the dynamics, the tyres, a completely new set of tyres, how they react, rubbering, scrubbing, so much more to it that's coming, but you can only get it on PC to further incorporate each individual car, such as the new BMW M4 that's just come out with its controversial front end. 369,999 euros if you would like one. 3 Hurricane achieves its quicker lap times through its superior handling and grip and is more than a second faster on a lap of Valencia. On a circuit with longer straights like Monza, the two cars are much closer in lap times, whereas Silverstone, the GT3 gains under braking and acceleration through turns. So it's the initial turning rigidity, carbon ceramic brakes. Very serious pieces of kit, and can perform well indeed when you've got the right driver. But it looks as though Elliot Hankin is now coming under fire from the Porsche 991 of John, the professor in the 69 Porsche. And they go side by side as they exit Hell's Corner, and now they go side by side down the mountain straight up towards Quarry with a Hurricane on the inside line. Is he going to be able to just pull in front? It looks as though the Porsche is just able to sneak that one ahead of the Lamborghini. I think perhaps the tyre wear of the Lamborghini is coming towards its end of its life. But again, strategy is a big, big key. Sometimes you think drivers are losing out, but really they're just playing a different game, which is actually giving them a quicker end result. Depends on personal circumstance as well. Can Elliot get this one back. John looking like he's gone defensive. Elliott with the racing line, but I think he just lost a little bit of the back end there. Not really a big one, but not quite able to now stick on the back of the number 69 Porsche. Still within slipstream range. When will he decide to go in the pits though? That is the question. And what tyre temps are we going to go for? Now we've got the full chat of the sun out. We'll see how this one progresses. Accident there. For the number 99 leader Hempy, and like I said, we've got a long time left to go, and 2-3 laps deficit, even Gnarly's 7 laps. That can turn around very quickly. Kazi and Hankin are well and truly within a chance of winning this race, depending on outcomes and tactics. And Kazi deciding to take a different line there, seeing whether it would pay off. Suppose you want to try something new after a while. Side by side are the Lexus and Aston Martin, but the Lexus just able to have a little bit of a better run there, capitalising on slipstream. Both cars looking very solid and stable through there, and through the cutting. Big fan of the endurance style. So much more at play, separating the men from the boys. It was fortunate there that that wasn't worse. Thankfully back on track, but now under the hunt from who was leading the race at the beginning of all of this. Nicolo now in P7, going side by side with Kazimitsu in the Aston Martin, as the Bentley just gets ahead and make their way through the chase. Kazi probably going to want to utilise the slipstream of Nicolo. Save on his tyres, save a little bit of fuel, save some overall time. We'll jump on board with Kobe in the number 7 McLaren. And Lucan 1 lap ahead, but also just behind Kobe in the 316 Lexus. Side by side, big lunge, late on the brakes, that worked. And now Kobe's going to have to fight for that back against Hukan Lukan, making a move into Murray's corner there. And now back onto the mountain straight, the McLaren firmly tucked slipstream of the Lexus. And the fight between John and Elliott continues as they make their way through the chase, the penultimate corner there, and up to Murray's with just over 7 hours of racing left to go. Anything is possible and open, and of course we've got weather changes to come with regards to coming back into the dark. As though that was a big accident for the Lexus. Yeah, he's struggling with his steering, I think. Well, the leader's got a big accident here. How's he going to play this one out? Look at the steering needed for that. Oh. Well, we might as well. Well, that is interesting indeed. And like I mentioned, Hankin and Kazi 2 and 3 laps. So they're about to cross. Where are we? Hankin P4, just making his way up to the cutting. And Kazi just ahead. And John in the middle. So maybe these guys are going to catch up with regards to how much time that's going to take to heal. But I'm going to assume that Daniel will be taking this time to have a little bit of a break as well. Get a drink, do what he needs to do. And hopefully when he gets back out, he won't have lost too much time. And the fight continues. for the next gen 12-hour here at Mount Panorama at the infamous Australian Bathurst. Very interesting to know exactly what their condition is with regards to tyres, whether they're running any damage. Well, John pulling away from Elliott and Kazi, probably in better condition, the tyres, but look, like Aston Martin most certainly seems to have some legs. And it looks as though we've got some co-coms on the way. It most certainly seems now Hempy's got his oh, just be 1 second. Howdy doodle, Dougie, how are you?
We're doing good. Looks like we're quite a bit into the race here.
Most certainly, we've had a lot of action, and I was just saying as I was just joining that chat that Hempy, having that big accident, obviously got into the pits, got his repairs, obviously put some new shoes on as well, and yeah, it looks like he's back on it again, still in P1.
Yeah, it's got a lap on Hankin, and Kazi's 2 laps ahead of Kazi, so yeah. Yeah, it looks like this Bathurst is doing what it does best.
Taking victims.
Yeah. Causing a lot of work for the bodywork shop.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I like it though. I think it creates a totally unique theme, if you will, to play this game with regards to tactics and how people want to play it out. Because now Hempy going into the pits. I don't know whether Hankin is now on the same lap. I think Kazi was 3 laps, now he's 1 laps. So I think Hankin is now on the same lap as Hempy now. After coming up to 5 hours of racing, so it's awesome.
Yeah, he's got about he's got almost he's got most of the mountain ahead of Hankin. So he's coming down Conrad Straight, getting ready to go into the chase, and Hankin's just climbing the mountain. Just made the cutting and it's going up through McPhillamy. So yeah, it's it didn't take a whole lot. I mean, obviously it looks like that pit entry, or I didn't get to see it, but I hear that pit must have hurt him a little bit more with all the damage he probably had to fix. It puts him back in play. It puts Hankin back in play. It looks like. So it's good.
Yes, it's definitely worked out in favour for the viewers. Closer racing, but it's just interesting, and I think some of the accidents that have happened, I think they're probably sort of kicking themselves, but I think because it's such a long race, everyone's going to do it, so you're not necessarily losing out on time. You might sort of gain time overall.
I think when you look at the timetables here for Hempy, overall. Why it's not letting me look at the times? His times right now.
The timetables.
Yeah.
Are there much differences between the Porsche GT3 and the Porsche GT3 Cup? It looks like a real thinner car. The Cup version.
You don't have the width on the tires. You probably have smaller tires, less downforce, obviously. Power's probably not that far off. I mean, a Cup car, still puts out some power, but it is a spec car, so.
He seems to be doing really well then. If that's the case.
He's probably got less of an under tray underneath of it. It's a lot like the GT4s in a way. I think it's a lot closer to a GT4 car than the GT3. So
we've got a fight now between Kazi and Hankin.
Yeah, it looks like Kazi's trying to fight off going down a lap to him.
Yes, this is brilliant. This is exactly what I love. And now now we're back to racing, and we've got a back mag to contend with as well.
Got the Cup car ahead of Kazi, and he's he should be not a problem going down Conrad Straight once they make it past Forced Elbow here. Should catch him real quickly, but hopefully he can get past him cleanly. Just try to not lose another lap. It doesn't look like he's gonna. That Lambo's got some speed with that V10.
Yeah, it's not quite able to get on the inside of Kazi there.
Yeah, I mean, you still look at these drivers individually. Kazi's a very fast driver, very competent driver. So there's no quarter given. Honestly, he doesn't want to go down another lap.
Oh, Elliot's gone to the inside. No, that was just a bluff. Sorry.
Let's see a little oversteer coming up, powering out of that.
Oh no, he lost the run. Yeah.
He lost the lap. Yep. So.
Well spotted.
And it's kind of surprising that Kazi and Hankin did not make any headway to that Cup car. That Cup car has got some steam going down these long straights. So
well, this is it. I mean, you can tell just from looking at it. It's definitely shorter. It doesn't have as much aero. Like the guy's doing really well.
Yeah, well, that arrow doesn't. That arrow's not having that arrow's going to help him on the straights. It's not going to help him in the corners. But like I say, taking the chase might be a little bit of hair raising adventure. Somebody's very high.
Kaz is taking a position back as well.
Oh, he's got it back. Yeah.
Oh, this is racing for you.
Yeah. At this point, yeah, this is not the place to try to pass or let someone pass, even if they're trying to get a pass you as your rack marker. So it's just not ideal. Not an ideal skyline, and the whole top of the mountain is not the place to try to do that. We got any other?
This is brilliant. This is brilliant.
Oh,
a little bit sideways. He's probably going to compromise his run down the mountain straight. Sorry, Conrad Straight.
Oh no, not to the chase. Yeah, Hankins got to get a better. He got to have a better angle going into that.
What incredible racing this is! Oh, he's a side by side with the Porsche. Hankin early on the brakes. He's on the outside line. Is he able to make it stick?
It's really going to be frustrating, Kazzy, not to be able to get by.
Oh, if the Porsche is late on the brakes, he'll still be on the inside line, just giving way to Kazzy. Now there's a back marker in between Elliott, so what is the Porsche going to do here?
Well, it technically really kind of needs to get out of the way. He is kind of holding him up. But, you know, it's just racing. He's in a different class of car. He really needs to give a little bit more room to these GT3 cars. But, you know, that's me looking at it from a driver's perspective.
I think he just did it. That was a beautiful. Yeah. Gave him just enough room on the inside. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
There we go. So now we're back
a little wide into the cutting.
Oh, Kazzy.
Although it's not anywhere here you can try to pass. It's really a funnel of tragedy. I mean, I really I've tried this in mini cars. I tried this track in mini cars, and I just tried it a few laps in the AMG, and you just lose. You get so light through some of those spots. You know, it's a lot of throttle modulation, and just it's so tricky through all these spots. A little oversteer, a little understeer, and you're probably in a wall. So you can see by the look of these cars, they're all, none of them are not scuffed.
Yes. Well, when I was reading about the tracks earlier, I can't remember what it said. I think they only do closed car events here now. They don't do open car races because there's just not enough runoff. Well, there's no runoff at some places.
There's no, the only runoff you have is down here. And that's about it. Everywhere else, it's a wall. Even here, it's a wall, really.
It's very dangerous.
I don't think they've run. Have they run the Bathurst 1000 for the supercars and V8 supercars yet? I don't know if they did that yet or not. I thought it hadn't been run yet, but I could be wrong.
I think I read something about it. I don't know if it's happened yet. I'm not sure. I did read something about it.
Let's see if we've got any back out here and see if we've got any more races going on. Well, everybody's about a lap down on everybody, even though they're close to each other. Gnarly Bob. Let's see. He's got a little bit of a battle. Yeah, he's right behind them. Yeah, he's right behind. Right behind the Cup car.
Incredible battle.
Have we kept a lot of our drivers? Have you lost anybody?
One's gone, but I don't know. Oh, it was Lely's disappeared quite a while ago. after about a couple of hours, I think.
I'm sure you get some latency and lag and disconnects.
Yeah, I've noticed a little bit of rubber banding going on as well between the 28 Bentley. With the Porsche going under the Volkswagen Amarok V6 sign and now being hunted by Nali in the McLaren GT3, making their way up to the chase. We've got Kazi. Who else have we got? Kazi. Oh, Leafy joining the party.
Got Mr. Wells going, just making up the Hell's Corner, going up Mountain Straight. And his Porsche. Looks like he's had a few, probably too many trips into the pits. I started with that Porsche. That was the first car I started with because I thought it would be a lot like in Gran Turismo or the RSR, which is a GTE car, where it's really easy to drive, really forgiving. This Porsche is a pro's car. It really, once you get into it and you know its ins and its outs, it's a great car, but it's, I think with the latest BOPs on it, they've slowed it down quite a bit. It's not nearly the meta car that go-to car that was early.
Yeah.
ACC. Still a great car. And, a good driver can make it do good things. So.
Indeed, yeah, it's the car I've decided to choose. I've had a go of a few, but I like the inside of the Porsche as well, but I've decided to stick with it. And like you say, spend some time with it and hopefully get to that point where I can sort of get the best out of it.
Yeah, I went from the Porsche to the Lexus, and,
right.
And then I tried the Vantage V8 Vantage, the new one, and now I'm kind of went to one of the newer cars with the AMG, the Evo, which is kind of surprising. No one's using. It's a really good car. I don't know if it's a really good car around this track though. I'm about 3 seconds off my pace here with the AMG, but I've only got a few laps here versus the Lexus.
I mean, I was saying it earlier. Every car is so vastly different in this, and that's what I love about it. And I think, you've got to learn the car and the track combination. It's not a case of learning the track, jumping in a different car, and thinking you can do the same thing, because it's just not. You've got to learn both. But that's the beauty of it. I think once you've started to get familiar with the track and you're familiar with the car, that's when it starts to feel really good, and you can start exploiting it a bit more. I mean, these birds have been going for 5 hours.
Yeah. It looks like
get used to it.
Hankins maintaining just about the same. Well, it looks like he might be losing a little bit of time to Hempy. Hempy's got a lot of clean air and hasn't been fighting anybody. And his Hankins just starting to go up the mountain. And Hempy's just about all the way through down to Murphy's Corner.
Yeah, indeed.
So yeah, I think that battling with Kazi and trying to get around the Cup car, it's really put a bit of a hitch in his giddy up. So maybe he's got some free air, so he can possibly make a little bit of a more push and get past Leafy and Mr. Wells in the Lexus and get through our laps. No, he's in the Porsche. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's definitely gapped Kazi now, and we've got Kobe, number 7 McLaren, in between Hankin and Kazi, making his way up towards Chase. And the temperature now, 18 degrees, 19 degrees on track. So from what we started at, which was, I think it was at 4 AM Australian time. real time. I think it was 15 degrees ambient and track a couple of hours ago, so it's improved quite a lot. But then that's the other thing, because obviously you can set your tyre temperatures. The track warms up, your tyre temps are too hot. The only way you could change that is by going into the pits. So it's an interesting one, and you just don't know who's done what. I do have a list of everyone's point of view. Had a little look at Hankin's stream point of view, and he was an entire PSI under pressures earlier. We'll have another quick look.
I think the key with this track is, if like I say, if we start looking at lap times, I think if you, I mean, the key is obviously you probably need to drop yourself back down to like 90%, maybe even 80%, 85% effort in this track if you want to stay off the wall and stay out of the pits. But yeah, trying to maintain your tire temperatures is really tricky. Looks like we got a yellow flag going into the dipper on board with Kazi. Here's a yellow flag ahead of him. But yeah, we got Leafy spun off right there. It's going backwards, going the wrong way at forced elbow. So yeah, to try to back yourself down a few notches on your pace, and just try to be consistent. But then when you start battling with people, you start getting bad markers. Everything just goes sideways. And, find yourself going faster than you want to be. The clock's just gonna click, and you're just gonna do laps. So
this is it. Yeah, I mean, just that. I think when you're trying to push and you're trying to go fast all the time, you're always going to reach that point where, you know, if you're trying to push, you're trying to go fast, you're always just pushing that extra little bit more. You know what I mean? Eventually you get to that point where you've just sort of you've gone a little bit too far, and then the time it takes to go in the pits and come back out, as opposed to just taking 10% off, wouldn't have been worth it. So it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. But looking at Elliott's pressures, 27.9, 27.7, but he's 28.1 at the back rear. So his pressures are alright. A little bit hot. On the back rear. But other than that, looks like he's more or less within the window. Lucan overtaking the number 16 Porsche GT3 Cup, and into the right of Reed Park, up towards Sulman Park, and the number 7 of Kobe in the McLaren, not too far, just within slipstream range perhaps, maybe just out of slipstream range of Elliott Hankin, working their way up towards the chase. And we have just over 6 hours 47 minutes of racing left to go. Hempy in P1 in the number 99 Lexus with 145 laps completed. Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini, currently in provisional P2. Started off in P4, only 1 lap behind Hempy, was 3. Anything can happen, so it's going to be interesting watching Hempy, Hankin and Kazi all very close to each other, all 1 lap behind each other. In fact, I think Hempy and Hankin are on the same lap, but Kazi's a lap behind Hankin and Hempy. So it's an interesting one between these folks, but now we've got Kobe working his way back up in P6 and looking like he's getting closer and closer into slipstream range to Elliott Hankin.
It looks like NXTGEN is putting a lap about a second faster than our leader, even 2:04 just now. So he was battling early in on. He was battling for the lead at one point. I remember seeing the two Lexus really close to each other. I don't know how his race has played out. Looks like he's I think it's a few laps, 2 to 3 laps further back.
Indeed, we've got 3 cars in between Leafy jumping on board with Hukan Lukan. I'm just seeing what pace he is running. Who's leading? Gnarly in the McLaren. Gnarly.
Gnarly's in 5th, but he's got, looking at, like, surrender a lap. Who can? See we can get past Leafy and Elby.
Through Forest's elbow and onto the Conrad Straight as we are on board with the pit connoisseur, number 316 Lexus, who looks like he's had an incredible run and taking a very good slipstream from the Audi GT3. He's on the inside line.
Oh no! Oh, the poor Audi.
Leafy.
I think he got a little off the outside there, and I got pushed a little outside of his.
Was the contact?
His turn. I don't know that there was contact. I don't think that Leafy could get his turn in at the right point. I think he may have gone wide and caught the grass on the outside.
It's a very, very fast corner, isn't it?
It's not the place to miss your turn-in point. And I wouldn't try to make any other determination other than that's what I could make an assumption as I was on board. Who can and saw it in the rearview mirror as he only popped down a lap.
Indeed, well, I think you were right with Hukan Lukan now overtaking Gnarly, coming in to the quarry bend, and now the left of the cutting. See whether he can pull away from the McLaren driven by Gnarly, but yeah, that is, I do feel for Leafy, bless him.
Yeah,
I think it's the second one he's had.
Right back in the garage, probably.
Yeah, Kazumitsu now under pressure from what was the race leader, Nicolo, in the 28 Bentley. Oh, Kazi on the brakes. Is he going to go on the inside line? It's on the outside line, and the Bentley's taken the inside line from the mistake from the 666 Austin Martin. But Kazi looks like he's just within slipstream range and should be able to keep within his range.
Yeah.
Use his slipstream, save some tyres, save a bit of fuel maybe.
Yeah, he's got, he's not really needing to battle him, and in 8th place he can give up the position and just try to stay in a rhythm, don't get, as soon as he dips into the pits, it's his, where he's at on fuel. I'm not particularly, I don't see any of that information for some reason. So we are creeping up to halfway this race.
We are indeed. Mr. Gibb, this is getting hard now. Concentration tough.
I can only imagine. I cannot imagine. A 2-hour race, I think, just puts me at my limit, just about. So, yeah.
Separating the men from the boys today. 12 hours worth of racing. It's
we have Hankin in front of him in the pits.
Yes, these two are going to be fighting. It's lovely to see Kazi in the Next Gen group. Actually, I think this kind of feels like somewhat of his kind of sort of driving skill, the Next Gen boys. So it's nice to see him battle it out with some of these folk, because he is a quick dude. Kazumitsu, my legs hurt. Well, you're nearly halfway, mate. You're nearly halfway.
Yeah. Yeah, just now with the were there there weren't any mandatory pit stops, were there? Or there were, with the oh, poor Kazi, he just touched the wall coming out of the pits. I think with that pit exit is kind of tricky. When you come out of it, if you just kind of just come out of the pit, you'll put yourself right in the racing line, and you really got to be aware of keeping a tighter line. And it looks like he's got a little bit of some cold tires.
Yes, well, it does take a minimum of a lap, the pros say, don't they, to get them into its full operational window.
Yeah, if you've, again, like say when this race started, your starting tire temperatures, if you don't adjust them, you might still be under pressure, or over pressure. You could be over pressured. So yeah, you might get your tires up to temp quick, if you're over pressure, but then you're going to be way over their proper operating range, so yeah, that's one of the things going as you're driving around the track. You can try to make sure you adjust your tire pressures when you come into the pits, but that's also very
absolutely
dangerous.
Well, I'm kind of interested now though, because I mean you can tell straight away the effect of cold tires. He's obviously wanting to do what he's been doing with the lines and pushing the car, but the tyres are just saying no. But now we've got the sun out. Now we've got hours worth of that flow state and learning the track. We're going to get some, if he's put the right temperatures in, get optimum conditions, get them tyres in the optimum window, he should be running some pretty fast lap times. Obviously, like you say, you don't want to be pushing, but he should, we're in good conditions, new tyres. P3.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if a lot of these guys that don't typically run these long races realize they also should be changing their brake pads out, because
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yes, it definitely is on these long races. Now, generally, most guys will run brake pad 1 as a sprint race, and most races that are like 2 hours or less, you could run brake pad 1 in the GT3 cars. GT4 cars, something completely different, because the brake pads are smaller.
Very interesting.
Motors of brake pads are smaller, so you need to run brake pad 2 to run brake pad 1 for qualifying in really short races. But the big GT3s, the brakes are much bigger, the pads are bigger pistons, calipers. But if you run brake pad 1, you'd probably be good with that for an hour or 2, probably maybe a little longer. But in a race like this, you may want to make sure you select and change brake pads. It's going to add a little time, obviously, to your pit stop. But you're going to have brakes that don't disappear on you, 4 hours in. Or you can run brake pads 2 or 3, which are harder and would last longer. You're not going to have the performance over a flying lap. You're going to have to make that change earlier to change it.
It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting, especially for these sorts of races. And I'll be honest with you, Dougie, I'm absolutely loving this format. Obviously, I enjoy the 1 to 2 hour races, but there's something else about this.
Oh yeah, I mean you have the GT Intercontinental GT series, which is your longer races, your Bathurst 12 hours and your Indianapolis 8 hours. All these different races they have that are a lot longer. Then you have like your Le Mans, European Le Mans series. That's obviously a different race series altogether, and they race 4 hour races. They race 3 hour races, so they're get your driver change, but they run GTE, so that's class cars, but they do run a longer format. It's not ridiculously long on 12 and 24 hour races, but
yeah.
Yeah, I think the happy medium for a good long race would probably be about 3 hours for a single driver. Or doing something like like this would be totally awesome. You know, actually change drivers.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. Well, it'd have been nice if PlayStation 5 was capable of doing that, but I don't think it will be, will it? I think it's only PC, really. Which,
yeah, PC allows that, and that would be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I am going to go down the PC route because I do really enjoy this, and I do want it in its full glory. So I'll eventually go down the PC route. I know Micro Magic ended up getting he's got a PC now, and a brand new VR. So he's going to experience full-on VR while in multiplayer, but you know, full-on graphics and however many 120 frames per second, whatever, while in VR. Sorry.
Yeah, Kazi a little bit off coming out of forced elbow.
Oh, I thought you said he came off. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, he just had a little. He's got a little group ahead of him. He's got Beanfinger behind him. Looks like he's quite a bit down on laps. Still have Hempy with a 1 lap lead over Hanklin, and Kazi 3 laps down. Looks like Gnarly Pop and Hukan are on the same lap. Now where they are on the track with each other, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Looks like almost half a lap between them as far as their positions on the track. So, looks like, well, basically half of Conrad straight and all of Mountain straight, front straight. So.
We've got quite a few cars bunched up. We've got Kazi and John. We've got Hukan, Lucan with Leafy. JPH with side by side, it looks like. Camera gets up there with Hankin. There goes side by side as they make their way down the Conrad Straight and up towards the chase for the 151st first time. Taking that position from the GT3 Cup Porsche, and we have Hukan Lucan chasing Leafy, coming up to the chase, and just behind those two, Kazi and John. And we've also got the number 60 McLaren Nali hunting Mr. P. Gibb down in the 92 Bentley. They're making their way through McPhillamy Park. Let's jump on board with the race leader, the number 99 Lexus, 152 laps in. And making his way through the S's and down the dipper. And up towards the Forest Elbow. And we are closing in on that halfway mark now.
Yeah, creeping along. Yeah, it's it looks like Hankin is, well, he's just about halfway behind Hempy, but again, he's a lap back. And he's coming through the chase.
Interesting. Yeah, I've just seen that, yeah. Interesting.
I guess he's with that pit stop. He lost lost a lap with that pit stop, so you got to wonder when Hippie's going to come in and put some new boots on and some of that electric gas.
Indeed. Kazzy still able to hold off John in the 69 Porsche. Oh, John running a little bit wide, just coming off the chase there, meaning Kazumitsu giving him a fair bit of breathing room now as he makes his way up to the left-hand and final corner here at Bathurst, Murray's Corner, and up to the pit straight, entering Hell's Corner for the 131st time for Kazzy. 151st. And yeah.
Well, he's on 2 laps down, so yeah, it'll be the 51st for him.
Well, that's it. That mistake's put quite a big gap, and that was just one corner. So it just goes to show, like you say, that 10% less going through the corners, and the time you save from the odd mistake here and there is it's quite a lot.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, you have just the amount of concentration you have to run a race like this. It looks like we've got Hankin has lost it here.
Oh no! Only 1 lap behind as well. Hopefully that's not bad damage.
Yeah, it's like his front end is pretty gnarly versus what it was like.
Yeah.
I was just on board with him, and it looks like he's got some probably light damage on the front end. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like his car's going straight. He might have a little more damage than where he went off was very quick. I think it was right through the dipper. I think is where he went off.
Right.
So you could collect he's bouncing all over the place.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
He might have a bit more damage than he wants. So
suspension looks like it's took a knock.
Yeah, he's gonna. Looks like unfortunately he's gonna have to come into the pits to fix
that.
Get
new rubber on, I guess.
Yeah, that's just that puts Kazzy a chance of gaining a lap back, maybe more.
Yes, Kazzy and Hankin back at it.
Yeah, keep himself off the wall like everybody else here. It's not hard to put yourself in the concrete.
No, Kazzy just going past the pit wall now and entering turn 1. So that puts him 2 laps and 1 lap from Hankin. So see how long it takes Hankin to get out of the pits and how far Kazzy can get down the track.
Yeah, I'm on board with our leader as he comes through Skyline, goes into the dipper. I think everybody in this is not having as easy a time, depending on but when you look at where their position is on the racetrack and in their standings, everyone has had a rough bit of it. It's not it's not at all easy to make yourself go around this track with this many laps.
No, this is what I find amazing. I mean, because I think we both know how difficult this game, is, or maybe not even difficult, but challenging is probably the right word. And how every corner is a death threat.
Yeah,
so
it's as much as it truly is a simulator because it takes a lot of concentration. And when you try to stream yourself in a race of any kind of meaning, you can't really talk. I mean, I know when I've done streams of me racing ACC in different leagues, it's hard to talk. It's better just to save a replay and commentary over it if you can get a bit of a replay to show. So there's just so much you have to think about. If you got to make a pit stop, or your tire temperature's too much, do you have enough gas? Trying to concentrate on turns that you might not have down or you might be challenged with, and you know, are you passing somebody? Are you being passed? You know, is it going to be clean? Are you giving enough room? Are they giving you enough room? So there's just too much to go on to. It's just focus and concentration is paramount in this game. So, and especially, well, again, like we've said, this track is challenging to be generous.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, got some lag. So yeah. So it looks like Kazi has gotten himself back on the same lap as Hankin.
Interesting. Where is Hankin then?
Hankin's just finishing his lap. He's just crossing the lap, and Kazamutsu is at the top. He just came through the dipper, it looks like, going towards Force Elbow, so he is only about a half a lap behind. So that's
interesting.
Yeah, that's...
Sure, he'll have put new tyres on, won't he, though, when he went into the pits? Surely.
I think you absolutely... unless you say don't put tires on.
Right.
Which it doesn't give you anything. I mean, it actually would hurt you to not put tires on and fix your damage, because your time in the pits isn't really going to change that much. So, not enough to say don't put tires on. It might be a few seconds, maybe.
Yeah.
And it's one thing I've always not really been easy is noticed where your tire wear is when you're on tires that are ready to be changed. I think be able to look at that small little delta, the tire window, and say, okay, where's my wear at? Now, unless your tire pressures are off, it's where's my wear at? Do they need to be changed? I think you could probably get around an hour on these tires and not be a problem, as long as you can keep your temperatures and your pressures right.
Yeah.
Easily get an hour out of these tires. So, I mean, when you look at the endurance races, those guys will go, they'll go an hour without popping into the pits, and they go an hour and a half before they pop in the pits for tires and fuel. So.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I do love this format. I'm a big fan. But we've now got Kazumitsu coming up to the rear of the number 16 Porsche, and just ahead is Lucan in P4, 4 laps down from Hempy, so only 2 laps behind Hankin and Kazi, so that can change within an instant with 6.5 hours worth of racing, and that was a big hit. Kazumitsu into the wall just before turning in to Forrest's elbow, so I don't know whether that's more damage now. He was catching his way back up through the pack, but I'm sure there's going to be plenty more mistakes by more people, but again, that is more time he's got to sacrifice now.
Yeah, he looks like he's losing. He's losing speed to that cup car going down the straights, and yeah, he might have gotten a little bit of unnecessary, unwanted damage.
Yes, indeed.
Is he making it into the pits? It looks like he's going into the pits.
Yes.
So that's going to hurt his chances to put pressure on Hankin.
Yeah, very close to Hankin then as well, but anything can happen still?
Oh yeah, we're still not even halfway.
No, still not even halfway, and we've had all this action.
Yeah. Still, we have Kobe and Gnarly Pop on the same lap, but it looks like Gnarly Pop is in the pits. And where is Kobe at? Yeah, he's he's just starting to go up the mountain. He's starting to go towards, starting to go into the cutting. So looks like he's got all. He gained a lap so far. The pits are very busy right now.
Yeah, Gnarly's saying is something about the brakes not working at the proper temperatures.
Yeah, I feel for all these guys driving. I mean, I've been sitting in my seat. I did qualifying for the Hugh Hatrick TCR race just before I came on.
Right.
So I've been sitting in my rig since about 8:30, and my butt's already hurt. So
Yeah. Well, they're definitely getting experience in on the belt.
Yeah.
Jumping on board with the number 7 McLaren Kobe and the GT3 Porsche Cup going into the pits.
I can't imagine doing this track in the rain. I hope. Yeah. Maybe they won't have any rain.
Well, I was just wondering, yeah, 6.5 hours left. I was wondering whether there'd be any fluctuations in weather.
Yeah, it looks like over the next half hour, it looks like there's. Excuse me. It doesn't look like there's going to be any rain, at least depending on what the time multiplier is.
Yeah, it looks like it's on ×1. I do have the details actually. I can have a quick little look.
Yeah, so then we should expect at least that next half hour not to see any change. Because I jinxed him badly. On board with Gnarly Pop as he is ready to finish his lap here towards Murphy's Corner. Come out of the pits, get some repairs and fresh tires and fuel, most likely. We got a bit of a situation and something going on.
Yeah, I think it might be ×2 progression. I think they've start at the night and end through the night as well. So they get a full 24-hour clock, perhaps.
Yeah, that would. Because they start in dark. They
Yes.
start at dusk.
Yeah, it was 4 AM when they started, which was the time in Australia. It's real time in game time, if that makes sense.
I want to say, yeah, in the real race, the real Bathurst 12, they start it's in at dusk. So they start
Ah. Huh.
And when they finish, I guess I believe they would be finishing in the sunlight. So we get a little bit of time in the dark.
I'd love to see it. I might have to watch a little bit of some. Oh, Kobe with a big accident. That's going to be a pit stop for him. He's fortunate enough to have some runoff though, and go into the gravel. That's going to have saved an even bigger hit, but that's going to mean a pit stop for the number 7 McLaren.
So go on board with. Got Kazis in the pit again. We got very busy pits right now. He's got Hempy's in the pits, and Kazi in the pits, and Leafy's in the pits.
Kaz is in the pits.
Yeah.
What's he doing back in the pits?
I guess that he's had another crash because he's only a few laps before his last pit stop. So it's just there we go. Trash car, 4 minutes repair. Wow. Oh. Hey, Mike. How you doing, man? How's that PC working? I'm sure you're overdosing on that right now. Yeah.
Oh, Kazi. Wounded.
It's like, here's Kobe coming in. Yeah, another trash car. Yeah, he's and dirty. He's trashed and filthy.
Needs a spray wash.
Yeah, his Hankin is depending on how much time Hempy needs in the pits. As Hankin is coming up Skyline, he's got a chance of getting closer. There's off Kazi's out of the pits.
But 92p give just ahead.
Yeah, he's got a. Yeah, well, Hankin's got a chance of getting the lap back, but he's still going to have a whole another lap to go around to get back in. So that's. Yeah, Kazi, freshly cleaned and polished car. So I guess Hempy might have decided to take a bathroom break. He did have a little bit of damage. But
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him really take many stops. So you'd have thought round about now that people would probably be taking somewhat of a break.
Yeah,
Be interesting to.
looks like there he goes. He's on the move out of the pits. Kobe's out of the pits. I don't know how much of his body work he got repaired. He just repaired his suspension moves. So Hankin is back on the lead lap as he is. I think he's right behind. Yeah, he is pretty close to the leader. As he's going into. Yeah, they are really close to each other, actually. Actually, very, very close to each other. As he's just going up the cutting. Yeah, he is not only 7 seconds behind.
Wow. 6 hours worth of racing, and there's a gap of 7 seconds between P1 and 2.
That long pit stop that Hempy made must have required some driver maintenance, possibly, and some car maintenance. So that just puts Hempy right back in the mix. It's don't really have everybody else is well spaced out. We have
Incredible racing. Well, Hankin now took to the slipstream of the 28 Bentley. Number 28 Bentley, Nicola is a fast dude, so if they can work together, well, it's now up to 4.6 second gap. So if they can work together and he can stay in his slipstream, it looks like we're going to have the fight for P1. When we did the race of winners, Elliot Hankin won all 4 out of 4 races when we did that as well. So he's definitely one to watch.
He's only 4.2 seconds behind at this point, so just He's just right there. They're both on Conroy Mountain Straight right now.
Micro saying, great commentator, Doug.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
What else we got? 4.2 seconds, 160 laps, 4 seconds separating P1 to P2. It looks as though Hankin is going to go and say hello to Hempy very soon. Just 4 seconds up the road. And in traffic behind, let's jump on board with Hempy. Oh no, he's just ahead of Gnarly as he makes his way through the S's and down the Dipper.
Yeah, this is gonna get spicy. Hopefully it gets spicy. It's definitely gonna put a little bit of fire on Hempy, and
yes, well, Hankin's also got to work through 2 cars.
The 2 back markers.
But we have also got the 28 Bentley making his way through. No, Hempy running wide over the chase. That's going to give him a run. Gnarly with the run coming up towards Murray's.
Yeah.
Is he going to stick it on the inside? He's not quite got the car side by side, but nevertheless, those dirty tyres are going to have an effect.
Yeah, it's going to have a little bit of pressure from the those 2 back markers behind him. You know, it's just, with that little bit of, he's got to try to get himself back in a rhythm.
Indeed. Indeed.
2.5 seconds behind.
Well, Hankin's going to appreciate this because there's a 3-way fight going on up ahead. It might even be an accident. To his look.
Yeah, you gotta hope that he doesn't get tangled into somebody else's hair here, because
yes, you can't tell until you're around the corner.
Right. Yeah. I mean, now they're all bunched right up. I mean, he's got a good view of everybody. He's only less than 2 seconds behind him at this point. So as they're bouncing around through Philly here, going towards Skyline.
Incredible racing, it really is. I'm a big fan of the old endurance. I think when I get PC, I'm definitely going to be doing these events. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I'm thinking that I might have to just go to PC too, just because as supply chain, semiconductor chip shortages, PlayStation 5 is near impossible to get. But those guys that have gotten them, I'm sure it was just luck of, just luck they got one. And then, I mean, you are starting to see PC parts are becoming more available. Yeah, they're getting a good graphics card and that sort of stuff still.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, it's bringing Hankin back in the loop. It's giving him slipstream.
Yeah, I think with this game, to get the full Monty, you need to have a PC, because you're not going to be getting support for PlayStation 4. PlayStation 5 is always going to be a notch or 3 behind PC. You're not going to get the physics, even with the increased capacity of the PlayStation 5. I think really you're just going to see better graphics. It might run a little smoother, but this game is just meant to be on PC. It was made for PC. So,
yes, well, the update that's coming out for it is for PC only, and they're completely reworking the tyre models, making them far more realistic. Depending on what you do to them, they're increasing scrubbing, just a more real to life tyre, and they've also changed a lot with all the other things. But I don't think people quite understand and or appreciate the amount of coding that goes into each car, and how the rigidity of them and the what materials they use. It's all put into coding to give you that real to life simulation effect. you know, it's always going to be a game, but it, you know, the line between the intent is to be a simulator, so you know the line between reality and simulation is, I mean, the pros just say it's so fine now. The difference between them, there almost isn't any. Obviously, you're not, you know, the only real thing is you don't fear for your life. But even on these sorts of games, when you're in these fights, you know, my heartbeat will go up, and I'm absolutely loving it. So it does the trick.
Yeah. I think with the amount of, I mean, we have a really quite a ding dong going on here.
It's good, isn't it?
Second, and we got that massive boatly in between him, and that thing is not no slouch. Oh, as we have Hempy goes off again at the end of the chicane here, and if we're going into the final turn, Hankin has a real good opportunity to make some inroads. He's just a few tenths behind, 3 tenths back, and Hempy's going to have dirty tires. As we go through Hell's Corner, he's going to get a run. He's got to get a run in the draft here. But but the amount of effort that Kunos puts into modeling these cars correctly, you know, they're not just a modeling wrapped over a carcass to make it look different. They all perform differently. And to see that new BMW, which really hasn't even raced, it's had a few appearances in different races, but it hasn't done a full season with anybody. It looks amazing. Everybody's giving it a lot of praise. Some people, aren't shining onto it, but it's oh gosh, we got a whole bunch of stuff going on up here. We got 2 lap cars in front of the leader, who has second place right on his tail. This is just
this is cracking.
The cup car, which is no slouch in speed and handling, but it is definitely a notch or 2 behind the 3 GT3 cars behind it. And you also have Hankin also has another lap car behind him, who's always going to want to try to get a lap back. Yeah, that cup car is a speed demon. That thing is
it's cracking, isn't it? It's brilliant. But I suppose with its aero not being as much, it's obviously got less resistance on the straights as well. Big
hit. We have a cup car got a little too much curb and kicked itself right into the Lexus leader. Or the leading Lexus, I should say. But again, start the whole lap over again with second right up against the rear end. Oh, it's going to be spicy going into turn 1.
Oh, everyone's still alive. Oh, bless the Porsche. He's decided to stay out as well. Just saw him in the background there.
He's got a gnarly pop. Is right there. He's just going to stick his nose in where he can. He realizes he had the leading battle here.
This is incredible.
Yeah, Hankin's going to have to watch losing all of his downforce in the draft of that car and through this part where you need all your downforce.
Dirty air.
You'll understeer yourself right into a trip to the garage.
Very interesting. Nali's worked his way back up as well, and Nicolo's just left them all, left the pack to it.
Yeah, with that little bit of contact with the cup car to the leader, he's just let him get a lap back, which is good for him. He's taken off. I mean, I don't know if Hempy has any significant damage. I don't think he would, but definitely getting shunted by a couple thousand pounds, it'd be fun.
Indeed, indeed. Well, I'm. He's gone for it.
Outside guy going for an outside move or a feint.
Ooh.
Defense, good defense by Hempy. And we still have Gnarly Pop right there. The lap times have kind of dropped off as they chase each other. Oh, this might be it. Got some drag race.
He's definitely got the run.
Yeah, that Lexus is a monster, though. It is not going to be.
I was just about to say, it's just pulling it back, yeah. Ankin had the better run out as well, and the Lexus has just left him. Interesting. But then obviously the Lexus just won't be as good through the corners as the Hurricane, if used properly, I would assume. Because obviously the Hurricane was built for... When I was reading up about it, it said it was built for like the initiation through the corners. Real rigid carbon fiber monocoque. And
got the mid-engine car, which goes through the corners a little bit more stably than the rear-end cars. Rear drive cars might be a little bit better out of the corners, but and that's that initial turn in, and there's mid-corner speed. That's why we'll see a lot of cars going to mid-engine designs.
Oh!
Gnarly, what are we owing at?
No, just thought Hankin was going to take the inside line on Hempy, then coming into Forrest's elbow, but no, didn't quite make it. It's I think more the feint.
Yeah.
Going for a feint.
Through the chase. Halfway.
Oh, we've officially made the halfway point. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are officially halfway through our race, and Hankin looking for the inside line, going for that feint yet again on Hempy. Only 0.3 of a second separates P1 to P2 after 166 laps, 6 hours of driving. So what are we going to be? 332 laps by the time we're finished. There or thereabouts.
I think for the leader in second place, I think this little bit of battle might snap their concentration back versus trying to.
Oh, he's side by side. He's side by side.
Oh, little contact. I'm sure they're enjoying this in their sim rigs.
Absolutely. Well, this is proper racing, that's for sure.
Yeah. And we honestly don't really have any other cars that are this tight, even, if they're just battling each other.
Oh, beautiful exit there in the Lamborghini, in the slipstream. The Lexus has obviously got the legs, but we're going to punch a big hole for the Lamborghini here. Is he going to flick it down to the side, though, as they come up to the chase, or is he going to... Not quite, though. Even with that hole, keeping up, but not quite able to get that slingshot. Is he going to go for it? No. Oh, side by side.
Yeah, I think that Lamborghini has a little bit more punch coming out of the turns, but once that Lexus gets going, it's just a freight train. It just pulls. They're still.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, the Lexus. Especially what not even really being a race car to start with.
Yeah, well, it's not. They're not racing it in SRO anymore. I mean, they race it in IMSA. Is about the only series where they're still racing Lexus. Vassar team in IMSA race it in GTD, and I believe they're going to be back next year in 2022 in IMSA's series. But outside of that, no one else races the Lexus anymore. It's just kind of sad. It is a good, solid car. It always was a good car in SRO.
Yeah, makes you wonder whether they did it to just get more awareness and, you know, get into the motorsport, because it is big money, isn't it? A lot of people do buy cars like touring cars. They love touring cars, and then they go buy the road-going version sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's a big market.
Well, it comes down to the factory support, because the factory has to make the car. I mean, they have to do. They do have to do development of. Oh, we got a great run by the Lamborghini. It's going to take the lead here, going down Conrad Straight. Little bit of an error by by Hempy, and open the door. And Hankin was able to just squeeze. But look at the power of that Lexus. Just going to just pull. He was taking a sniff there at the chase, but a better decision to back out.
Yeah, 6 hours left to go, and absolutely incredible racing though. And Gnarly just in the background, waiting for any little mix-up between each other, between them two, and he's going to take that position away from either the Lamborghini or Lexus.
Yep. I think we're going to try to. Ooh, look at that! Turn on 2:05. He just dropped 2 seconds off his last lap. He was at 2:07. He might have been at 2:06. But either way, it's like maybe he was being held up by the Lexus. Now I can just let the Lamborghini go. But it's like he's already getting a little bit of a gap. And now Hempy maybe can take a look at where he's stronger than Hankin. And Hankin, as he's out front, he's going to show all of his secrets more than likely.
Yeah, I mean, Hankin needs to pull away through the corners in this car, because it's obviously as soon as they get to that straight, if he gets a good run and is in slipstream range, obviously he's going to pull him back quite quickly, I would assume, in that Lexus, and providing he's quite close, but it looks like Hankin is actually pulling away now. We're going through the handling section of the circuit.
Yeah. And I think the one thing that Hempy was in the pits, he's probably on more fresher tires, more fuel. So Hankin might be on it's obviously going to be on a different strategy, or a different pit window. So maybe he wants to take off and get a little bit of lead to go into the pits, but he's still gonna lose that lead. I think he might not be on that far away, depending on when he dropped in to get some damage fixed. Because I know there was a lot of bumping and grinding with the walls from everybody there for that last hour before. But there's a lot of people in the pits, and now I haven't really noticed who's in. I guess Leafy's far back, but so we got no more visitors to the pits right now.
No, well, Kazumitsu is on his Todd, and as I said that, he nearly went into the wall. Just exiting Forest's elbow under the Ambro V6 sign, and down the Conrad Straight. And obviously he's got a free run now. We've got brand new tyres, we've got optimum conditions. He can just sort of get his head down and get some comfortable laps in. And like you say, he doesn't need to push, he just needs to be consistent, and that's going to pay off in the end, especially with his current position. And there's obviously quite a lot of artillery fire going on between Hankin and Hempy, so he just needs to play the waiting game and make his move later on, perhaps.
Yeah, it's it can turn around pretty quick. I mean, yeah, Kazi's 3 laps back, but that can change. It can change quite quickly if you have an error by one of the front 2 runners. But we've seen got guys a few laps back. Buchanan is 4 laps back. Kobe 6 laps back. But you just got to run your own race. For the top, first and second right now, they're in their own little battle, but they also need to dial it back. I would talk to a guy that used to race the Isle of Man, and he would say that the Isle of Man is not a track that you want to go 100% at because you will not last long. You want to take that at 85%. You don't want to go full beans. And this track's a lot like that. That's why I always, especially in that's the length of a race. Oh no, Hempy was a little bit. He's got to dip the tire out on the grass and put himself off at the first turn.
So Hankin now running away.
Yeah.
Going in to turn 2 here at Mount Panorama into Quarry and running away from what was P1 for 6 hours and 10 minutes. Hemp has been holding that crown for, and now that gap between 6 or 7 seconds ahead is now 10 seconds behind, so it's a big 18-second deficit in total.
Yeah, and it's you need to put yourself in the mindset. Just forget about it. Put yourself back.
Absolutely.
Into a rhythm. Back into a rhythm. Hit your marks as you always want to do. If Hankin can catch him from as far back as he was, Hempy can catch Hankin just the same. So it's not
exactly, yeah. And Kaz is only 3 laps behind as well. Lucan only 4 laps behind, and Kobe's only 6. So, the fight for P4-5 is still on the cards.
It's a long race, and it's all in your mindset. You gotta put yourself in it. Just do the laps. Just put the laps down, and the race will come back to you. Just keep yourself out of the pits as much as you can. Only go in for when you need to, not when you have to. So.
Indeed. I'm just sort of curious to. Can you only get soft tires on it? You can't change between hards or mediums, can you? Okay.
Yeah, there's one compound.
It's just softs.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
I wonder whether that's different on PC. Well, how long does a pair of brand new Pirelli softs last?
I think it's very dependent on if you've got your pressures and temps running optimal. I think you can probably run them for about an hour and you'd be good. I could be wrong. I've never really ran a tire that long, especially with these guys popping into the pits to repair damage. I'm sure they're changing tires a lot. So if you can run yourself, if you can stay on the track for an hour without having to go into the pits, I think you'd be fine as long as you can keep those pressures and temperatures right. And if you have the setup right, if you're not running too much toe or too much camber, and you're burning the edges off of them, so that has a lot to do with it too. If you're running a qualifying, so if you didn't change your setup to an endurance race setup versus a qualifying setup, if you're racing your qualifying setup, you are going to cook your tires so quickly. So all that stuff comes into play to have a setup to run a distance. Again, like I said, you gotta, if you're gonna run your brake pads the entire race, make sure you run the right kind of brake pads. So and again, that setup is really key to having the right one. So But back to the original question, I think you can probably run your tires for at least an hour. Um, everything being optimal,
Yeah.
probably at least an hour. Because I know when SRO runs their races, I want to say they're a 2-hour race, and then they pop the guys in at the halfway point. Make a driver change, make a tire change. So.
Very interesting. So they're changing the tyres at least 12 times throughout this race. And now we've got the 28 Bentley working his way up to the number 7 McLaren. Nicolo chasing Kobe as they make their way past the Mount Panorama sign in the field. And the left of the park.
It looks like Buchan is on the same lap as Kazi, and he's got just about from the final corner to forced elbow lead Kazi to Buchan. So there's a possibility of getting another little battle going here. Depending on if somebody's got to make a pit stop. As it looks like, wonder. Well, I'm on board with Kaz, and it gives me 69 laps. I don't know if that's 69 laps on a set of tires, because there are 172 laps in, and he's 4 laps back, so he's done 168 laps. I don't really understand what the 69 laps means. So. On his delta at the top left. Weird.
Yeah, it's a strange delta, this, isn't it? It sometimes takes a while to update, and I don't know whether that's...
I don't think he's 69 laps on these tires. I would find that highly unlikely. So, I mean, you're only gonna do about 30 laps in an hour, or slightly less.
Indeed. Well, we're looking like the field is somewhat sparse at the minute. Hempy 10 seconds, and now 12.5 seconds. He's lost another 2.5 seconds to Hankin in P1.
Yeah.
Microbiotic double stinting tyres is possible with great tyre management.
Yeah, that's very possible. Very possible. Yeah, again, you gotta probably have to dial your lap times back a little bit again, and have that set up in tire pressures to where you can do that.
Well, this is it. It's very interesting, because if you increase your tyre pressures, don't push as hard, know you're never going to come off, put your second brake pads on, the amount of time that you could stay out on track for before you even need to go in, and all these sorts of things, it must add up. It really must. Well, I mean, it has between, Hankin and Hempy. They've all had accidents, including Kazi, but Kazi's, a lap and a half, 2 laps behind the leading duo.
Yeah, as they get ready to come through.
Kazi might be crazy enough to try it, says Micro. Well, yeah, you're probably not wrong.
Well, definitely, if you can again, be consistent and just put in your laps and stay off the ball, there's no reason whatsoever why you couldn't just keep staying out there and trundle along and hope to capitalize on mistakes from the people ahead of you. And again, we're just past halfway on this race, and only 5 hours and 42 minutes. Everything that everyone has done can be undone in the second half. And I think with Hempy, he just needs to, looks like he's made a few little errors, but they're easily, corrected, because, Hankett can make the same errors, and he did, he has. I think right now, although it's taken everyone about 6 hours to get themselves into a rhythm, it seems like everybody has, everything seems to be stabilizing for the most part, with tiny little errors here and there.
I mean, Micro's just made a really good point, actually, just sort of putting it into sort of layman's terms for everyone, in the sense that 4 minutes worth of damage is two laps. So Kazi being 3 laps, and obviously with his damage, obviously it depends on, because you don't have to repair all your damage either, do you? You could just do minor repairs and whatnot, so it depends. But then if you don't do your full repairs, you're obviously not going to run in optimum time, so it's a very interesting, it's like a game of chess almost, this endurance series.
If you repair your suspension damage, your car will turn right and everything, but if you don't repair your bodywork, you're not going to have the downforce that you need. So it's a
game of
it's a gamble.
Game of
it's
chess.
Always a gamble. Yeah. So I mean, I don't see many races where cars that get bit banged up don't make repair. They do make repairs. I mean, I think maybe the amount of damage that you get sometimes with these cars might be a little too much. But again, if you slam into the wall, you're probably done. In the real world, you hit these walls really hard, you're done.
Yeah. Very true.
I don't ever see cars that have suspension damage go into the pits and get fixed and go back out. They usually are done. They're like, oh yeah, it's just to get everything aligned correctly again. You're just going to swap out some, control arms and a new shock, and everything will be great. And no, no, it's done. You're done. So
I think the British GT, when they went to Spa, the last race they did 3-4 months ago, whenever it was. I don't know whether you saw it, but
I watched a good bit of it.
Yeah, the beginning bit when one of the GT3 cars he took the inside line, and the carnage, he wiped one of the other GT3 cars out, and then because the other car couldn't see it from a couple of cars back, because there was a car in front of him, moved out of the way and just hit him again, and just like absolutely brutal start at Spa. And that was the British GT.
That was the Mercedes, I think. The older Mercedes smashed into a couple of cars.
Ian Loggy. Yeah, and I've seen all them guys in Silverstone.
I don't think that older Mercedes came back. I think they just got a new car. It was so roached.
It was hit hard, wasn't it? And I think it was hit twice by one of the GT4s.
Yeah.
It's a painful moment when you know how much money you've just wasted, sort of thing, or smashed. How much it costs to repair.
Yeah, I was watching the Brands Hatch race when the McLaren, the Jota McLaren with Ollie Wilkinson in it, was leading the race and got punted off. I think near Sheen, I think it was. It went into the woods, basically. It was sad, and I was really pulling for that car.
Let's get in the helicam. Oh, hello, Ian. Hope you are well, fella.
Hey, Ian.
I think you was going to do this, weren't you, Ian? But you couldn't do it in the end. Might have been because of the HHGCR, I can't remember, but 12 hours worth of a grind.
Yeah, they're still running qualifying for the HH race, and Suzuka's going to be very interesting. It's not a track that gives you a whole lot of anything. You can't touch anything that's not anything that's green is bad. So you touch the Astro, you're off. And
Yeah.
front-wheel drive cars make it a little bit easier to drive that track.
Yeah.
Dip a back wheel off and you'll be okay. You can counter steer that, but in G Group 3 cars at that track, it's brutal. I know I'm a member of another Discord, the pub, and the pub had their 1-versus-1 races there, and it was like a 3-lap shootout race. It was a lot of fun. And the first season was at Suzuka, and learned that track really well, and I learned where you can't make mistakes, because every time I had a challenge or was challenged, I'd make an error, especially like at Spoon or the Degnas. It's a brutal track. So, but with ACC, they make it a lot less punishing when you get off the curbs and onto the Astro, or onto the runoff. Have nearly the chance of dying as you do on Gran Turismo. That's where this game, I think, in a lot of ways, it's far superior. I mean, I don't think anybody would argue that. It might have a little bit lacking in the car selection and the track selection, but when it comes to the off-track physics, it's so much better than close.
Yeah, well, I don't think Gran Turismo don't laser scan their tracks, do they?
Yeah, Gran Turismo has a laser scan.
They're all laser scanned, are they? Brilliant.
I don't know if they're all laser scanned, but I think most of the real world tracks are.
The Nürburgring does feel like it's laser scanned. Going over it and just looking at all the videos I've seen, the bumps do seem very similar.
Yeah, the Spa and Laguna Seca were definitely done because they were the later tracks. So.
Well, 28. Go on. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say the 28 Bentley is catching up to Kazi now. Nicolo.
Yeah, I ran the qualifying for the Hughes race, but I was all by myself, so I didn't have any delay for the for the people behind me. So I ended up getting 6 flying laps. Luckily, my 5th lap was my fastest lap, so might have been my 4th lap. So, but yeah, like they're having a little bit of some of the guys are in lobbies with 3 people. You gotta give a gap so you're not getting any draft, help, slipstream effect. So, I don't know the slipstream on this game as being as helpful. I mean, it's there. You do get something. It's not like you're getting vacuumed up to the back of the other car.
No, Gran Turismo does seem like it's got a magnet to it sometimes. But I think, like you say, it's there, but I think you've still got to have you've still got to have a good line, you've still got to have a good run out if you want that sort of position and want to get side by side. It definitely brings out the drivers. Is that Elliot Hankin just coming out of the pits? Looks like he's warming up his tires.
I think we believe we got a lead change while I was sitting there talking. So yeah, we have Hempy back in the lead, Alexis, and again.
Interesting.
As Hankin must have had to get fueler tires, so Warren was repairing damage again. I've been on board with Hempy, so I have not. I've been doing very good commentating skills when watching the race. As I'm sitting here jibber jabbering. Yeah, look at 45 seconds. Easy pit stop and repair damage. So he must have had some minor damage.
Interesting. Well, fully fledged and ready to go then. And it looks like Kazi's well and truly under pressure now from the number 28 Bentley of Nicolo, now hunting the 666 Aston Martin, driven by the British Kazimitsu. And coming up to the S's and through the dipper. We're going to see a change of hands here. coming on to the Conrod Straight. Or can Kazi hold Nicolo off? I'm just going to get myself a drink, Doug. You don't have to fill in the noise, but if you want to talk to people, you're welcome to.
See what's
you can see
what's going on.
Well, it looks like we've got side-by-side action already between Kazi and the 28.
Yeah, I'll have to go and jump on to where that's at, so I can link myself up with what you're showing on the stream. So it's not really a battle for position, although we do have a change of laps. So Sema has gotten a lap back on Kazi, but again, Kazi's in his own little world right now, just trying to put in laps and keep his car off the wall. So that's all you can try to do here. Let the race come back to you as you turn laps that are consistent and quick, just as we saw with the lead. It's Hempy. Hempy just did his laps, and as Hankin must have had a small error and had to either get fuel or change his tires out, because he was just cooking some really good laps. So, and that's just again, we see the Bentley starts to stretch away, but again, it doesn't matter for Kazi. He's got to do his own thing. So. And that's really what it looks like for him to get in the rhythm.
The number 28 Bentley looks like he has well and truly found his racing line now. He looks like he's got the car under extreme control, and he's absolutely sending it through the corners as well. He's found that line between balance and performance. But listen, I'll be back in 2-3 minutes just to get myself a drink and rehydrate, and I will be back in a moment.
We're trying to take a look here with, unfortunately, with what's being on the screen. Yeah, I'm on board with Hankin, just ahead of Sema.
Oh, the 28 Bentley's just gone off the track coming out of the chase.
Oh, yes. Trying to rejoin safely. There's nobody.
I thought he was pushing it to the limit. It looked like he was going fast. Not that he was sort of all over the place, but like you say, once you find that limit, it finds you, sort of thing, and you're sideways. So that's a shame. But onwards. Not lost too much time. Doesn't seem to have got too much damage.
Yeah.
But
he might have just spun off into the gravel. So yeah. He's with Hank, and he's about a consistent rhythm. He's not losing too much time to Hempy. 180 laps in for the leader, and for a second place, he only stood 43 seconds behind. And at a certain point, we're going to see Hank. Oh no, it looks like Hempy has come into the pits. Or has he had an error? Hankin is back in the lead. How did that happen? Look, the Lamborghini has taken the lead again. So we're sitting here watching. Yeah, we must have had a. Yeah, Hempy must have had to come into the pits again. We're having only one commentator here. But let's see what. I believe Hempy was coming into the pits because now he's 23 seconds behind, so he gave up his 43-second lead. So he must have had an off and had to repair some damage. And now he is one lap down. Well, he's not one lap down. It's Hankins come across the line, but I think he's about probably 30 seconds back. And Kazumitsu, with all this going around with pit stops with different people, he's only still 3 seconds back. Yeah, he's 3 laps back, and maybe 24-second lead for Hankin to Hempy. So that must have been an unnecessary or unwanted stop in the pits, but he had been running for quite a bit of time on those tires. So, as we were saying with setup and fuel mapping, if you get into a battle like they were into, you may wear your tires down and use a little more gas than you think you might want to. Yeah, because his last lap for Hempy was 3:14, so he spent a good amount of time in the pits, over a minute in the pits. Maybe he had to use the bathroom. Who knows? Without driver comms, we don't really know. Again, this is 6 hours in. I'm gonna have to take a real break. As Kazumitsu is right behind our leader, trying to get himself his lap back. Yeah, that's the only way you're going to be able to put yourself in contention for a lead lap podium. You got to get that lap back off the leader. And that's what he's trying to do. I think Kazi has really put himself in a good rhythm. He's sniffing outside. He's going to get a good run out of the final turn. He's going to have the inside line. They're going to get that lap back going into the first turn. Hopefully we have, we got a little wise decision by our leader to give him room. Again, he is 2 laps down now. He's going to have to go all the way around twice to get back on the lead lap. So that's good for Kazi. There we go. But some good decision by Hankin to not try to fight too much. At this point, Kazi is not really anyone to worry about right now. Again, we got almost 5.5 hours left in this race. Still, sorry we missed a lot of action here because of the way that we have to look at the game. So we've missed a few errors by our leaders. Hippie though is putting down the time, so he's now like 19 seconds behind our leader. So he is pushing to get back to battle for the lead. That's great. I want to see that. See if there's any more action. Everybody is really well spaced out. And
alrighty, how are we getting
on? We had Cassie was battling with Hankin in the lead. We've actually had and Hankin's off. So he missed his brake work. He's off at the chase. She'll rejoin going into the last turn, so he had a little bit of an error there, and trying to clean his tires right now. At Hempy's been putting some good times down. I don't know if maybe between him putting good times down, he's dropped his gap from 25 seconds down to, let's see what it is now. It's probably about 15 seconds with Hankin going off there. But Kazi, 15 seconds. Kazi got a lap back off of the leader in a nice little pass down the front straight going into Hell's Corner, and put himself a lap to the good. So.
Kaz is working his way back up. I've gone from 3 laps now to 2 laps. So I guess he's 5 hours 20 minutes to see if he can work his way back up through either a potential P2 or even a P1. I believe he can do it. There's like I said, there's a lot to consider. Microbiotic mentioning, not to mention fuel saving as well. So it depends on what they're all doing, doesn't it? And the tactics and how it's all going to pay off at the end of the race.
Yeah, there is a lot to consider, and there's a lot to consider, and there's a lot for you as the driver in this game to do. Again, managing your tire pressures. You can actually adjust them when you go into the pits in the Delta. You can, but trying to get that hit just right.
Yeah.
Change your fuel map. There's lots of things you can do, but it's really hard to do when you're actually trying to drive too. So on board with our second place car on my end, and yeah, he's chipping that down. He's on it. I think his last lap was of 2:04, which is quite a bit faster than most of the people in the race. I'm not sure what our leader was doing lap time wise. I'll go back out and take a look. That's Hankin. Hankin's last lap was a 2:07, so about 3 seconds faster from Hempy to Hankin. So say if we can keep that up, he should be back right behind the leader here in a few laps.
Yeah. Very interesting indeed. I'm excited to see exactly what the final hour's worth of racing is going to provide. I just don't have a clue what choices everyone's made, or whether they've all just been going flat out and changing it when the tyres need changing. Who knows? Fingers crossed for Kazi. Already in a good position.
Yeah, Hempy is really putting it all out there to try to get back. Put himself in the lead.
Oh, Lucan running wide off the chase. He's on the grass, into the wall. Oh, it's not what he needs.
No.
And not going in the pits. Not enough damage. Okie doke. Kobe finding himself back with John in the Porsche. These two seem to always be fighting it out, and they've found each other on track yet again here at Bathurst.
As we're seeing now a 10-second gap back from Hankin to Hempy. As Hempy's getting ready to put down another 2:04. So again, just chipping that lead away. As it looks like, just as Hempy is making the turn onto Hell's Corner, Hankin is just about halfway down Mountain Straight. So yeah, they're gonna be dancing again here real soon, I believe. And they're just about on the same pit cycle, so they're both of them having significant time in the pits. Looks like repairing damage. After they were both on fresh tires. Depending on how much fuel you're putting in too. I mean, I don't know what kind of fuel they're putting in every pit stop.
Yeah. John looks like he's pulling away a little bit from Kobe.
I don't know, bowl with
Six.
Kazi. Kazi's putting in 2:04s also, so Kazi is lit the wick. He's trying to. He is just off his best by a couple of tenths off his best time, so he's trying to put himself in the move and go move himself back towards the lead lap podium. So say that's easy to do if we have another little couple of unfortunate contacts at the beginning, at the pointy end of the field.
Indeed. Well, Kazi making his way through Hell's Corner, and now chasing the number 16 GT3 Porsche Cup in to the right hander of Quarry, 3 laps behind Hankin and Hempy. But 5 hours 15 minutes left to go, and that is an incredibly long amount of time. And 3 laps, it's now saying 2 laps, just isn't that long at all. So
yeah, it just keeps bouncing back depending on when the leaders cross the track. But yeah, we've got the back to the leaders here because they are right, really getting really close to each other. Only 5 seconds gap now. 5.8 second gap. And it's I'm sure Hempy's going to be able to smell the exhaust of that Lamborghini here real soon. Oh, we got a yellow flag going in the skyline. Could that be our leader? No, it's 16. Yeah. So hopefully he can make sure he's. Oh wow, that was real tight, right in the dipper.
yeah, horrible section. It's such an awkward section, isn't it, when you first come into the dipper of the S's.
Yeah. But yeah, Hempy can now see. I'm sure he's been able to see Hankin ahead of him as he's going down Conrad Straight.
Number 99, MP just behind, 5.6 seconds behind P1, Elliot Hankin. And we've got P. Gibb in the 92 Bentley now chasing number 16 Porsche, who had that accident through the S's under the Liqui Moly sign and up to Murray's Corner.
Yeah, we're still at 5.3 seconds. It's like Hempy probably with a little bit of that worry about going through the dipper might have lost a little bit of time on his lap time there, as he's still making inroads to the leader. A lot of time left. There's still just over 5 hours left, 5.25 hours left of this race.
It's an incredible amount of time left. Absolutely incredible effort from all of these drivers. You know, not just the guys at the top. It's an incredible achievement to do this for this amount of time. Had the odd little offs, which you would expect with changes in time, temperatures, tyre wear, conditions, fatigue.
Now, as I understand it, this was a charity race, isn't it?
Yes, Macmillan Cancer Support. Description in the link for anyone that would like to donate. But yes, it's for Macmillan. I think Elliot Hankin was behind the creation of this race, I believe.
Well, I am going to step out for a minute and get myself something to get a bite to eat real quick, grab something to drink, and I will be right back.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
Yep.
Ciao, ciao. Would be good if I could speak to some of the drivers, see how they're getting on. Kobe in the pits. See if we can get some pit crew talks with some of the drivers. And I will rejoin that party. Here we go. Boys! Yeah, ladies and gentlemen from around the world, I introduce you to the number 7 McLaren and the number 99 Lexus. How's it going, boys? How are you finding your stints?
Terrible. I can't feel my legs, but...
Can't feel your legs. That's what Kaz has said in chat as well. Feeling is gone in the legs.
Same for me on that one.
Yeah.
My right leg is like killing me. But
Interesting.
it's lucky really that we've only got 5 hours left.
Yes, only a short 5 hours left to go. Be an interesting one to see exactly where you all end up. Amazing racing between you and Elliot for P1 as well. After all this time.
So how have you been holding up commentating for the past
Excuse my slow replies as well, sorry.
7 hours? 6 hours? Yeah, 7 hours?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad. Might have a big crash afterwards, but right now we're we're all right. We've had 2 lots of coffees today, and got myself my esports drinks, so we're good to go. But how are you finding the McLaren?
Starting to get better, but that's the point of driving the 12 hours with it. That I get a bit more seat time in it for the new season of NXTGEN.
You've chose this car, yeah, for season
Yeah.
4.
I'm now gonna let Dan have the honor to drive the Ferrari to the finish every time. First, I hope for him. He needs to do the same as me with it, but...
How are you finding your pressures, tire pressures?
I spent more than 5 hours looking for them all, so those are fine.
Right.
Mine are all over the bloody show.
Yeah, I was wondering.
I don't think I've come out on a good set of tyres yet.
Well, because of all the different, like the time changes and whatnot.
Yeah, but I sat there last night for it's actually about 5 hours I sat there getting all these tyre pressures right. And I've come in today and they are just... I could not be further from the truth. My last stint, when I lost the position to Elliot, I was on 26 point like 4s and 5s all the way around. So
wow.
in the end, I just thought I just don't want to lose too much time on him.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
waited for him to pit, and then I just thought, do you know what? I may as well start chasing him with fresh as well. So we're both on full tanks. We're both fresh. I come straight out, and then I had somebody that he give me damage, but
Yeah.
other than that, it feels okay.
Good, good. Well, it's incredible driving, mate, especially for the amount of time you've been going for. And
No! God's sake! Gnarly just nearly killed me. Sorry.
it's okay. Live reactions of the drivers on track.
Yeah. Even now, my right rear, 26.5. Front right, left rear,
26.5.
26.8. And then my front left is 27.3. So it's just like, it's pointless driving. But yeah, they're absolutely shot all race. But at this point, I'm very happy to be in second, to be honest with you.
Well, this is it. This is what I'm sort of loving about all of this. It makes it very much more realistic, and people are going to have to, you know, it's all about tactics. And you know, some people were 2-3 laps behind, and now, you know, you're catching back up and all this sort of thing. So,
yeah, oh fuck off! Oh god, I've spun. No, I haven't spun. I've caught it. I was going to say something, to be honest, and it would have been very, very interesting. And I forgot.
As long as you don't talk about my disconnect in lap 1, it's all good.
Oh yeah, we won't go there. He just called it a rage quit on the stream.
well, with just over 5 hours left to go of racing, it's going to be an interesting one to see exactly how your tactics are going to play out. Kazi in P3, 3 laps behind you and Hankin. I think you were 12 seconds and then 10. Now you're only 5 seconds behind Hankin now.
Oh really? I hadn't noticed. Yeah, it's not really working again. I need to bloody just try and keep as close as I can, and I need to try and get. If I can get a good tyre set with pressures going in one of my sets, I think I can go for him, to be honest. But if I keep driving like this, I think I'm risking myself more than anything else at the moment. I just don't feel right. So it'd be pointless in me just ruining my car for a bloody giggle, you know. But he is driving very well out the front there. He's always a very tough person to chase once he gets in the lead. So
He's a quick dude. Won 4 out of the 4 race of winners.
yeah, nothing to moan about from me here.
We've got
So,
Kazi and Hukan Lucan side by side in the pits.
Proper stuff there.
That's a serious race in this. Hukan Lucan come to a stop, and Kazi, oh no, Hukan Lucan missed his stop, as did Kazi. There we go, little adjustments. Now they're in.
Are they still laps behind each other, or are they just
1 lap
both
in
free?
between them.
Okay.
It's amazing racing. This is amazing racing. I can't believe that we're over the halfway mark. We've got over 5 hours left to go. We're all this time that's gone by, and you're 4.888 between you and Hankin, and there's only a lap between Kazi, Hukan, Lucan. Nal is 3
All
laps
that
behind
takes is
Hukan.
one crash and that gap's gone.
Exactly. Crash, damage, 4 minutes worth of damage is 2 laps. You know.
I didn't crash for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I did not touch a wall.
No, you've been doing amazing. Really have.
And then all of a sudden, I hit the 3rd stint. Tyre pressures were all over the show. Went out, wrote my car off, went back out, wrote my car off again. 6 lap lead gone. Or 4 lap, whatever it was. It was about that, I think.
As soon as my dinner's here, I'm having a big crash, so I can finally go eat.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was interested in. It's going to be interesting to see exactly how you all manage your time. Because obviously everyone needs to have a little bit of food, take a break or whatever. But
I'm gonna
you know,
take a break for it. I'm
4-second
not
gap.
gonna try. I've tried the like to eat a sandwich while driving, and it's not ideal. So I'm not gonna try to eat and cut my meat while trying to drive on this track. Then probably will, because he has no food, but...
Oh god. I have actually, thank you very much. I have got Cocoa Pop cereal bars. That's apparently all I thought I would need throughout this whole race.
Cocoa Pops for 12 hours, that's enough. That's enough.
They were gone by 9 o'clock.
Right, boys, I'm going to jump back into the other chat with Doug. I don't think he might be back now, so enjoy the rest of your race. Good luck.
Enjoy.
And we'll see you soon. No worries.
See you later.
Ciao, ciao. Ciao, ciao. And we are back. Got a few drivers coming up. 316 sandwiched between 28 Bentley and the number 7 McLaren from Kobe. And Hankin and Hempy are very close to each other now. It says 6.9 seconds, but that is not a 6.9 second gap at all. Well and truly within slipstream range of Hankin after 7 hours of racing. The gap is 0.1 of a second. And now they're side by side coming up to the chase. Hankin losing out to the pure power of the Lexus, both on brand new rubbers, and it's going to be an interesting one to see exactly these two battle it out and who's going to come out in favour. 316 looks like he's going side by side. Elliot Hankin going into the pits. It's an interesting one there. And who can Lucan side by side with Kobe in the McLaren car of choice for next season, driving for NXTGEN. And I'm going to get my drink. Okay.
back.
Hey! Howdy doodle.
Okay.
Good, good. Well, I just jumped out of this chat and jumped into Kobe and Dan Hempy's chat. Had a little bit of a word with them, and just getting a bit of a driver's view of what's going on and occurring with everyone. And got new rubbers on, feeling good, and yeah, after 7 hours of racing, 0.1 of a gap it was between Hankin and Hempy, but Hankin went into the pits.
So Hempy took the lead. Excuse me.
He has indeed, and it's an interesting one, because I thought Hankin and Hempy put new tyres on at the same time, so... Yeah. Where are we?
It's quite a 5, just inside of 5 hours.
Gnarly just behind Hankin. I don't know. Delta just needs to update, tell us how far. It says we're a lap behind Hempy now.
Yes. Yeah, looks like wow, about 3/4 of a lap. Yeah. It's like he's quite a bit back. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking to the pits. Gnarly, we'll jump on board with Gnarly, give Gnarly a little bit of love. Chasing Elliot Hankin down in the number 4 Lamborghini. 4 hours and 54 minutes of racing left to go. So what is your favourite car on ACC? Have you tried them all?
I have tried the majority of them. I can't say that I've given a lot of laps to a few of the cars. I mean, like the Lamborghini, I have not given the Lamborghini a lot of time.
Yeah.
The Bentley, I have not given a lot of time. So, yeah, I wouldn't say I could pull out one as being the favorite. I think it would probably be the Lexus. I do like that V8 Aston.
Okay. Seems to be a very popular choice and a very quick one as well. A very quick car, capable.
I tried. I was at one track, and I think it was which track was I at? It was Barcelona, and I tried a few cars there just yesterday. I think the day before, maybe, and just to try to, swim with some different fishes, and tried the McLaren 720. And this didn't really. It's a good car, it really is. They just need more time in each car. There's a lot of cars to try to get comfortable with them, so it is a bit tricky. But some of the cars, like the V12 Aston and the Jaguar, and the older versions of the Porsche and the Lamborghini and the Audi.
Yeah.
It's just that's why I waste your time, really. The older Mercedes. Now, the older Mercedes is a bit easier to drive than the new one.
All right.
But you have to. The older one you gotta use a little bit more traction control in all the new run a higher traction control. It'll snap
Okay.
you around.
Yeah, the new AMG does seem to be very, very, very capable, a serious contender
Oh yeah.
across the world.
Yeah, the GTR. I can't really say that I've ever given the GTR a good try. Quite honestly, I don't know that I've really ever tried the GTR in either version of it.
Oh, got some side-by-side action between the 92 Bentley and the number 16 GT3 Porsche Cup. And who's that? Toucan Lucan in the background, side-by-side coming up to the chase, just able to hold on to those track limits there. And now Toucan Lucan sending it round that corner and passing the GT3 Cup car, and now right hot on the heels of the 92 Bentley in 9th position. Yeah, I personally thought that the Bentley was a very quick, somewhat oversteery kind of car. Must obviously the front sort of front end weight and that kind of thing. Lexus I haven't really given a go. Porsche has a very good turning, but it seems like once you find that the limit is easier to find. It's not as comfortable as the other cars I've noticed with the Porsche, but once you get that sort of understanding of the car, I can understand why it is probably one of the more favourite choices to be the quickest. But then again, it depends on what track you're at as well, doesn't it, with the long straights and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Whereas I think Mount Panorama is good for all sorts of classes, because you've got a very difficult and probably one of the most demanding handling sections in the world, plus 2 very long straights.
Oh no. Banking off again, exiting the chase. The chicane after the chase, I should say. And he's got Gnarly's right behind him.
Hank can go defensive.
Yeah, it's really no reason to. I mean, Gnarly's quite a few laps down from him. But, you never know.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You never know what kind of history each other people sort of have and what kind of driving. I mean, obviously they all know each other, but whether these two have had fun before, it's you sort of get to know how other people drive, don't you, I suppose? When you meet them on track, you kind of somewhat predict what they're going to do.
Yeah, it looks like the leader's only 23 seconds behind second place before very easily could put Hankin down a lap with another couple of errors.
Indeed, it looks like Hankin has escaped slipstream range from Gnarly though.
I think it's just a guess on my part driving on board with Hank, and it looks like the 150 meter board's gotten taken out, and I think he's having a little bit of a struggle trying to find a consistent brake marker. I think maybe might be not helping him going into the chicane.
Interesting, yeah.
Chase. That's just a guess on my part. I don't want to speak for him, but
That's well spotted. Well, I didn't notice that at all myself, to be honest. Could very well be.
Yeah, as he's gone off at the same, he's gone off the track at the same spot a couple times. That's again, this could be exhaustion. It could be just focus. Maybe he's got to use the bathroom. Who knows? It could be anything. Really, these guys are ways into this race, and if you have not you're not pulled into the pits for a long repair and been able to relieve yourself and get a drink, it's very uncomfortable right now.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been a pleasure being able to do something like this and commentate for such an incredible event, such as a 12-hour endurance with some amazing drivers, making it all the more better and entertaining to watch.
As Hempy 200 laps down.
200 laps.
So,
My good God.
yeah.
Well, we're closing into that 2/3 of the way mark.
It looks like the 150 and the 100 meter border are gone from into the chicane after the chase. So it could be very challenging. Challenging break zone without those there.
Kazimitsu now behind the race leader, Hempy. Gone up to 4 laps.
Oh, Hempy's off. Hempy's off at Murph's corner.
Just going to give Kazi the run.
Yeah. Kazi being 4 laps down on the leader. See if that Aston has any grunt for this Lexus. That's the thing when number one thing when you jump from car to car in this game, that they all have their different shift points and where their peak power and their torque is at. So when you jump from one car to the next, in addition to all the different handling characteristics, Porsche is not really it's not really good going into the turns because you can have that heavy rear end just snap around on you. But exiting the turns in the Porsches is like special. It really just wants to snap right out of just push right out of the turns. So, yeah, all these cars, you go from car to car to car. You don't, you really do kind of have to settle down on one car and be all the time, racing in leagues, and they don't require you to change your car. I would think getting one and perfecting a setup, for it, knowing the way that it wears its tires and how much it uses its fuel. Very important, at least my opinion.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh.
Hempy dumping into the pits.
Indeed. So that means Kazi's got a little bit of time to work his way back through. I did think Hempy had new tyres on. I'll be interested to see exactly what he wants to do in the pit stop. Got Leafy and Kobe in the pits as well.
So Hankin is just starting to go up the mountain through Silliman Park and McPhilby. So it's going to be how much time can he get back from the leader, how long the leader's going to be in the pits. Coming through Skyline, towards the Dipper.
Hours. I think don't you have a second driver when you're doing 12 hours as well? You don't do it on your own, do you?
In real life, in real life, you'd have two other drivers. You have two. And I want to say that's usually the most drivers you can have in any race. It's 3 total drivers.
Interesting.
It's like, as Hankin is coming towards going under the Liquid Molly Bridge.
Yes, and Hempy making his way up.
Just heading down the mountain straight, so he did gain some time back. So he's still, let's just say, a minute and a half behind. So he's still quite a. Well, I guess he's a lap down then. Well, he's on the same lap. He's just.
Very interesting. 202 laps, 4 hours, 40 minutes left to go. And Hempy in P1, Hankin in P2, 25 seconds. Now separating P1 to P2. And Kazumitsu 3 laps behind, and Hukan Lukan only 4 laps behind.
Hankin's only 24 seconds back now. 24 seconds back. And we've got everybody's pretty much spaced out by a lap or 2 between each other. You only have 2 leader and second place on the same lap. I mean, until you get down to Gibb and the Cup car, who are both on 33 laps back on the leader. It was quite a long time ago.
Well, it's quite interesting because Kazumitsu in P3 and Hukan Lukan in P4, they're also, there's like a 3 second gap between Kazi and Hukan Lukan on track right now, but they're also 1 lap separated, so they are literally separated by 2 minutes, say 2 minutes 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Which, if they need to go in for 1 repair, that's 4 minutes. So technically,
yeah,
it is all still to play for, even for the professor working his way. He was a few laps behind, I think, and he's worked his way back up. So, yeah, well, incredible racing. Absolutely loving it. On board with the number 28 Bentley, chasing gnarly down in the number 60 McLaren, who's gone sideways and just missing him on the right side.
Oh yeah, wow.
Was Nicola.
Watching it on the stream, that was tight. Kazi a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Double yellow.
I think we're gonna get.
We still have a car parked up here at the cutting. Oh wow! Look at that! Wow! Oof! That car is. He's just in the worst spot. He's really hard for him to get in the right direction. And we have another yellow flag. We have another yellow flag coming up towards Skyline. Got waving yellows in the Skyline.
He's away.
We have a car. Car cleared itself out, maybe.
That was a lot of fun to watch. I know that wasn't probably very nice finale, but that was really good fun to watch. And amazing work by Kazi and Hempy to just miss him there. It looked like Hempy just moved out to the right at the right time, and
Lucan, he just barely missed him too.
Yeah. On the left side.
I think maybe Kazi heard what we were saying, maybe, and picked up on it, or he may have missed the turn a little bit. Maybe been a little wide in the turn and had a better look at what was ahead of him.
Very true. Interesting.
Yeah, this looks like a nice little dice between third and fourth, even though we're gonna laps separating them.
Absolutely. Racing is racing, and they are next to each other on track, so it's all to play for, in my opinion. If you can get it done. But it'd be interesting. I mean, obviously, if as soon as Hempy and Hankin were doing this, Hankin pitted. So, whether he just decided to get out of the fight, or whether he needed to pit, or both. Yeah, you just don't know.
Lucan just took a hard hit to the wall. Got a little too much inside curb, and just kicked his car right into the wall on the outside. But he's still right there. It's Kazi still. Didn't seem to lose much time at all. Yeah, I don't know how much damage he might have taken. I love how they throw the blue flags when a car behind is a lap back.
I know, yeah, I did think that a while ago actually. They kept constantly waving blue flags, and I thought, I think this game's going to constantly be waving blue flags now. Everyone being a lap behind each other. Oh, not quite able to get the run, but he has got a bit of a run. Kazi staying defensive. Not going to make the move in the final corner into Murray's, but a pretty good entrance there from Lucan, chasing the 666 Aston Martin, and coming up towards Hell's Corner, taking out, maximising track widths and unleashing all close to 600 horsepower. Looks like he's got a pretty good run here within Slipstream. He's took it to the outside line. Kazi with the inside line. He has the defensive line, but look at that Lexus. The power of that Lexus.
It's surprising that it's such a much older car than newer Aston Martin, but I think you've got I think both of these cars have fairly big displacement V8s in them. I think because that Aston does not have a turbocharger on it, and neither does the Lexus. They're just big, normally aspirated cars. And I could be wrong about the Aston. Maybe maybe it does have a charger on it or something, or turbo. But I thought it was just the older AMG motor.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember. I was looking at them earlier. I think it might have a turbo on the Austin, but I can't remember the Lexus. Let's have a little look. Let's find out.
Because that's one of the reasons why I thought it was a little bit slower out of the corners, because it doesn't have boost. It's just kind of like...
Yeah.
Or maybe it's a smaller displacement. Maybe it is not as big. But as Lucan starts to stretch a bit of a lead.
Yeah, so it's a 4-litre turbocharged V8 optimized by Aston Martin Racing. The Vantage GT3 replaces Aston Martin's most successful customer car, the V12 Vantage GT3, which is still winning races 7 years after it was first introduced to the market. One of the key reasons for the popularity of the Vantage GT3's predecessor was the ease at which it allowed inexperienced racers to drive quickly while maintaining an optimum performance window for professional drivers to be competitive in.
Looks like Kazzy's losing a little bit of the touch to Hooken, but it's not really relevant in the grand scheme, as he's a lap behind. But that lap can disappear in an instant. So.
Indeed, and Hankin is under heavy fire from the 28 Bentley, well and truly within slipstream range. It's a V8 turbo as well, isn't it, the Bentley?
We've also got a little bit of a close battle here between them. There's the Hankin and the Bentley. Yep, there. And you know, once again, that was Sema is just, he's really on a rail with that Bentley. He really just, he has it dialed in really, really well. I mean, he's making errors which are really costing him, but he's proved that he can put in some pretty darn good laps.
Side by side into turn 2.
Look at his best lap is a 2:02. He might have the fastest lap so far. I mean, the only laps I've seen other than his 2:02 and 2:03s from the leaders. But he's got that thing just working really well. It's such a big car. Such a big car to be that athletic. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds great as well. 22 seconds separating Hempy and Hankin. Hankin under fire from the Bentley. Side by side. Oh, Lamborghini just in front. Bentley tucking back into slipstream, looking to get another run as they make their way up towards the chase.
I mean, I would think it would be better just to let the Bentley pass. Yeah.
Just as you said it.
He's got the pace. I mean, maybe following him will help you drag yourself closer.
Well, that's it. Yeah, free slipstream, free time. So
yeah,
it makes sense.
It's always a, there's always a worry that maybe if he makes a mistake, up on the mountain, you end up collecting him. But as it goes right now, he's clearly faster.
Yeah. Well, he was leading the race just to begin with.
Was he?
28 Bentley. So yeah, he's definitely got some serious pace.
Oh, Hankin in the wall there, Xing in the cutting.
Was the closest two on track, so we'll stay on board with Hankin and Nicolo for a few more moments as we are now under the 4.5 hour mark. So another 4 or 5 tyre changes left to go.
Yeah, the way they make it tricky would be to limit the number of tires you could put on. So yeah, you can only put on 8 sets of tires,
Huh.
and one of those sets of tires has to be. Well, you can't do that. I don't think you probably can do it on the PC. I think one of those sets of tires has to be qualifying or something like that. Make it really.
Yeah, I think
You
there
know,
are little
really-
settings available on. I think you can put them in on G Portal, but I don't think it works on console.
Yeah.
I think it has to be PC
You
again. That would
Masochist.
make it very interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah. But he's pulling that gap, and I think Hankins trying to keep up, but again, it's that push too hard and you push yourself, into mistakes.
Yeah, well, I think the Lamborghini is the biggest engine of the bunch. Was it 5 litre V10? Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I thought the Lexus had a bigger engine. I thought it had like a 5.4 V8. So
You could be right. You could be right. Yeah, the Huracan is a 5.2 litre V10.
got Kazi, Leafy, and Kobe all in the pits. I have more people in the pits. I can't tell.
Five litre, 5.4 litre V8, the Lexus.
Yeah, it's a big old motor. At least as far as displacement goes. Yeah. No, not really. I mean, it's not like a 6.2 or something. At a certain point, whether you want a big block or a small block.
2017 Lexus RCF GT3 5.4 litre V8.
Looks like it's got a little collection of cars, and Kazi must just come out of the pits, collected himself up the probably fastest car on the track and the second place car on the track. Our leader is hunting down Mr. Wells.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, the Lamborghinis, with it being a 5 litre V10 and everything else being a V8 twin turbo sort of thing. Say, obviously, you get your advantages and disadvantages with different engines and your turbos. Obviously, you get lighter engine, you get the boost, but there's somewhat of a lag depending on where you are in the rev range, I suppose. But whether that really translates to racing, it's interesting. I would have thought lighter would have been better. Obviously, the V10 would be much more smoother, I suppose, with its delivery. Perhaps or side by side with Kazi. Kazi going to get the cut back. Looks like Hankin able to hold on. Kazi looking on the inside line. not going to make it stick, and another Bentley, the 92 Bentley, coming out of the pits as well.
I think a lot of it too is where your torque curve is, and with the big normally aspirated cars probably get a little bit more drive out of the corner. The turbos probably get a little bit more top end, or maybe it comes in. It just gets where you set your peak torque at. Because it definitely seems like that Lexus really pushes off the corner really well, and then it just keeps breathing when it goes down the straights. I think it's really fast. I always noticed that when I raced it in Guinness Lounge's first season, and I raced it there. It was like you could. I would motor past the Bentleys. I mean, when it was quite surprising to me. Yeah, the thing is fast. It's really fast.
Yeah, a Ferrari I've given probably the most time in. It's a great car, to be honest. It's very twitchy. It's strange because the Bentley and the Bentley's got like a front end sort of twitch, but the Ferrari is kind of like a, I don't know, it's a very stable twitch, if that makes sense, and probably because of the mid-range engine. When you're getting that the car begins to drift, it's a balanced drift, I suppose. Whereas the Bentley's front engine weight seems to, and it's just a completely different experience when you just sort of push the tyres past its maximum. They're both different to experience. He's just within slipstream range.
We have a little while. We still have Bentley and the Lamborghini a little close to each other. Our leader's got a nice little gap. He's all by himself. Just trying to put in. This is Mr. Wells came into the pits, and a couple of people dripping into the pits just before.
Well, yeah, when Hankin, I was just on board with Hankin chasing the Bentley. They're still in slipstream range, but trying to get some free time, perhaps. He went into the pits when he was driving with Hempy, did Hankin. But Lyle Hempy is, again, on his own. No dirty air, just able to do his thing, get in the flow. And we've got a 23.5 second gap between P1 and 2.
Bentley right after the just before the cutting. going the wrong direction.
I think that was new tyres. New cold tyres, and now we need a new hood.
Insult to injury, jump into pits.
And
and
then
then go
back
slam
in.
yourself right to put yourself right on the wall, yeah.
Kobe back out of the pits on fresh tyres as well. He'll have had his break now as well, so that'll be him till the end of the race.
Always like it when you're in the cockpit cam and you have the windshield wiper dancing. Dancing, and when you bottom out, you like see the headliner when you bottom out.
Oh, bless him. Waiting for the traffic. Well, it happens, it's racing, it's a Assetto Corsa.
Yeah.
What do we expect? Especially 12 hours worth of Bathurst. New tyres caught you out, but this has caught most people out today, isn't it? And more than once, it must be said. 214 laps in is the number 99 Lexus.
Oh.
And 15
L3 is my look back cam. Finally found it.
Yay. So Mr. Gibb making his way through the chase. Assume he's going to go into the pits with the... Yeah. Get some new bodywork and some new suspension by the looks. The front right suspension looks like it's knackered. Kazumitsu 3 to 4 laps, Hankin plus 1 lap. It was about 20 seconds, wasn't it? Where are we? About to cross, yeah, so okay. Wait for him to cross that start finish line. Should give us an up to date time. Crosses now. 25 seconds away from Hempy, who's just... This isn't gonna buff out.
Hey, Deco Bub.
Hey, Dirk. How are you, my friend? Thanks for saying hello. We've closing into the end of the race now.
Yeah, almost 3/4 of the race down.
That's it. Just a measly 4 hours and 12 minutes of racing left to go. I think people are going to be nursing their left legs tomorrow, especially those with load cells.
And we don't have anybody. Well, we don't have any other races. I don't have any races, not until next week.
Happy days. They can all have a day off, a well-deserved day off. Tonight, probably some of these people are going to be ordering some pizzas in after this is finished.
I had a day off after Thursday. We had Thanksgiving Day dinner. I was stuffed.
Yep.
It's, plenty of leftovers jammed in the refrigerator. It's Racer. It's Dougie, like above. my part-time hobby of commentating.
Hanking a
GLR
little bit
Racer
wide.
14. The American.
Yeah, Hankin ran a little bit wide there through the chase, but handled it like an absolute boss. And we've got Kazi under fire from Hukan Lukan yet again. Only 2 seconds separating those two now.
Oh yeah, wow, that's sort of come back around, didn't it? That's for the final step on the podium, but with 4 hours 11 minutes left. Yeah, it's might, you know, maybe well, Hukan's putting down some seriously good laps. He's consistently been putting down quick laps, so it's like it was just inevitability for him to catch up to Kazi.
Indeed, number 16 Porsche as well. I think he's doing a cracking job in the Cup car. Still able to hang on. There's a Kobe in the McLaren there. Oh, gnarly. Thought that would be Kobe.
Yeah.
Yep, it is, because he's
Hukan
always fighting
is,
it out with John.
Yeah. Hukan is he's like gathered right up into the back of Kazi. He's like right there, second and a half away.
Lukan now 1 second separating himself between the Lexus and the Aston Martin, but Kaz is going to have to keep his cool.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, Hukan is doing 203s. Kazi was doing 206s, so quite a bit of difference in lap time there. I don't know if it's just that maybe Kazi doesn't have the speed on these tires, or
Yeah, Lukan was running some pretty fast lap times earlier on as well. I think he's got the lap time down pretty well. Look at the speed of that Lexus.
yeah, it's just... It's really cool when you're in cockpit mode to look back and see Kazi dancing all over the place.
Who am I on board with? Hukan Lukan. Let's have a little look.
Yeah, go to cockpit view, and then use your look back button. It's pretty cool. Kazi hasn't fallen off. He's still right there. I think it lit a fire and it's getting to maybe push a little bit more. So who knows? Only 3/10 back at this point. So. That's probably our best little race right now, because that's easy for position. It's the same lap. That's third and fourth.
.447, and we've actually also got a bit of a fight yet again between Kobe and John, as this infamous battle continues. Finding each other on track yet again.
Who can is just railing through the mountain section.
Absolutely incredible driving. It's just such a pleasure to watch. Lose myself in it.
And he's got the Gabe ahead of him in the Bentley. Where he can get free of him. Yeah, the Super Cup is still winning its class, that's for sure. Gibb comes off the track, but makes a safe re-entry. Can still putting in 203s. Just on fire laps. It's really.
We've got some traffic here down the
Porsche Cup coming out of the pits.
Mountain straight. Hempy 219 laps completed, 4 hours 4 minutes left to go. And Kazi's still in slipstream range of the Porsche.
Looks like he lost a little bit of time there through the Hell's Corner turn and Mountain Straight. Things like that.
To get up, and now the number 92 Bentley's coming to say hello as well. Get into a big slipstream train as they make their way out of McPhillamy Park and up to Skyline and the Dipper. In they go, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, like Kazi lost quite a bit of time behind the Cup car there. Just
Super Cup still running well, still winning the class. Side by side of the Super Cup and Bentley just able to get ahead through Murray's corner.
yeah, Can still putting those really solid 203s in it. Maybe Kazi maybe losing touch with him was probably gonna, get that carrot in front of you right there and lose track of it. It might just help you find that faster rhythm. You want to put, at least somewhat more quick laps down. But 4 hours left. There's really and a small tiny mistake trying to push too hard and all that's thrown away. So gotta be just thoughtful about how much you want to push.
Indeed, indeed. Well, Kazi and Hukan Lucan. Well, I suppose Hukan Lucan's decided what he wants to do, and he is pushing, maybe getting that chance of a P1 or P2 against Hempe or Hankin. If, of course, they mess up again. Where have we got? We've got number 4 Lamborghini coming up to the chase, and Hempe exiting Hell's Corner and on the mountain straight. So there's a fair bit of distance between them.
Yeah, the top 3 are all doing 204s, 203s, so the top 3 are really showing the speed that's really necessary to stay out on the podium. Still a long way to go, but it's just that's why they're there. And then we have him and the Bentley. See where his times are. He's still real far down. Looking at it's back to maybe a normal pace as far as the lap times go, but.
These drivers are only going to benefit from, you know, sort of doing this, and my hat goes off to them for being able to put these lap times down consistently as well.
Yeah, I mean, on board with Mr. Wells. And he's got I think he's in a little battle with not only Pop. They're on the same lap. Got I guess quite a bit of a gap between the two of them.
The Porsche does look fast though, you know.
Yeah, I mean his current lap time, you know, his last lap time of 2:05, and his 2:04 is his fastest lap time. So it's pretty good. I don't know how much of consistency he's put down on those laps, but. Yeah, he can make that the Porsches. It's won many of these type of races in real life. You know, in the sim world, it's you again spend some time with this car. That's really the only way to get good with it. Is spend a lot of time with it.
Well, this is it. Yeah, I think somewhat jealous.
Who can in the pits?
Looks like, was it the Porsche Cup?
Who can is in the pits.
He is indeed. Where's Kazi?
Looks like the Cup car is.
So Kazi's past him now?
Kazi would have just passed him. But Kazi might also need to come into the pits too. He's been out for a bit. Remember the last pit stop he made.
Well, seems to be running a pretty solid race. We've got the number 92 Bentley of P. Gibb chasing him. We'll just jump on board with P. Gibb as he chases down Kazimitsu in the Austin Martin. Oh, I'm gonna get comfortable. Oh. Give my dog a little cuddle. And watch the number 92 Bentley chase down Kazimitsu. Is it? There is an American GT, isn't there? You know, like we've got the British GT.
Yeah,
Ian Logie and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you have SRO has the GT World Challenge Americas, which is the same series.
Right.
And then there's IMSA. IMSA also runs this series, but yeah, the SRO series. I don't think they have any Bentleys. They don't run any Bentleys. They do run some. They run the BMW, the Porsche, the AMG, the Aston Martin, McLaren. I think there's one McLaren in there, and yeah. What else is in there?
I've seen a couple of the what did you say it was? GT World America, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them on YouTube, but I didn't quite know what I was watching with regards to who they were, because obviously, like the British GT, it's easy for me to follow because it's British. There's not that many tracks, and I kind of know all the people in it. So that's kind of given me a little bit of a reference between the real life cars and Assetto Corsa. So I've got a bigger appreciation for this now. It's somewhat similar to Toka Touring cars when I was very young, in the sense that they've took the real cars and the real people, and you can be those people in those cars and, you know, drive the tracks that they can. But obviously now we've got simulation level experiences, but I just like the fact that, you know, it's real, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the the America series, they run they don't run the GT4s with the GT3s like British GT does, because that's the corresponding series in Britain. But they run the GT. There were a couple of different. Kazi with a mistake there. Coming out of Hell's Corner. But they run the GT4s, and then they have the GT4X and the TCRs and TCRXs, and they run all kinds of different classes. So you got your front wheel drive touring cars, and some of your not Kazi with another mistake.
No. Just trying to get out of the way, bless him. Oh no. I think the tyres just gave him a little bit extra grip as he was trying to get out of the way there, and it just threw him into the wall. Absolutely no runoff at all. So met our good friend Barrier. Yeah, I will start watching the GT World Americas then.
That's what the we'll go back to PC versus console. So that some part of that series might be coming to ACC, the America series. So we've got a lot of iconic tracks that they could add, you know, like they did with the British GT. You know, there's Watkins Glen, Sebring, Road America, Road Atlanta, all kinds of different tracks they could add in America. I mean, they already have Laguna Seca, so it'd be pretty awesome to add those tracks. You don't really need to add any more cars because it's all the same cars, but adding tracks is a big deal too. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting getting into sim racing myself as well, because obviously, I mean, I'm all about the experience more than, you know, just being fast. Obviously, I want to be fast and competitive, but I just want to get on and have fun, you know. And Assetto Corsa, being as realistic and simulation-like as possible, is very serious. But because of that, it's a very rewarding game, and you get a lot from that. But like I would love to have what my intent is to have a 3-screen setup, big TVs, just to purposely try and imitate being inside the car. I want that experience, and
Yeah.
you
Need
know,
a butt kicker. Get yourself a
yes.
butt kicker.
Well, Stuart's got one. He rates it. He says he didn't realise the difference it makes to your driving ability, and he says you wouldn't think it, but obviously because you're getting the vibrations now through your seat, you can read the road a lot better as well. So, but yeah, I want a butt kicker, a V3, traction plus, free TV setup, PC. You can't run it at 4K, but I think you can run free TVs at 1440, which is 2K, at like 120 frames per second minimum. So that would be a lovely. It's a dream setup, but that's where I want to head, you know. So for the immersion.
Yeah. Yeah, I like my setup. I mean, it's not.
You've got a great setup.
Special. Yeah, it's but it would be nice to run this game at higher graphic level. It would be nice to have a little bit, sharper images. But again, I'm not going to be able to do it with just a PS4, Slim. You're going to need a Pro or.
Well, even the
better
Pro's not very nice. I'll be honest with you. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with this game, even on PS4 Pro. Jimmy Broadbent obviously plays a lot of it, and when he reviewed the Assetto Corsa Competizione for console, he said it was exactly the same, but he said his reaction times were a little bit slower, because he says the frame rates were so slow, because obviously you're getting maximum 30 frames per second, whereas on PC it's getting minimum 120, so that's
Right.
a lot faster. He says you eventually sort of get used to it and the downgraded graphics. He says it is a very condensed experience. He says it, you go on PC and it's like, you're seeing more of the rainbow, if you will. You're getting more of the colours.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting everything refreshes faster, so all of your inputs and all of the games, everything the game's trying to tell you, you're getting it so much faster, so you probably be able to catch slides and react to things faster, versus, if you're not getting the information presented to you. I mean, it's not like seconds, it's not like 5 seconds slower, but it is like, when you're trying to catch a slide or a snap oversteer, you'd like to be able to have that information as soon as possible. So.
This is it, yeah. This is it, and that kind of brings me on to my next point, actually. Give us a flash, good lad. Oh, big slide into the chase.
I see
Oh,
that.
no.
Yeah, on board with Kazi. It's Kazi's.
Oh, Leaf is off as well.
He's got a pretty good lead on Wukan.
Yeah, the new Fanatec direct drive wheel. What do you think? Have you seen they've released the Gran Turismo version
DDT,
as well?
The DD4, DD Pro PlayStation. I think it's great that Fanatec got that. So I mean, they have the official wheel, and it's affordable. I mean, it's
they're gonna make a lot of money.
They're gonna have a hard time making enough. But I mean, when I decided to get into more serious equipment, and it was like, do you get a TGT? Because I had a G29. Was it get a TGT or a T300 or
Yeah.
to get Fanatec, and everybody's like, "Oh, Fanatec's so much money." And I looked at, well, the TGT is more money than the Fanatec until you add load cells, unless you get the load cells, thrustmaster load cells, and then you got 2 sets of pedals. So, but with as much as they want for the TGT2, you can get a direct drive wheel with, you can just buy the load cell on its own. So there's just a lot of, yeah, they're not going to be able to make enough. I think I'm not. I mean, Fanatec say that they're going to make a standalone wheelbase. So people who already have V3 pedals, and like I say, I've got 2. I've got a Club Sport rim and I've got the CSL McLaren rim, so I've got 2 really nice rims.
Yeah.
I don't need another rim that I will never use.
No.
And I don't need brake pedals that I don't need them. So yeah, just being able to get a wheelbase. But I mean, if I were to go to PC for this game, I mean, I would be fine. But I think I would highly debate just getting a DD, a DD1 or DD2, or you could just get a standalone DD, CSL DD with a 8 Newton meter power pack, and you'd be fine. And that's a lot cheaper, because you don't need to be PlayStation licensed. It doesn't have to have a chip in it. So, and that, I wouldn't buy another wheelbase until this one breaks anyway, because the CSL is just plenty fine.
It is very good, yeah. It is a very good wheel.
No, it's a good looking package of things for people who want to make an upgrade from a G29 or a G920 or whatever.
Well, everyone's said that, if you've got a CSL Elite and you're thinking of upgrading, is it worth it? And they've all said it is. They've all said it's worth it if you want to upgrade, because the price absolutely reflects the performance, in the sense that, providing you get the 8 Newton meter boost pack, they said you're getting the exact same force and feel of what you would with the $1,500 ones. You just don't use the 24 Newton meters of torque, which is enough to break your wrist anyway.
Right. Well, yeah, Super GT just did a review of the new PlayStation Pro, DD Pro, and he was just having to get used to the wheel. I think it was more the wheel, because the wheel's only 280 millimeters wide, and the McLaren GT wheel is 300. So this is the perfect GT rim. The McLaren rim is perfect, really.
Yep.
So trying to get used to that smaller rim and where the ergonomics of it are, it seems like it's got enough of the right buttons and stuff. But like he said, 8 Newton meters is plenty. I mean, it's more than any belt-driven wheel. So, you're
well, what I was picking up with the people that were using the 5 Newton meters, it was like there was just not quite enough direct feel. There was a little bit lacking. But with the 8 Newton meters, it was just giving the power enough power to give you that sort of direct drive sort of feel. I kind of noticed from what I was seeing. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what people say. I mean, I'm not interested in that wheel at all. I want the McLaren wheel. In fact, I want the Bentley wheel, if I'm honest, because it's got the digital display on the front.
That's gonna be $1,700.
$1,700.
The BMW rim, they just said it's $1,399.
What?
$1,400.
Just for the rim? Just for the wheel?
€1,400 just for the wheel, for the new
What?
BMW M4 GT3 rim.
Oh, well, alright then, I'll get the McLaren.
$1,399, and I would get the McLaren for €200.
I know, it's cheap, isn't it? And it's a legitimate one. I do want that one, and I want a Ferrari replica one as well, if they ever do that. That'd be kind of cool. It's somewhat elitist, isn't it? Because you don't really need it. I mean, I've got the base wheel that you get with them, which is the same as the rally, and I'm glad I've got it because I play rally. I love rally, and I do drifting, so it's really good for drifting having that circular wheel.
Yeah.
But I think it's horrible for this kind of racing, and I think it's
Yeah.
horrible when I'm trying to do, you know, Group 3 at the Nordschleife on Gran Turismo Race C. It's just the circular wheel just isn't really for... I don't know what it is about that McLaren sort of F1 style rim, but I don't know whether it's like the turning...
It puts everything right where you need it. The one thing that I would say that I don't like about this McLaren rim, and I think I said it in my review of it, was that you don't have a joystick. You have your funky switch, but you don't have a joystick. And I like having a joystick because you can look around. I mean, I also have, because before they re-released the McLaren rim, I bought the Formula Carbon V2 rim. And that's an F1, rim. And it has both a funky switch and a joystick. So when I'm using it for Gran Turismo, I can use it to look around, so I can look left and right, left and right and behind with the joystick, which is right there where my left thumb is. It's just perfectly positioned. So if I need to see if I'm clear on the left or right, I can just look. I don't have that. I don't even have that ability when I use that rim for ACC. I don't even have that ability. I can look left, but I can't look right. I don't know why, and I can't look back. I have to map a button to look back. But,
Right.
But I mean, I have that Formula V2 rim just sits there. I don't even use it anymore. I should just put it on eBay, so I can buy some V3 pedals and upgrade my pedals.
Yes, I am a fan of the V3 pedals with the anti-lock brake and what do you call it? The over feature built into the pedals.
So we've still got double yellow coming up to the front straight. I'm on board with Kazi, and looks like somebody might go off the Hell's Corner. Yeah.
Oh, gnarly.
Looks like he's set himself. So we got Himpy in the lead with Hankin second place. Let's say he's a lap back.
Yeah, just about to cross that line, so we'll figure out exactly how far away he is in a moment. Just coming up to the final corner.
Kazi in third, and it looks like he's gained a lap on Lucan. I got another waving yellows into the cutting. We got somebody off up here. Whoever it was, it cleared itself, and I want to say it was Lucan. So Lucan is right in front of Kazi. So Kazi could possibly put him another lap down. So I would say we've not been, Lucan must have had some drama in the race. We haven't picked up on.
Well, the 99 Hempy just coming out of Hell's Corner, crossing that start-finish straight, so he's not that far behind. He's 3 corners behind Hankin, so very much in the lead. We've got 3 hours 38 minutes left to go. Obviously anything can happen within that time for either drivers, but it looks as though Hempy is gaining again. Maybe there's a pit stop we haven't taken into consideration, but yeah. Yeah, it's interesting as the future does obviously come and technology gets cheaper and whatnot. I was never expecting a direct drive wheel to be that cheap, and obviously competitors are now going to have to compete, which means they're going to be even cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, Thrustmaster has said that they're gonna have a direct drive wheel.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly right. Yeah,
I can't see Thrustmaster being able to put that wheelbase out for a competitive price, given the fact that how much they've wanted for their own technology belt drive wheel. So, I mean, you could be surprised, you could be shocked, and with a we're going to offer it for I don't know, $150, highly and possibly unlikely. So.
Hey, Deej, hello, how are you, matey? Nice to see you in chat.
Hey, now.
I bought me Automobilista 2 as well. Oh, I'm so jealous, Micro. I really want a PC, man. I'm gonna have to do it.
Like Kazi has put Lucan down another lap. Like Kazi's just starting to put down consistent laps. Maybe not as fast as some of the other guys, but I say consistency is really where this kind of racing is at.
Especially in VR, yeah, I bet it is. I bet it's incredible in VR. Still 3 weeks of waiting. Very jealous still. Better now, you got a couple of days off. Get a PC, Matt, you won't look back. Yeah, it's definitely coming, mate, especially with the way the community is growing. And I'm enjoying this, and it's on console, so I can only but imagine what PC can offer. Especially with team-based events, which is pretty much the idea of where I want to go.
Yeah, being able to make real driver changes would be really
absolutely.
You can do this kind of thing and spread the pain.
Absolutely, absolutely.
These guys still have 3.5 hours left. So pretty. Was Hugh supposed to be in this commentary?
He said he was going to do the last hour from 8 o'clock.
There might still be some action.
Yes, it'll be very interesting if it comes up to the wire between some of these drivers. That's for sure. I mean, Lucan and Kazi are having a great battle between each other. And as well as Hankin and Hempy.
Like, Hankin's only 18 seconds behind, but did Hempy make a pit stop? Must have been.
Yeah, I think especially when I get PC as well, my favourite thing to do is just get in a car and just drive. And some of these games where you can drive like in open sort of world environments, or I don't know what game it is, but there's a game where you can actually drive around roads and there's actual traffic and there's other players online as well.
Forza Horizon.
Well, sort of, but like simulator ones on PC.
Oh, okay.
A bit like a Assetto Corsa, but I don't think it is a Assetto Corsa. Has it got boosted media? Are you aware of boosted media?
Yeah, boosted media.
Yeah, well, basically what he does, like, I love that guy. That's definitely my setup that I want.
Assetto Corsa for PC. The mods for that are insane. And
That is true.
You can do that. Drive around for stuff.
That is true.
These guys have added cities to it. So, and Marmite has Assetto Corsa on PC. I don't know that he's done a lot with it, but he did. You know, he was doing stuff, but he's been so busy with other things. I don't even think he's even played any games. It looks like we got a little pack of cars here with Hankin. We got who we have with him, and we got Kobe is just ahead of him, and then Seema's just behind him. So, and he's only about he's like less than 20 seconds behind Hempy. It's just right there. So, can't want to get tangled up with these lap drivers and ruin his chance at battling for the lead. And they probably need to give him a little bit more room. Well, they don't have to give him anything, but they are lap traffic, you know.
Yes. Where are we? P7. Oh, we've got 9 drivers left on track. Manning it out. 3.5 hours left to go. Kobe going under the Audi Sports sign. We've got side-by-side action between the Bentley and Gnarly. Is that? No, that's not Gnarly. It's Kobe.
Yeah, it looks like Hankin is kind of losing out being with these lap drivers because he had a pretty decent gap. He's only less than 20 seconds behind, and I don't know if he's got some damage or some worn tires, but he's down to 21 seconds behind Hempy, so he had still got an opportunity to take the lead here. But I think battling with Seema has created some gave him a little bit of a difficulty, you know, getting crowded on corners probably.
Well, we've got the McLaren leading a Bentley in front of the Lamborghini. Very different set of car classes here. Different array of engines.
Yeah. I mean,
aerodynamics.
Not a big fan of having a car that's 10 laps back, you know, providing difficulty to a car that's, you know, in second place on the lead lap. But that's just my opinion. So. But if he's slower, he's slower. I mean, if he has the pace to go around, he's going to want to get that lap back from that driver. So.
It's true. It's very true. Anything for a good old battle, I say. Anything for excitement.
Yeah.
But you are right, of course. I think it all depends on the severity of what it means, I guess, to the driver at that time. Kaz is 3 laps behind, Lucan 5 laps, Professor 9 laps. So Professor's done really, really well. He's definitely worked up a few laps. And is ahead of the 28 Bentley, who again was leading the race at the beginning of all of this. And Kobe in P7 in the number 7 McLaren. 236 laps down. Kazi most certainly looks like he's probably just at slipstream range now from Lucan, but still running a cracking race. 2 laps cushion.
Yeah, I can believe the brain would be mush. Ugh, you guys are real champions for doing this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, this is all for charity, so if you want to visit the link in the description, donations to is it Macmillan? Macmillan Cancer Research.
Do you have a Macmillan over there? Do you know what that is?
Oh.
Do you have Macmillan Cancer Research in America?
I don't know if we do. I'm sure there's some type of affiliation with
Yeah. I'm just curious. Because it's quite a big thing in England. Like, it's always on the TV, do you know what I mean? Like, it's in everyone's heads.
Yeah, we have, what do we have here? What is it? It's, there's, dang, trying to remember. There's a children's cancer research place. There's Susan G. Coleman for breast cancer. There's I forget which one is for children's cancer. There's a couple of them. I'm just drawing a blank on it. What's up, Kit Kat?
Well, I don't know if you've raced. Well, I don't think I've seen you race so far, but you know, pleb series racing, pleb racing series. They always do charity events.
Yeah.
I think it's good because it takes away the seriousness. It's just about driving, then, you know.
It must be time for the cats to eat. They're all surrounding me. You got automatic feeders. I don't have anything to do with your food. That way you won't bother me. Claw, claw, claw. Well, I am going to time out. I'll be in the chat on the
Yeah,
YouTube,
no worries.
and I am going to let my son have his time on the PlayStation, and I'm going to enjoy the stream. So,
No worries. Thank you for your help.
Thanks everybody for watching and listening to our commentary. I am going to pass it off to the head honcho, Mr. Matt.
Thank you very much for joining. It's been a pleasure.
Hey, it has been a pleasure. Enjoyed it immensely. So,
Till next time, then.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Dougie. Ciao, ciao.
You're welcome. Don't forget to donate.
There
Bye-bye.
you go. Ciao, ciao. Well, we've got 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing left to go. Hempy's still in P1 ahead of P2. NXTGEN's Elliot Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini by half a minute. More precisely 28 seconds. And now we've got the Lamborghini Huracan chasing down Kobe in the McLaren 720S. Side by side into turn 2. The right hander of Quarry and the left of Cutting into the first right up hand. Still going up, still climbing higher and higher in altitude. Very nearly just clipping the wall there as well, between the McLaren and Lamborghini Huracan. Very different engine models between the Lamborghini and McLaren. and continuing to traverse their way around the 12 hours of effort. And of course, TMK Racing 444 as a community is very excited to grow into the world of esports, into the PC world, and growing the team. And the Huracan just pulling the slipstream in from the McLaren. It really is amazing to watch. Lap after lap of consistency. Enjoying the sights and sounds and the hours worth of creation gone into such a beautiful game. And taking a moment to go through the pits is Kazimitsu, the number 666 Austin Martin GT3 driver. We've even got people stood on the ceiling, still here watching the next gen at 12 hour at Bathurst. Thanks, mate. It's nice to know it's appreciated. Genuinely. Absolutely stoked for what's to come in PC though, and the community we're growing, and it's amazing. I've enjoyed this a lot. I think endurance events are where it's at for me. It'd be good because then we can both race and one can commentate while the other's not racing. Be awesome. I needed one before. Dear me. So good fun, mate. Wait till we do 24-hour ones, mate. I can't wait to do a 24-hour. That's gonna be sick. I'm so excited for it. I'm happy just being someone's pit crew and having a team of 2. If John started on time, he might very well be at the top. But he didn't want to start on time, which I completely understand. But if he did, I wouldn't be surprised to see him up there with Hempy and Hankin. Such an incredible performance in the Porsche 991. What a legend. 22 months and he's trying to type. What a legend. Yeah, well that's it. With driver change, it makes sense. I mean, how many drivers can you actually have though? Do you know what I mean? If you're doing a 24-hour event, is it just the 2 or can you have 4? Do you know what I mean? Does it matter how many you have in your team? God, that looks so fast. Impressive. before I saw. Indeed. Absolutely rapid. Hey, hands are back in the house. Not too much carnage. We've had the odd off here and there, but nothing too bad. Currently got Hempy in P1 after 250 laps. And we've got a quarter of the race left to go. 3/4 down. And a deficit of 32 seconds between Hempy and Hankin, although I don't know whether there needs to be a tyre change for Hempy or whether we are just organically 30 seconds ahead. Time will tell, but we've got 3 hours worth of racing left to go. Absolutely anything can happen, so it's just a case of sitting back and seeing what else occurs today at Mount Panorama for the Macmillan Cancer Support Charity Race. 12 hours at the infamous and brutal Bathurst. Porsche seems to be able to turn a lot quicker than the others. Yeah, that's exactly right, Hansa. That is exactly right. And leg hurts in this race. Everyone was complaining that their legs were in extreme pain, and that was before we got to halfway. Indeed. Indeed. And coming up to Forrest's elbow. Leading the way on lap 252, not 552. That'd be a lot of laps, that would, wouldn't it? The 24-hour of Bathurst. Bloodhurst, the 24 hours of Bloodhurst. Can't wait, mate. As soon as I'm getting a PC, it's the first TMK event. The 24-hour at Bloodhurst. Find your team, find your warrior, find your partner. Jumping aboard with the podium race leader in P3, Kazimitsu, in the Austin Martin GT3. Hello. Are you okay? Mount Panorama Bathurst, the Australian infamous 12 hours at Bathurst. That is a big hit there for Kazimitsu in the 666 Austin Martin. Is he going to go in the pits or is he alright? Damage looks to be of a medium severity, if such a thing. Oh, Micro, why are you doing this to me? I'm a wingman, man. TMK teammate. Are we going to go into the pits? Yes, we are. Get some new rubber on. And repair what damages he can, and we'll see exactly where he will come out. So currently in P3, taking the provisional bronze position as he now traverses his way through the pits and through the GT3 Porsche Cup, through Kobe and Hankin in P2. A little bit of a reverse there. Make sure you're in the right spot. Poor Aston, indeed. But it does appear as though the number 316 Lexus is now back and being hunted by 666 Aston Martin with his brand new tyres on, and of course it does take a lap to warm those tyres up. Then we might see some more action between these two yet again. Richie just lurking in the background, is it? Just like, no, I know. Now I'm learning about Matt. Meadow, hope you are well, fella. Are we back at work? Have you started your shift? I'm still at work. For the 12 hours of infamous Bathurst. Off tonight. Just woke up an hour ago. Bless you, mate. Would love to see it. All learning about me now. So Lucan exiting Hell's Corner, as well as Kazimitsu and Nicolo in the 28 Bentley, just behind Hankin in the number 4 Lamborghini, both making their way through Hell's Corner and up towards the mounted straight. Oh dear me. Wow, that looked like the Bentley was very late on the brakes there, but it looks like he's absolutely got this Bentley under control and is reeling the very quick Elliot Hankin in the Lamborghini GT3. But again, all cars do need to be driven differently, depending on whether the track is more favourable to the car's setup. But just look at the power of this Bentley. Yes, Skyline into the S's, into the Dipper, exiting Forest's Elbow. Coming up to Hell's Corner, onto the Mountain Straight. And up to turn 2 into Quarry's Bend. Quarry's Bend. Bentley not quite able to make it happen as of yet. And now exiting Forest's Elbow for the 247th time today. Chasing Elliot Hankin down in the number 4 Lamborghini mid-engined 4-wheel drive GT3 Beast. Coming through the chase. Under the Liquid Molly sign, through the penultimate corner and up to Murray's Corner, where we find ourselves on the pit straight. Hoorah! Good old Bathurst. That's a big accident there. That is the first time I've actually witnessed someone come off like that there before, but that is going to put a banner in the works for Elliot Hankey. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be that much damage, but it depends on what he's feeling behind the wheel. Doesn't seem to be turning maybe as much as it wants to, but that is a big hit and compromise for the Lamborghini GT3 there as he makes his way through Forest's Elbow, and yeah, that car is not happy at all. And taken to the pits after that very big incident there. Coming out of McPhillamy Park. I've never seen an accident like that before, but just on the edges of grip. It's going to do that to you. And unfortunately, that might put Hankin out of the possibility of a P1 from Hempy. But Hempy has also run an absolutely solid race. And coming up to the chase, Kazimitsu leading their way into the left-hander, and that Bentley being driven like an absolute missile in pursuit of the 666 Austin Martin. And now on the tail of the 666 Austin Martin V8 turbo, making their way through Sulman Park and coming up to Macmillan, where the late number 4 Lamborghini had a big off. Forrest's elbow. Kazi doing a cracking job and just pulling away from the very quick number 28 Bentley there. Right then folks, I'm just going to go get myself a drink and I shall be back in a few moments. Feel free to ask away. Alrighty. So we've got 2 hours 22 minutes left to go. Currently on board with Mr. P. Gibbon, the number 92 Bentley, making his way through Forest's Elbow. And 266 laps down, led by the infamous number 99 Lexus, driven by Daniel Hempy. Hankin still in P2, Kazumitsu still in P3. Still 2 hours 22 minutes and 2 seconds left to go. Kobe and JPH in the GT3 Cup Porsche in the pits. Professor still 9 laps behind Hempy, which is a solid run. I don't know how many laps he was. I'd have to look back in the stream and see. It was 7 laps now, and see exactly how many laps behind he was at the beginning of all of this. Time for me to get comfy, I think. Relax for 2 hours, you know what I mean? While these guys work hard. Is there any other way?
No.
Let's see exactly how Mr. P. Gibb does it, shall we? Jumping on board with the man himself. Looks like he's got a touch of damage, has he? Judging by that steering wheel. .666 laps for Kazi. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. It's what the devil would want. And the race leader coming through the chase for the 268th time today. That's before qualifying and before free practice. Probably over 300 laps now for old Hempy. Yeah, I can't wait to hear what your PC's like, Micro. How much was the VR headset, by the way? And what VR headset did you choose? That's the name of the headset and the price. I think Assetto Corsa in full HD or 2K VR would be incredible. See how many laps we are. .584 on track. 35 seconds. Hankin plus 6 seconds. Is that right? No. 1 lap. Looks like Hempy is in the zone now. As he makes his way through the S's, down for the dipper. Milo, come on, come on, off. Good boy. Push, push. Push, 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 push. Push it, push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it. Push it, push it. Whoa. Alrighty, so Kobe's still in the pits, 51 laps. Difference between himself and Daniel Hempy leading this race. And the number 99 Lexus, 271 strong laps in. with 2 hours and 12 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. Beautiful little battle going on here between the Lexus and the Bentley. 7th position currently for the Bentley. We've got just over 2 hours worth of racing left to go. Hempy is not out the waters yet. Only a lap separates himself and NXTGEN's Hankin. So that could all turn around very quickly, and Kazumitsu's still in podium position, 4 laps behind the leader. And we'll see whether he can get a P2, maybe even a P1 if they absolutely destroy their cars. But nevertheless, we will continue to find out as we have 2 hours, 4 minutes and 4 seconds of racing left to go until that final lap is called. 6 cars out on track, 3 cars in the pits. So we should have another special guest joining us today. For co-commentary for the final hour. And I'm just going to save my energy for the final hour's worth of commentary here today. Because if anything drastic happens, I will jump back on, but 12 hours is a long time to talk, so I'm just going to take a short little break, grab a little something to eat and drink, and I can either catch you in chat or I will see you soon. Obviously, if you've got any questions, get in the chat, ask away. And Kazumitsu now in the pits. And the Falconer in chat. How are you, my friend? Both Falconer and Hansa saying hello today. Wonderful. Do you even play ACC, Falconer? Kazi. New tyres. And out the pits. Now, will this be the final time, or is there going to be another pit stop with 2 hours worth of racing left to go? The absolute beast still trucking on after 10 hours worth of driving here at Bathurst for the 12 hours for Macmillan Cancer Support. Donations can be made in the description if you are willing, of course. And he is back out again, making his way up into Sulman Park and through into McPhillamy Park into Skyline. Okie doke whiskey. 2 hours worth of racing left to go, and then I am looking forward to some tea, I'll be honest. But thank you for popping back in again. I have played, but not much. Mike, damn you for getting me load cells. Well, they've definitely they've definitely made they've definitely made you quicker, Kazi. And it's got to be said. Yeah, you can pump them legs up, you know. Good for when you're doing your gigs. Into Quarry's Bend. And to the left-hander of cutting. Late apex. Late on the gas. Late on the brake, sorry. Make sure you can straighten that carrot before you get that turned in. And a pretty stable looking out lap here. Waiting to qualify for the HHTCR. You're both qualifying for the HHTCR right now. That's awesome. Well, good luck to you both. Whiskey and Falconer. Looking forward to doing comms for you guys in that race as well. Hey, Neil. Hope you are well, fella. Thanks for popping in to say hello. John going under the Liquid Molly sign and into the final corner, left-hander into Murray's. And passing that pit straight, chasing down the race leader. Yeah, Suzuka's all about them corners with the throttle, isn't it? Using your throttle to steer. It is a funny one, Suzuka. Suzuka. Well, good luck to you as well, Neil, if you're qualifying. Well, Hempy doing what he does best, and that's driving like a beast. Professor is running brilliant lap times and incredible car control, and still can't catch up to Hempy. Nevertheless, an incredible performance. Yeah, well, as long as you give it your best, that's all that matters. And you can go back and drink some more. Right then, I'm just going to get myself sorted, and we're going to be back for the final stint and the final push of this 12-hour Macmillan Bathurst charity event. How's your PGA score, Neil? Right, I need to sort myself, otherwise I'm not going to do it. Alrighty, we'll be back soon.
Well, for what it's been worth, it's been worth it. I've thoroughly enjoyed the concept. I've thoroughly enjoyed the racing. Obviously 20 cars on the grid would have been amazing, but even so, we've had awesome action, incredible racing. Everyone's been really respectful, even for 12 hours of brutality on a track where every corner wants to kill you. So we're comfy. We're on the final stretch. 1 hour 37 minutes of racing left to do. Micro. Kazi says big shout out for you for making him get load cells, FYI. The colour commentator. And Hankin deciding to take an unorthodox line there, mowing the lawn. Perhaps it was part of his contract. Hempy 288 laps deep. Deep into Bathurst. 96 minutes remaining.
Wow, that Bentley had some pace on it. It's a very good question. I wouldn't be surprised if the feet start moving like they're accelerating and braking while they're sleeping tonight. Making sure they hit them apexes. Not one. The way that the Lamborghini seems to pull itself out of corners is very different in comparison to the other cars. If you just pay attention to the angle and how they can apply the throttle. It's very different to, say, the Porsche. Just watch how different the lines are. Between the Porsche and the four-wheel drive mid-engined Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Yeah, come to Australia. You might just get yourself killed. And Forrest's elbow. Yes, everything in Australia does kill you. This track does represent Australia. I had no idea it was an actual road as well that was used by people. Obviously. I guess it's not going to be a road that's used by crocodiles. Oh dear. closing in on the hour now. Alrighty, so unfortunately the commentator that was going to join us for the last hour can't make it, but we've got an hour and 16 minutes left. And Hukan Lukan in P4 now. Kazi in P3, 4 laps between himself and Hempy, and Hankin is 1 lap behind Daniel in the number 99 Lexus. That's absolutely fine, Hugh. So no worries at all, bless you, but thank you for saying. We understand. Ah, dear me. Same here, but without the party. No, that's okay, Hugh. You've got responsibilities. You've got a kid's party. It's not a problem at all. Is what it is. Sugar does what it does. It makes them unstoppable. We've got 1 hour and 14 minutes left to go. Hempy 298 laps down. And making his way through Reed Park and up to the left-hander of Sulman Park, with a big crowd to the right-hand side, and McPhillamy Park with another big crowd to the right-hand side, through Skyline into the S's, through the Dipper, and towards Forest's Elbow. Alrighty, so who have we got in the pits? We've got the 92 Bentley and the 316 Lexus, both currently in the pits. I suppose people are going to be pitting round about now in the next 10 minutes for the last stint and the last final push of the NXTGEN Macmillan Bathurst 12-hour endurance race. And what an entertaining race this has most certainly been. Oh, that's such a shame. That was brilliant driving there as well between them both. I am doing a 4-hour spa race in career mode and I have 3 hours left to go. I'll have to get some laps in, I guess. Sparking that driver's instinct within us all. And Kazi losing only a couple of seconds there. But now we can see Kobe and Nicolo in the back there. pause button, yeah. Imagine doing that in multiplayer. Everyone's game just stops. Alrighty, boys and girls, it looks as though we are 9 minutes away from the final hour. Oh. Oh. The Porsche looks like it decided it wanted to take a different line through turn 1 there. Well, the final hour is important. It's a monumental shift. It's a monumental part of this race. They've completed 11 hours, and they've got an entire full race left to go. Of course. '28 Bentley doing an incredible job. God, it was well, it was 11 hours ago when this started, and was leading the race. I think we had a small little off, nothing major, lost a position or two, but nevertheless he's shown some serious pace today. Hats off to this guy. Probably going to see some more side-by-side action. Be interesting to know exactly the state of everyone's tyres and fuel levels, whether they're going to need to put some more fuel in, whether they need to do one more stop. We've got Kazimitsu leading in the Aston Martin ahead of the Bentley. And behind the 28 Bentley is the number 7 McLaren. P. Gibb, wonder if I can make up the 47 laps to the cars in front of my stint. I think you can. 55 laps. Push, push. Yeah, everyone deserves respect today for doing what they've done. 303 laps in, and we've got 1 hour 3 minutes left, Micro, and 20 seconds until that final lap is called. And P. Gibb asking the question, can I make up 47 laps in 1 hour? And we will see. 47 laps in an hour. It's impossible. You'd need a genuine miracle. Well, it looks as though these boys are starting to huddle up as they make their way through the final corner here at Bathurst, through Murray's, passing the pit straight, and here we see the 28 Bentley going into the pit for what is assumedly the last time. Maybe, maybe not. But tyres do usually last an hour, give or take. You usually give them a good going, can't you? And without worrying too much about tyre wear. We'll see how that one fares and whether anyone else enters the pits. We've got Hukan Lukan, pit connoisseur, pit legend in the 316 Lexus. Well, we've got 1 hour, 1 minute and 11 seconds. Left to go. Porsche in the pits, which means Kobe is now in pursuit of Kazimitsu in the 666 Aston Martin, making his way down the Comrade Straight for the 305th time. Not for Kobe though. 73 laps behind. At least they will never forget how to do a perfect pit stop here. Well, we've got exactly 1 hour left to go. 59 minutes on the clock. So we are now on the final stretch I'm assuming all drivers are pitted. We might see one or two left to pit, and let's have a little look-see. .6 of a second currently separating Koal in the number 7 McLaren to Lucan. Well, Kazumitsu is currently holding off position to the 316 Lexus, making their way up to the cutting. Such a strange, quite a unique corner, maybe not strange, but unique corner. Just feathering the gas. And then on the brakes, not too much. Letting the camera of the road pull you round as we see the McLaren, Lexus and Aston Martin make their way under the 7 news sign into Skyline, through the dipper and towards Forest Elbow. Kazumitsu first to lead, then we've got the Lexus in pursuit, only 0.8 of a second separating them, just out of slipstream range, but just bringing it back by 1/10 of a second down the Conrod straight, out to the side, maximising track widths. Lucan doing the same, both hard on the brakes as they make their way through the chase for lap number 296 for the 316 Lexus. Just seeing Kazumitsu make his way into the pits for the last time today, as the clock is now ticking for final positions. And we've said it a few times, this track is most certainly separating the men from the boys. Not sure how to find that, Neil. Oh, look at that. The professor working